Chapter 6 Training. You wanted to see me, Hokage-sama? Akashatsu asked respectfully as he entered the office. Ah, Akashatsu-san, the masked Hokage said pleasantly, looking up from his paperwork with a rare air of authority, knowing that the man was in awe. Few jonin actually entered the Hokage's office, and even fewer were summoned personally, a rare honor and privilege. Glad you could make it. I'm honored that you wanted to speak to me, the jonin said, moving closer to the desk and standing at attention, determined to make a good impression. Yes, about that. There was something brought to my attention about you and your team. Whatever you need of us, we'll happily provide. Relax, Kakashi said, a tad annoyed at the jonin's stiffness. Then again, when frequently dealing with the likes of Anko and Naruto, he found it easy to forget how formal people could be talking to the Hokage. I recently received a request for one of your students to be transferred to another person. Someone wants one of them as an apprentice? Akashatsu said in surprise. Why? That's something that person can probably explain better, Kakashi evasively answered, since he honestly had no idea why Naruto had requested the transfer after the way their last meeting had went. Not that Kakashi would refuse, it had become apparent to Kakashi that Naruto needed someone around, hopefully to serve the role that he had for Anko 3 years ago. I just need to know that you would agree to the transfer, if this person can offer a good reason. Well, Hokage-sama, I just. Who's asking? I am, a boisterous voice said, entering the office. Oi, morning. Aha, Naruto, morning. Kakashi shot back, eye curving up happily as the blonde flopped himself causally into the chair before the desk. Turning back, he addressed the stunned jonin. I trust you know of Uzumaki Naruto? Oh, of course, Akashatsu managed thickly, his eyes wide and staring at the seated blonde. He's the one that. Well, of course, I know him. Everyone in Konoha knows what he did for us 3 years ago. I am honored to meet such a hero. So this guy agreed to give me Hanabi, or what? Naruto asked, hooking his thumb at the man while addressing the Hokage. Not just yet. Wait, Akashatsu interjected, staring between them in confusion. He wants to take that girl as his apprentice? He can't be serious. Oi, why shouldn't I? Naruto asked, getting to his feet to stare down the man. Well, for one thing, her taijutsu is subpar. For another, her attitude stinks, she refuses to learn anything I try to teach and constantly goes off to train on her own. Plus, whenever we have a mission, she's the one that causes it to result in failure, we can't even attempt a C-rank mission. Well, from what I hear, you never really try to teach her. You show her a jutsu, and then make fun of her when she can't do it, Naruto said blandly, turning to face Kakashi. Plus, she won't listen to him because he won't show her what he's capable of. What does that have to do with anything? Akashatsu asked, bristling. I've sparred all of them, they know I can beat them. When was the last time you just kicked their asses? Naruto asked, turning back to him, a challenging tone in his voice. Look, are you going to let me have her or not? 'Cause I have ramen waiting on me. You want the little bitch, you can have her, Akashatsu muttered, shaking his head. Thanks. Naruto beamed, before a killer intent radiated through the room that was enough to make Kakashi stiffen. Oi, and never call my apprentice that again or I'll have to perform that eunuch no jutsu Anko told me about. That is so touching. Kakashi beamed, his heart Jinjutsu appearing behind him. Well, if that's all, I guess you're free to go, Akashatsu-san. Hokage-sama, the jonin said and offered a polite bow. Nodding curtly to Naruto, he turned and left at a hurried pace. So, you've got an apprentice, Kakashi said, turning back to face a still smiling Naruto. I guess you know that means I can't give you any more high-rank missions. Hey, wait a minute. Naruto exclaimed, eyes wide. I was doing high-rank missions when I was a genin with Anko. Why can't she do them with me? Because you're a chunin and, skilled though you are, I'm not willing to risk a genin, Kakashi explained, turning serious. You wouldn't be able to make proper judgment calls. Oi, I could too. Naruto protested heatedly. Okay, Kakashi said, deciding to illustrate his point. Let's say Konoha was at war and you were assigned this mission: sneak behind the enemy and destroy the bridge they need to receive supplies. Now, during this mission your team splints and you know you're both facing Jonin-level ninja, which means she's assured a painful death. So, what do? Forget about her and complete the mission, or do you abandon the mission and go after her? Finish the mission. That's one of those risks everyone takes. Which is exactly why you won't be taking Hanabi on any high-rank missions, Kakashi said with finality, displeased to hear his own answer thrown back at him after all these years. Oh come on. No, Kakashi said, even more firmly. Naruto, you have no clue what it really means to make a decision like that. You cannot sacrifice your teammates solely to complete a mission, especially when they are not as strong or experienced as you are. But, I'm a Chunin. Doesn't it mean I'm supposed to make that kind of decision? If you had a team of experienced Chunin, then, yes, I'd agree, Kakashi said patiently, driven by a need to make Naruto understand this situation. Naruto, those in the ninja world who break the rules and regulations are called trash, but those who don't care about their companions are even worse. What if Hanabi isn't ready for a high-rank mission? She won't be for a while, and you aren't ready to accept the kind of weight that would fall on your shoulders if you got her killed by making an otherwise sound command decision. But no. I'm not taking D-rank missions. Naruto grated out, arms crossed. Then you're not getting any missions. Until I'm sure Hanabi is ready, until she's proven herself ready, you're both stuck on D-rank missions. Fuck. Naruto grumbled, throwing his hands into the air. How in the hell is she supposed to prove herself ready if we won't have any missions? That's your problem, Kakashi said simply. You're her sensei now. You figure out how to prove her readiness to me. Fine. Naruto nearly shouted before rounding on a heel and storming out of his office. Hanabi was a light sleeper. She woke up almost instantly at the sound of old people moving around and talking loudly to each other. She remained motionless under the covers of her futon. Another day. She'd made it another day. No assassination attempts in the night. No assassination successes. She had survived. Still, Hanabi remained perfectly still, staring up at the ceiling. She gathered the willpower to get up and face another day. After a brief struggle, she remembered that she had training with Naruto after the mission to look forward to, so she sat up. Her hair a mess, she swept the room causally, noting the low table and 2 chairs facing each other. Closing her eyes, the young girl took several deep breaths, then opening then sighed heavily. Her room was one of many in a former Uchiha nursing home, though it now served as subpar, cheap housing. Like every morning, she was forcefully reminded by her mediocre surroundings that she had fallen far from her once lofty position as Hyuga. Hanabi sighed, her private mantra, "I am more than they believe," flashing through her mind as she got to her feet. The room was fairly comfortable for the average person, but for a Hyuga who was used to tall ceilings and expansive rooms, it was cramped. Straw mats creaking under her feet, Hanabi crossed her unadorned quarters to the doors and slid them open. In the hallway, Hanabi was greeted with shoddy ukiyo-e reproductions and grumbling old people living on fixed incomes. She had to repress her shudder, walking the hallway to the communal bath, listening to 2 of the older women talk about their grandchildren's visit. By the time she returned to her room, Hanabi was more than ready to leave. Still, she controlled her rush to leave by dressing methodically, pulling on her lightweight black pants with silver mesh accents on the thighs and front pockets, followed by her black, sleeveless zip-up shirt with silver mesh accents on the shoulders. Not her favorite outfit, but all she could afford to buy. Dressed and properly resigned to her current situation, Hanabi collected her forehead protector, weapons pouch and was out the door. Now, all she had to do was buy breakfast of the day and she would be ready to start her morning. Weaving through the hustling and bustling streets of Konoha, she caught a scent she had missed for a long time. Fresh, warm wiro. Her stomach rumbled and her mouth watered. Wiro had been her favorite food growing up, but living off a genin's salary, all her money went toward rent, and she wasn't one to splurge. Then again, it could help brighten her day a little more, so maybe it wouldn't hurt just this once. Her traitorous stomach rumbled threateningly, demanding the confection. It was unanimous. Munching away happily on the rare treat, Hanabi considered how the day was beginning to look up. First, there was the Wiro, then she had a team meeting, and, finally, she would learn another move when she met up with Naruto. Hanabi privately gloated at her change in luck, ignoring the crassness of doing so. Reaching her team's designated training area, Hanabi was surprised to find Naruto sitting on a post, eating ramen. Stopping just on the edge of the field, she considered the scene, knowing that by all rights, he was not supposed to be there. Uzumaki-san? Hanabi, Naruto returned, slurping his ramen down with enthusiasm normally reserved for delicacies. Morning. Good morning, Hanabi said, moving closer, before stopping. Uzumaki-san, may I inquire as to why you are here? Inquire means to ask, right? Naruto fished cluelessly, leaving Hanabi uncertain as to whether he honestly didn't know what the word meant or not. Before she could reach an answer, he had waved it off and stood up, producing 2 kunai. He'd discarded his finished ramen. Oi, so guess I better explain the rules, huh? Rules? Hanabi echoed back in confusion, eyeing the blades he was brandishing. Uzumaki-san, what are you first? Naruto said, sending a kunai speeding toward her feet. As of this morning, you call me Naruto-sensei. Naruto. Sensei? Hanabi managed, feeling more than a little off-kilter at this revelation. Yup, Masked Perv asked the idiot who was teaching you if I could have you, Naruto explained with a bright smile. So you're my apprentice. Ah, that explains everything, Hanabi said, then paused. Who exactly is Masked Perv, Naruto-sensei? That'd be the Hokage, Naruto answered, hopping off the post to land nimbly at its base. Hanabi was still digesting the fact that Naruto, her sensei, was openly calling the Hokage a masked pervert. That spoke of a great deal of power, which, honestly, impressed her far more than his teaching had. So, Naruto-sensei, what is the second rule? Second, Naruto said, his smile in place once more while twirling a kunai on his finger. We start with taijutsu sparring every day, but not until this kunai hits that tree. Hanabi opened her mouth to ask which tree, but Naruto had already grasped the kunai with 3 fingers and flicked his wrist, sending it thudding into a nearby tree without looking. Obviously, sparring started now, and Hanabi darted forward, preparing to be thrown around once more. The genin found herself within striking distance, without Naruto moving, and she drove her hand forward for a spear hand. Naruto twisted his body, swatting her blow aside like a fly, then jabbed a single knuckle into her chest, blinding her with pain. Before she could adjust, Naruto slammed a punch into her mouth that sent her crashing to the ground in a spray of blood. Clutching at her mouth, Hanabi focused entirely on her pain and forgot utterly about Naruto. What happened? Why had he punched her? They were just sparring. Kami almighty, it hurt. Why had he done that? Kami, why wouldn't the pain stop? She wanted the pain to stop. She didn't even need to test them with her tongue to know she had loose teeth, her jaw aching beyond description and her chest burning like a hot coal had been shoved down her throat. Hanabi lay there, clutching her mouth, fingers growing slick with blood, before the pain finally ebbed enough to allow her to sit up and glare at the boy. She found Naruto, glaring down at her with a look of utter disdain. "Why you'd punt me?" Hanabi asked angrily, spitting blood from her mouth as politely as she could. "Because I could," Naruto answered blandly. "Now what the hell are you doing just sitting there? I didn't say we were done." "That," Hanabi exclaimed, eyes widening. "Are you insane?" "The real question isn't if I'm insane, it's if you're a ninja or not," Naruto taunted, loathing in his tone, which all things considered, "I guess you're not." Hanabi bristled at that, her pride wounded doubly. He was saying she was useless. She wasn't useless. She'd prove it to him, forgetting her lingering pain. Hanabi regained her feet and lunged forward once more. Naruto causally blocked her palm heel and backhanded her with enough force to send her spinning to the ground. Hanabi recovered and turned to impotently glare at him, the darkening bruise on her cheek going unnoticed amidst the other injuries she had suffered so far. Naruto was smiling. "First off, don't attack me head-on. Do it again and I'll break your damn jaw." Hanabi nodded curtly and then darted forward, trying to circle around him. A minute later, his elbow connected with her other cheek and she went to the ground once more, rolled awkwardly and regaining her feet with a visible sway. Her head was swimming. It felt like he was trying to take her head off with those blows. Maybe she should rethink this concept of sparring him. "You might be a ninja after all," Naruto allowed, a sadistic smile on his face. That was all Hanabi needed to hurl herself back into the training. Hyuga Hinata was a proud kunoichi. She had risen through the ranks, inspired by her memories of a blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy who had always refused to give up. She had pushed hard to gain enough skill for the Chunin exams, had, with encouragement from Niji, forced her team to take the exams. Later, with her skills as a tracker, she joined the Konoha military police as a detective partnered to Inuzuka Kiba. She had become friends with Tenten, Niji's ex, and even made a bit of a name for herself. Currently, Hinata was sitting in a small restaurant with Tenten, sensei beans, and cinnamon rolls for her, and sesame dango for Tenten, discussing Hinata's thoughts on trying for Jonin. "But Hinata, you're one of the best people we have at the military police. Wasn't it you and Kiba-kun who caught that Gennu who was planting bombs all over the place? You'd be perfect for Jonin." "Anu, Tenten, I'm just not. I don't like, high-rank missions, and, well, Choji." Hinata protested softly, eyes drifting away from the other girl. Choji was becoming something of a sore point for Hinata. He was a great guy, but they just weren't getting along like they used to. Then there was Kiba, who kept asking her out with near-terrifying tenacity and seemed interested in the same thing she was. "This isn't about him, it's about you," Tenten said firmly, jabbing a finger at the tabletop. "You need to do this. Look, I'm sure Asuma-san would be happy to sign off on your attempt and Niji would do the second recommendation. Besides, it's not like you'd have to push yourself to get through 50 high-rank missions as quickly as you could. Only a psycho would do that. You can do D and C rank missions. It'll take longer, but you need something to work toward." I don't know," Hinata mumbled, picking politely at her food, thinking hard about the decision. Looking up, she prepared to ask Tenten if she really thought she was right for the rank, only to find Tenten waving at someone behind Hinata. Turning, Hinata blanched. There was no mistaking that blonde ponytail or that barely street-legal outfit. Yamanaka Ino, a childhood friend of Choji who was convinced that Hinata was cheating on him. Hinata wasn't, of course. Well, unless you count the occasional erotic dream, but Ino was determined it was true. Hinata and Ino didn't get along that well. Their distaste for one another was almost legendary, really, so Hinata wondered why Tenten was waving her over in the first place. "Tenten, Anu, what are you doing?" Hinata hissed under her breath, turning back to the other girl. "Well, I'm trying to find out about Naruto. I mean, he did save Konoha and me," Tenten answered, her smile never slipping. "Why else would I call that bitch over here?" "Tenten-san," Ino suddenly piped up, having reached their table, then her gaze settled on Hinata. Thankfully, the girl ignored her and turned back to Tenten. "How you been?" "Fine," Tenten answered, motioning for her to have a seat. "Busy as the lead investigator, but nothing too bad. Niji seems to be trying really hard to keep my caseload light after his mistress offer." Ino chuckled at that, while Hinata forced a smile. Hinata knew why Tenten had rejected the offer, but she also couldn't quite understand it due to her own upbringing. After all, it had been a way to stay together. To have his child and to raise a family with the boy she loved. Not that it mattered now anyway. "So, I heard Uzumaki-san is back in town," Tenten said, and Hinata focused on the conversation once more. "Naruto-kun?" "Yeah, he's back. Guess he hasn't been getting around much, Ino said absently as she ordered sweet tomato pudding. Naruto-kun's been focusing on Jonin. Really? Tenten asked, obviously taken aback. I didn't know he was already into the mission rotation. Normally, if you're just full-time ninja, don't they put you back in a team? Normally, Ino agreed, a smirk tugging at the corner of her lips, but Naruto-kun's been running solo missions. Hinata paused, both at the information and the slightly prideful way Ino had provided that tidbit of information. Anu, solo. But he's only a chunin. Well, unlike some chunin, Ino said, glancing at Hinata causally, he's talented, trained by a sannin and apprenticed to one of the top kunoichi in Konoha. Still, it's unusual, Tenten said, leaning in slightly toward Ino. So, do you know how many missions he's done so far? 3B rank and 5A rank missions, Ino bragged, but, apparently, he's gotta spend the next month off duty. Why? Hinata found herself asking, fascinated by the news about Naruto and Ino's over-possessiveness. You know, when I asked Enko-sensei, she told me they only let you run 8 high-rank missions, back-to-back. You have to take time off afterwards, Ino explained, shrugging before starting on her pudding. She froze with the spoon almost to her lips. Hinata. Isn't that Hanabi? Curious, Hinata turned and spied her younger sister, for she could never disown Hanabi, despite clan orders, standing just inside the doorway. Her clothes were torn, stained with dirt and dried blood, even more alarming were the bruises on her face and dried blood caking her hair and chin. The girl moved mechanically through the stunned restaurant crowd and took a seat at their table without a word of acknowledgement, her head hitting the table with a thump. Hanabi? Tenten murmured, sharing a look with the other two kunoichi. Was Hanabi's only response. Hinata felt a mild panic forming in her stomach. What, or who, could have done this to her sister? Her wounds were cruel, almost inhumane. Hanabi was only a child. There was no reason for this. None. Hanabi, are you okay? Ino asked, moving around the table to sit next to the wounded girl, a hand glowing with a faint green. At Hanabi's continued silence, Hinata hesitantly put a hand on the younger girl's shoulders. Anu, Hanabi Emuto, what have you been doing? For the last 10 hours, Hanabi said slowly, sitting up, pulling herself back together and meeting Hinata's worried gaze with her own intent look. I had been training with an insane, sadistic, egomaniacal fool. What about Hinata started to say, before Hanabi curtly cut her off. The Hokage has, in his infinite wisdom, transferred me to a new sensei who is intent on torturing me to death, Hanabi said firmly. Taking Hinata's cup of jasmine tea, she gulped it down and stood, causing Ino's hand to fall away. If you will excuse me, I have to return to my training now. Naruto-sensei only gave me 20 minutes before we start the intensive portion of the day's training. Watching her go, all three kunoichi sat there in stunned silence, before looking back at each other in utter confusion. Naruto. Tenten trailed off blankly. Sensei? Hinata continued, stunned and worried for her sister, and more than a little upset at this brutal side to Naruto. Well, I'll be damned, Ino muttered. Uzumaki Naruto was not entirely sure what to make of his apprentice. Hanabi was determined, that was for sure. She was also much less vocal than the fighters Naruto was used to. He had stomped her into the ground and she took it all without a word or complaint. She had taken each blow, struggled to her feet, and kept attacking with a single-mindedness that he found somewhat impressive. Stirring his ramen absently, he mused about what to do next. It depended on Hanabi and whether she decided to report back after lunch. He'd only started this morning like Anko because he wanted to see if Hanabi was committed enough for this training. If she came back, then he had a ninja on his hands, if not, he had wasted his morning. If she did come back, Naruto decided, slurping down some of his ramen, he would start on the basic jutsu that she lacked. After that, he would concentrate on weapons practice, chakra and stamina building, then sparring, so she could try to combine jutsu and weapons. Naruto-sensei. Looking up from his ramen, Naruto saw Hanabi enter the clearing wearing a mask of determination. Naruto couldn't help but grin slightly, pleased to see her. Hanabi stopped just on the inside edge of the training area, and knelt formally. Hanabi, why exactly are you kneeling? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow as he stared at her. I'm waiting for you to complete your lunch so that we might resume training, Hanabi answered formally, before closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. Until then, I shall mediate. Naruto said slowly. He turned back to his ramen, before pausing and glancing at her curiously. Hanabi, did you eat? I had jasmine tea, Hanabi said serenely. I am not hungry, Naruto-sensei. I have long since learned to control my hunger. She was interrupted by her stomach, which grumbled loudly in obvious disagreement, prompting her to blush. Oi, I think you're either hungry or you ate a lion, Naruto remarked, while laughing. Getting control of himself, he grinned at her. Go get something to eat. We can wait until after lunch for what I'm planning. I would rather wait, Hanabi said, her blush fading. Only a soft person would take the first rumblings of hunger as a need to eat. You aren't dieting, are you? Naruto asked blankly, slightly worried that he had another dieting freak on his hands. No, I am not dieting. Oh, good, never liked diets, Naruto muttered, turning back to his ramen and absently slurping the noodles down. Why not? Hanabi asked, a note of curiosity in her tone. Simple, Naruto said, looking at her seriously, anything that has the word die in it can't be good for you. Naruto-sensei, Hanabi said after a moment, equally serious, your logic astonishes me. Thanks. Naruto exclaimed. He paused and continued in mock cluelessness. Astonish is a good thing, right? Hanabi sighed. Chuckling softly, Naruto finished his ramen in silence, then burped as he set the empty container aside. Stretching, he glanced at the sky, guessing that they had at least another half hour before lunch was over. Looking back at the girl, he titled his head slightly and scratched his chin, trying to think of what to say. Jiraiya was no help there, the old man had been rather blasé about talking. When they did talk, it somehow almost always worked its way around to sex. Anko on the other hand, he could remember that day so long ago, when she assigned him the task of stealing Kakashi's Ika for the first time. Oi, so what's your dream? Naruto finally asked, propping his chin in his hand. Excuse me? Hanabi managed, opening her eyes to stare up at him with incomprehension. Your dream, your goal? Something you want more than anything, Naruto explained, grinning. Like me. My dreams are to become Hokage and to create truly instant ramen, because waiting even a minute is too long. I have no dreams, Hanabi said after a moment. Shinobi Rule 24 says, shinobi are only tools, used for the betterment of the village and for protection of the country. They have no emotions and no attachments to this life or world. They have no dreams nor goals. That's a load of shit, Naruto said angrily, unable to believe that she would say something so stupid. He paused, vaguely remembering hearing something like that at the academy and from Jiraiya. That is one of the hundreds of laws that govern the life of a shinobi, Hanabi said defensively. It was written to help shinobi place things into perspective. It's still shit, Naruto said firmly, daring her to challenge him. Shinobi are human. People have to dream, or they might as well not exist. You have to have some goal. Regardless, I still have no dream or goal to speak. Yes, you do, Naruto said with a frown, jabbing a finger at her. The reason you came back here, the reason you asked to train with me again, the reason you sparred me yesterday. Obviously, you are skilled. I felt I could best learn with you. Oi, I think you only did those things to prove that you were a ninja and not a worthless, egotistical little bitch, Naruto shot back with a smug grin at the way her eyes narrowed at the implication. That's your dream, you want to prove yourself as a kunoichi. If that is what you wish to believe, Hanabi said with a forced calm. It's the truth, Naruto said dismissively, enjoying her struggle to remain behind her facade of professionalism. You can try to lie and hide behind that stupid rule, but I know better. Of course, Hanabi allowed, closing her eyes once more. Naruto frowned and shook his head in annoyance before rising to his feet on his perch. If she wasn't hungry and didn't want to talk, it was time to train. That was just as well in Naruto's opinion, because he was itching to try and teach some jutsu. Right. Time to start training again. Naruto said loudly, causing birds to break from cover and fill the sky. Hanabi jerked slightly at his noise, staring up at him uncertainly. Naruto merely grinned and rubbed his hands together. We'll start with Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto-sensei, may I inquire as to why, exactly, you would teach me such a useless technique? Eh? Naruto managed, wondering what she meant by that. It is merely an insubstantial illusion. Even by the standards of the other genin, it's useless, Hanabi continued, having resettled into her kneeling position. Combat is based on deception, Naruto said simply, scowling down at her. Plus, I'm bigger than you and will kick your ass if you don't get up and practice this. Hanabi quickly got to her feet and Naruto grinned, hopping down from the post and stretching. Right, so, Bunshin no Jutsu. It's, well, not easy, 'cause if you have too much chakra you can't control it well enough to perform the move. That was my problem. I needed a more advanced form, such as Kage Bunshin. I should have no such problem, Naruto-sensei, Hanabi replied honestly. I have excellent control, but a very small chakra supply. That's okay, Naruto said, flashing her a pleasantly sadistic smile that would do Anko proud. By the time I'm through torturing your ass, you'll either have tons of chakra or be dead. Hanabi actually whimpered. It is my privilege to stand before you on this day to share the news that the war is nearly over. Pausing, Hittori stared at the expectant faces and at the cameras he knew were sending his speech throughout the expanded country of Kusa. For 3 years, they had waged this war, first against AIM and, later, against the other smaller countries that had been drawn into the conflict. Now, Kusa was master of all their land, leaving only 3 minor nations left to oppose them. We faced seemingly unbeatable odds, but we crafted our victory with our undefeatable spirit and our righteous fury. We have been engaged in a conflict, not of our choosing, but against nations that have sought to crush us. The crowd erupted into cheers, and he allowed the sounds of celebration to fill the air. When they died away, he began to speak once more. Soon we will press our attack on those that remain firm against us, Sum no Kuni, Kiba no Kuni and Kuma no Kuni. We have conquered those that killed our beloved daimyo, my father, and sought to either destroy our way of life or protect those that had done so. Their defeats serve as a warning to those 3 countries that still oppose us. Again, the crowd cheered and Hittori reveled in the moment, pleased by their predictable reaction. Without their support for his actions, the war would have faltered. Knowing that the civilians supported you and your efforts made the samurai and the ninja that served him fight all that much harder. Soon, we will be utterly victorious. What is planned is nothing compared to what we have already accomplished or achieved, Hittori said with passion, hands slashing through the air. The crowd cheered even louder, working themselves up and feeding off his passion, as he did off theirs. It will be achieved sooner and more definitely than everything already achieved. We shall be the creator of the coming peace. No longer will we be a minor nation. With the end of this war, we shall force the Great Five to realize that we too are great. I will petition them to recognize our Sosui as a true Kage leader. The crowd went wild and, to seal their continued loyalty, he thrust his hands into the air and raised his voice. Long life Kusa! They roared back even louder, hailing for his own long life. It was beautiful. There was no further need to incite them, no way to further build their blind loyalty or trust. With a wave and a charming smile, he turned and quietly retreated indoors. He could hear the crowd still cheering enthusiastically outside and he grinned, before spotting Hokanen, the samurai in charge of this section of Kusa, the erstwhile Aim no Kuni capital. Hokanen-san, how nice to see you again, Hittori said genially, coming to a stop and returning the polite bow from the samurai and his assistant. Hittori-sama, I am honored as always, the man said and paused, his tone a tad anxious. I must speak with you about an urgent matter that has developed. Hitori nodded silently, wondering what it could be. Could the loyalty seals be weakening? No, Noga had been quite sure they would hold when he presented them. Noga was not foolish enough to falsify such a thing. Hitori would have him killed for being so stupid as to jeopardize Kusa no Kuni and hence, Hitori's own safety. There has been an increasing shortage of food, Hokanen explained warily, to the north and to the west. The civilians in those areas are quite upset, and some have mumbled about protesting. This shortage, Hitori said slowly, eyes narrowing, do we know the cause of it? So sorry, but no lord, Hokanen said sourly. It also appears that we have no way of solving the problem. I see, Hitori said, glancing out a window before turning back to Hokanen. You are to commit seppuku within the hour. What? Hokanen stammered in wide-eyed surprise. You, Hitori said, beckoning the stunned assistant forward. As of now, you're the samurai in charge of this area. See that this fool kills himself, then solve the problem. If there are any protests, contact Kusagukure and have the leaders eliminated. Hi, the startled, and newly promoted, samurai said, bowing as Hitori continued past him. A few moments later, Hitori entered the war room, eyes sweeping the windowless and rather bare walls. To the far right was a large map of the world with the expanded territory of Kusa marked boldly, now stretching between Tsuchi no Kuni and Hai no Kuni. In the center, directly before a raised platform where he would sit, was a low planning table surrounded by his generals, Jamin, Heian, Muji, and Burando. All conversation came to an abrupt halt as everyone bowed stiffly, which Hitori returned casually. Silently, he crossed the room and sat facing the table and his generals. He took another minute to study the battle plans laid out for the assault on Kuma no Kuni, and turned his attention to Jamin, signaling the start of the meeting. Sire, barring the forces needed to fully pacify our expanded territory and accounting with our earlier skirmishes with Kuma no Kuni forces, we've settled on this plan, the middle-aged samurai said, pointing curtly at a large grouping representing samurai. The bulk of our forces will attack openly in a direct rush at the capital. Success will rely mostly on surprise, as Kuma no Kuni is on the verge of achieving Kage status. We expect them to finally stall our attack here at the Otio River. Noting the indicated river, only a few miles inside the border, Hitori frowned. If his forces were halted there, they would be boxed in by mountains and retreat would not be an option. I assume you have a reason for hurling our samurai into such an obvious suicide attack? Of course, sire, Heian said smoothly, taking over the briefing. They are merely a diversion. While they attack, we'll be sending an elite regiment along the Okai Road through the mountains to pin the enemy between the two forces. While that is happening, we'll have another brigade come up through the Go Pass to the surround and place the Kuma no Kuni capital to siege. I see, Hitori murmured silently. So, while the main forces of Kuma engaged his, only to be trapped, the other Kusa samurai would launch an immediate attack on the capital without fear of being attacked from behind. What of the Hoshi ninja? Using our more powerful ninja, we will launch a surprise attack at the same time the capital is attacked, Muji explained, lips pressed into a tight line. Of course, even with our forces it would be impossible to actually take the village since we can't commit our full ability. However, the goal is to place the loyalty seals on the Hoshikage and as many jonin as we can. Then our Kusa ninja will withdraw, Burando explained smugly. The Hoshikage will then gather the ninja and hurl them at the capital, beating our samurai back. Once inside, he'll effect the death of the Kuma daimyo and by then, all Hoshi ninja should bear our loyalty seal. After that, it will be easy to effect control over the country completely, Jamin said, smirking. Of course, this is the plan, but things may not work exactly as we wish. Understood, Hitori said with his own smirk, eyeing the battle plan before him. It seemed sound and well thought out. Was there anything he could contribute? How will our main forces enter the country? They'll rush northeast along the Oshu Edo, Heian explained patiently. Needless to say, they'll attack smaller villages and outposts, building toward the battle at Odio River. That way, they will ensure that the bulk of Kuma no Kuni forces are caught in the jaws of the trap when it snaps shut. I see, Hitori said, fist on his thigh as he thought intently about the assault. They had spent many months fighting pointless battles with Kuma no Kuni, all to gain the intelligence needed to develop this plan. Hitori had even called off the attacks, letting rumor leak that they were having trouble with previously conquered sections of the new Kusa. Kuma no Kuni would not be expecting this plan. It was nearly perfect. Launch the initial attack at night, he concluded. I want them utterly surprised. Of course, sire, Muji said. If that is the case, we should add a few jonin to the samurai. Hoshi patrols along the passes would be strongest then. Fine, Hitori said, nodding. Issue the orders. I want this to begin immediately. Hi. The generals agreed at once, then, bowing, they rose, leaving him alone. Hitori remained seated, studying the order of battle and wondering if it would succeed. If so, then Kiba and Sum no Kuni would quickly fall. They had large forces of samurai but no ninja. Hoshi was the last of the minor shinobi countries. Once it toppled, Kusa would control all shinobi outside the 5 great shinobi nations. Even so, Hitori muttered, mentally preparing the final offer to Iwa, moving forward another step in his plans, the Great Five won't always exist. Every muscle and joint burned with near-blinding pain. Her neck was stiff, sore, and unable to support the weight of her head. She was covered in bruises, her lips split and sheer exhaustion, beyond anything she had ever experienced, consumed her. It should have been a relief to head home after almost a full day of such unending torture. But this was not taking into account that it was 11 at night. The only other people out this late were ninja on patrol, teenagers, or the occasional mugger. Hanabi, however, didn't care. That was something to think about tomorrow after she had slept for the next 12 hours. She slipped quietly into the small inn without a word, briefly considered taking a bath, but instead settled on bed first. Her legs screamed in pain as she shuffled down the dimly lit hallway and her hand trailed listlessly against the wall. Hanabi paused as she approached her room, hand pressing against the wall, her shoulder and back aching worse than ever, her vision swimming. Shaking her head to clear her vision, Hanabi wondered if it had really been only this morning when she had discovered that Naruto was her new sensei. It seemed impossible to her, all things considered. He was a harsher taskmaster than her father had been. But Hanabi had to concede that he was a good teacher. Sadly, it was also true that he was an insane, sadistic, egomaniacal fool. She had said it earlier only to complain, but it was now apparent to Hanabi that Naruto truly was all of those things. Having regained a little strength, she shuffled onward and slid the door to her room open, entering the darkened room without a word. All she wanted was to lie down in her semi-comfortable sleeping mat for a few precious hours of sleep. Hanabi struggled silently with her sandals, nearly tumbling to the ground as she lost her balance several times. Finally, shaking them off, she fumbled with the zipper on her shirt. Her fingers refused to cooperate and Hanabi gave up on the zipper, instead resigning herself to sleeping in her clothes. Crossing the dark room, heedless for the first time to the pain of being disowned, Hanabi struggled to kneel without falling. Swaying from the shift in height, she remained motionless before collapsing to the ground with a dull smack. The pain from the fall was just one more hurt to add to her countless others and didn't faze her at all. Instead, Hanabi crawled the rest of the way to her sleeping mat. Dimly, the 10-year-old realized that she would have blood, sweat and dirt all over her bed, but all she wanted was the sweet embrace of sleep. She rolled onto her back, staring sightlessly at the dark ceiling. Sleep overcame her, bringing with it a soothing numbness to her body, and she slept dreamlessly. Too soon after her head hit the pillow, Hanabi's sense of self-preservation twitched on the edges of her mind, drawing her back to the real world. She grimaced in her sleep, twitching her fingers at the danger. The feeling grew and grew, until it dredged Hanabi completely from her blissful state of sleep. Only for her to scream as her body hit the icy cold water of a lake. Flailing around, Hanabi spluttered, nearly drowning, before seeing bubbles and following them desperately. Breaking the surface, she sputtered, hacked and coughed, teeth chattering. It was easy to spot her attacker, her orange and black-clad sensei Uzumaki Naruto. The boy was crouching casually on the water's surface, staring at her with such utter nonchalance that Hanabi couldn't help but feel offended. "What are you doing?" she screeched, struggling her way up to stand on the surface of the water like they had taught them in the academy. Even she had been made to learn both tree walking and water walking, and glared at Naruto. Naruto grinned and placed his hand partially in the water, forming some sort of sphere, which he used it to shoot a blast of water into her face that sent her crashing back into the water with a splash. Spluttering her way to the surface once more, she found Naruto grinning ever wider. "Oi, good morning, Hanabi. I figured today we could spar while water walking." "But it's not even morning," Hanabi protested, despite her training. "Of course it is," Naruto chirped, eyes closing in that sadistically happy fox-like manner of his. "For in the morning, the perfect time to start the day." "Are you insane?" "That, Hanabi," Naruto said with a mock seriousness that frightened her, "is a matter of opinion. What you should be wondering instead is if I'm going to let you eat breakfast." "What? You want me to fight you and go without any food for the entire morning?" "Pretty much," Naruto said, his grin growing as his tone became disturbingly pleasant. "Oh, and if you keep complaining, I'll cut your tongue out and serve it for lunch." Hanabi kept her mouth shut, because she couldn't tell if he was being serious or just messing with her head. It was, in Jiraiya's esteemed opinion, a great day. The new series of Ika Ika was more popular than ever. He could once more pursue his perversion in peace, and there were a half-dozen nubile young women splashing obliviously at the hot springs. Life was good. Then life went from good to wonderful as a new girl entered the bath. She had waist-length, platinum blonde hair, warm brown eyes, a heart-shaped face and a well-endowed body. The girl was a dead ringer for an 18-year-old Tsunade, and the pervert Sannin memorized every inch of her. Of course, he was aware that most likely it was just his own lustful thoughts, or the regrets all men have toward the end of their life. For Jiraiya knew he was dying, but unlike his teammates, he was more than happy to accept it. He'd led a good and full life, had taught, and raised, a good man. Then he had helped another find his way through the rough start of adolescence. His karma was good and his only regret was a childhood crush that had never faded. Now, though, he was rather interested in the provocative poses the Tsunade look-alike made as she washed up. His mouth went dry as she caressed every inch of her flesh with a washcloth, and nearly had a coronary when the girl winked at him and the cloth dipped between her inner thighs for a moment. Jiraiya offered his most sincere and deepest thanks to whatever god, goddess or kami had issued this miracle for him. A moment later, things got even better when this nubile goddess moved to where he was hiding and sat down within arm's reach. "Naughty man," the woman whispered, obviously making an effort to keep his presence a secret, spying on poor, defenseless girls. Jiraiya gulped, speaking as calmly as he could to keep from revealing his current location. "It's just research." The goddess agreed, a finger trailing absently along her thigh. "Research for what?" I write novels, perhaps you've heard of them?" Jiraiya asked hopefully, using all of his willpower to keep from touching the girl. Her scent was intoxicating and her skin called for him to caress it. "I don't read much," the woman said softly, the washcloth back to its task of caressing once more, this time tracing her pert breasts, "but I'm a huge fan of Ika Ika, especially Volume 1. You know, the one about the famous medic Tsunade and the white-haired ninja named Rhea making love." Jiraiya paused and gulped, partly out of fear. He had forgotten about writing that volume, his personal wish fulfillment that had launched his career. It was also his death warrant if Tsunade ever actually found out about it, but for years it had been out of print and there had never been many copies in the first place. "You read that one?" Jiraiya asked finally, after what seemed like a lifetime. "Read it?" The Tsunade look-alike breathed huskily. "I fantasized about it." Especially page 10 where they, you know. Page 10? Jiraiya echoed, and then his memory shot to the moment in question. Tsunade was on her back, one leg flat and the other straight up and resting on Reia's shoulder, while he dear, sweet Kami, Jiraiya muttered, eyes wide and staring at the woman before him. I've always wanted to try it, the woman continued, her tone suggestive. I would be happy to help. Jiraiya offered immediately, lust overriding what little common sense he possessed. Oh, thank you, the goddess said sweetly before shifting gears slightly, but I have to complete my own research, unless would you happen to know how to reach Suki no Kuni? Suki no Kuni? Jiraiya said in confusion, brain befuddled for a moment for understandable reasons. I have a map. Well, my student does. I can get it for you. That's okay. How about you come out here and help me instead? The Tsunade look-alike asked, turning completely to face him, inadvertently giving him an up-close, full frontal flash. Sadly, before he could enjoy her proposal, he promptly passed out from blood loss. Gah! Hanabi exhaled sharply as Naruto's foot connected with her stomach, sending her crashing into the water with a splash. She sank for a moment, stunned and breathless, then gasped only to realize that she was underwater and breathing water instead of air. She struggled desperately to reach the surface, but it seemed impossible, her mind was already drifting toward unconsciousness. A moment later, she was yanked free of the lake, coughing and hacking up the water she had swallowed. Recovering slowly and feeling like a half-drowned cat, she noted belatedly that she was being carried to the shore. It seemed so impossible, 1 minute drowning the next not, and her mind blacked out. Hanabi came to a second later, to the smell of fresh wiro, and, groaning, sat up. Oi, you okay? Naruto's voice asked, prompting her to turn to find the blonde eating his ramen on the other side of a small fire. Seeing he had her attention, he grinned, pointing at a clone, who held up a box of wiro. I got you some lunch. Wasn't sure what you liked, so I went for the sweets. Used to love it when Iam would take me out for it, though it's got nothing on ramen. I don't understand, Hanabi managed weakly, alternating stares between her demented sensei and the food, blinking. Looking up, she noted the sun was well past lunch, almost mid-afternoon. How long was I unconscious? Couple hours or so, Naruto said offhandedly, grinning. You were breathing and you had a pulse, so I just figured I could let you recover. I nearly drowned, Hanabi said sourly, shifting into the more familiar and comfortable realm of complaining. She sat Saiza position and accepted the box of wiro. Yeah, well, you ran right into that sidekick, Naruto explained with a small chuckle, slurping his ramen before gesturing at her with his hand. On the bright side, though, we found out you need to learn how to swim. I can swim quite well, thank you, Hanabi retorted pointedly. I was merely stunned and winded. I can assure you that it will not happen again. Whatever, Naruto said with a roll of his eyes. So, I heard you knew Konohamaru? MMPH? Hanabi managed, startled, mouth full. Seeing Naruto's amusement, Hanabi quickly swallowed, then glared at him. Konohamaru-kun and myself, of course, attended the academy together. Oh, well, thought that much, Naruto said, a sly smirk on his face, but I heard you knew him a bit better than just as a friend from the academy. I've seen him around, Hanabi stammered, a sudden heat in her cheeks. How could he know about her and Konohamaru? Ah, Naruto said lightly, giving her a knowing look. He had the tact to let the matter drop and Hanabi took a breath, then turned back to her wiro. Oi, Hanabi, can I ask you something? Finishing the wiro she had been eating, she looked up, surprised by the serious tone. Naruto-sensei? It's a bit personal, Naruto said. When she nodded, he smirked. Not many girls would give up all that money and prestige for a guy, so I gotta ask, was the little bastard's kissing that good? Hanabi froze, wide-eyed, blushing furiously. Naruto was laughing and Hanabi felt like jumping back into the river to drown. Come on, you can tell me, Naruto goaded her, smiling in a way that was subtle encouragement to speak. He was very talented, Hanabi admitted, blushing brighter than ever. Huh, who woulda thought, Naruto said, laughing even more. Gotta say, he's got some taste. Sensei. Hanabi squeaked despite herself, even more embarrassed at his comment. Oh, come on, you know you're a cutie, Naruto said almost in tears from laughter. Hanabi kawaii. Please, Hanabi managed, hiding her face in her hands. Why did he have to tease her? For that matter, why had she felt the urge to admit that to him? Ugh, it didn't make any sense, no sense at all. Fine, Naruto relented, laughter still lingering in his tone. Let's just eat. Hanabi nodded, though it took her several minutes to feel up to the task and, even then, she didn't look at him. Hanabi was very conscious of the blush still on her cheeks, the unfamiliar embarrassment. She felt a bit of anger and it took her a moment before she realized the best way to get back at him. And Naruto-sensei, can I ask you something? Hanabi asked, still not looking up at him. I guess, only fair, eh? Yes, Hanabi agreed, a small smile tugging at the corners of her lips. I have heard much about you, sensei, but never anything about a girl. So? You're not, Hanabi asked, looking up and meeting his gaze, feigning discomfort, you know. Naruto's face was blank with cluelessness. When he realized what she was implying, he choked on his ramen and beat on his chest. Once he cleared his airway, he stared at her with wide eyes, clearly amazed at her statement. You haven't answered, sensei. I will have you know, Naruto said firmly, pointing at her with his finger. I just play hard to get, to make the kunoichi want to develop a jutsu just to strip me naked. I just went to a very bad place, Hanabi said after a moment of staring at him. You're 10. You can't be going there, Naruto said dismissively, gathering his ramen to gulp it down happily. Since I've met you, Naruto-sensei, I find myself visiting those places quite often, Hanabi admitted, knowing that she had been to that bad place on more than 5 separate occasions. Oi, you may visit that bad place, but Ero Sanin built it and sold tickets for admission. Then wrote about it. I've been meaning to ask, who is Ero Sanin? Hanabi asked, staring at him. Curiosity welled up inside her, but she was thankful for the chance to change the subject. A strong ninja, wrote Ika. Jiraiya-sama? You know him? Naruto asked, startled. Hinata Nasan and Konohamaru Kuen enjoy his writing, Hanabi explained, finishing her last wiro. I have found his work both juvenile and uninteresting, though the last book showed great improvement. Thanks, I did a lot of research on it. Naruto beamed happily. What? Naruto asked defensively and in slight confusion. You know, when they speak of Uzumaki-san, the great hero, I doubt they picture you so insane. Hanabi said dryly. Funny how saving the village gives people memory loss, nay? Naruto asked, smiling at her, before he lifted his chopsticks and deposited an ungodly amount of ramen in his mouth. Chapter 7, Tsunade's Mission. Hanabi eyed her opponent warily, unsure about what exactly this would accomplish. After 3 weeks, she had become rather good at reading her sensei's body language, but it was never helpful sparring. She doubted this match would be any different. Though this fight was unusual, because Naruto wanted her to attack with every jutsu she knew with the intent to kill him. Hanabi would have laughed at such a concept 3 weeks ago, but she knew him well enough by now to know he was serious. She'd be lying if she didn't admit she had a strong urge to make him bleed. Still, just standing there, trying futilely to read his body language, wasn't helping her. Gathering her resolve, Hanabi hurled herself toward the motionless man, who stood with arms crossed waiting for her. A second later, Hanabi darted to the side as kunai whistled through the airspace she had just occupied. Before she completely landed, she had to dodge repeatedly, kunai and shuriken coming increasingly closer to striking her. Skidding to a halt, Hanabi dropped to the ground and rolled backward, just barely managing to avoid taking a kunai to her skull. Regaining her feet, breath coming rapidly, she felt the warm flow of blood on her cheek. Without touching it, she knew it was a vicious cut and, worse yet, Hanabi realized that he was really trying to kill her. The genin blanched at the realization, reinforced by his killing intent that washed over her. I thought I said you were to come at me with everything, Naruto snapped angrily, a kunai twirling around a finger. Why aren't you trying to kill me? And Naruto-sensei, I'm not sure I can do that. Hanabi protested, uncertain about his attitude. This atmosphere was not the same as the weeks previous. Naruto was not smiling or radiating the familiar insanity. He was cold, deadly, lethal, and he wanted her to be the same. Hanabi couldn't. She wasn't sure she had that inside her. Fine, Naruto said, eyes narrowing as the kunai snapped into place. I can do with some target practice. Naruto-sensei? A second later, faster than Hanabi could follow, the kunai sliced her other cheek before thunking into a tree behind her. Better run, bitch, Naruto said, a cold smile on his face, his hand holding up a new kunai, 'cause I'm gonna pin you like a butterfly and gut you like a fish. Hanabi's eyes widened, grasping the sincerity behind his statement. Turning, she took off into the forest. She moved swiftly through the foliage, struggling to feel or hear anything that would alert her to Naruto's approach. She knew this was foolhardy. Naruto could move with absolute silence, and he did it without conscious thought. A second later, a soft whistling noise alerted her to a kunai and she dropped to the ground as it whistled through where her head had been to strike a tree. A moment later, said tree toppled from an explosion and Hanabi bolted to her feet and took off deeper into the woods. Kami, either he had snapped or he had always been this cold-blooded. Even so, she'd never expected him to try to kill her. A moment later, she threw herself behind an overturned log as kunai and shuriken came whistling at her head-on. The thunk of weapons hitting the log masked her panting. She was running blind, and Hanabi had to start thinking. Naruto was vastly stronger than her, faster and obviously more vicious. Her only chance was a trap. The silence set her on edge, but Hanabi took the time to attempt her trap. A second later, ready as she could ever make it, Hanabi hopped up to run when Naruto appeared from nowhere instantly and struck, only to have his kunai pass through her bunshin. His eyes widened and then, with a soft twang, wires were pulled and a dozen kunai passed through him. Hanabi, who had started to run once her bunshin and trap had sprung, froze, realizing that the trap hadn't worked. Her danger sense flared and she twisted aside as the real Naruto appeared from thin air and slashed at her face with a kunai. Hanabi retreated while instinctively grasping a kunai, readying for the next attack, which overpowered her and sent her crashing to the ground, the kunai spinning free from her. Not bad, Naruto said, staring down at her with a cold humor, but there was no real killer intent behind it. Naruto-sensei, I don't understand. Why do you want me to try to kill you? Doesn't matter, Naruto said, pulling his arm back to hurl a kunai at her. You're dead now anyway. Hanabi kicked out desperately, catching him in the knee, forcing him to stumble back while dropping the weapon, and Hanabi scrambled to her feet. Panting, she adopted a fighting stance, realizing that she had no option other than to stand and fight as best she could. Better, Naruto said, grinning before he threw a punch, the air around his hand distorting, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. Hanabi's eyes widened. Desperation, survival instincts, and knowledge that it was her life or his rushed through her. Dodging back to avoid the blow, Hanabi drew a kunai and threw it as hard as she could. Naruto's head jerked back, eyes wide, the kunai protruding from between his eyes. Hanabi felt horror, a sickness swell inside her, and then Naruto disappeared with a puff of smoke. There was a moment of utter silence as Hanabi stared in confusion before she heard clapping from overhead. Looking up, she found Naruto sitting on an overhead branch, smiling down at her. And Naruto-sensei? That was great, Hanabi. Naruto beamed proudly. I knew using a Kage Bunshin was a good idea to provoke you into fighting with all you had. Naruto-sensei? Hanabi repeated, recovering from the adrenaline rush and feeling of queasiness, but still utterly confused. Oi, Hanabi, you okay? Naruto asked, his tone slightly concerned. You look a little, sick. I thought I had, Hanabi stammered, then recovered and tried to hide behind forced professionalism. I'm fine, Naruto-sensei. It is just that this is the first time I encountered Shinobi saying number 29. Which one was that again? A shinobi must be strong enough to destroy their own hearts when it is required and kill the enemy without hesitation. Hanabi said, wondering at the look on his face. That saying is good and bad, Naruto said, then stared down at her for a moment in utter silence before speaking again, his voice holding a hint of tightness. But trust me, Hanabi, when you make a real kill, it is nothing like this. Just remember, when the time comes and you have to take a life, it is better them than you. Of course, Hanabi agreed, adding it to her private list of Naruto rules concerning combat, then wondered about the tone of his voice. So strange, Hanabi could not imagine why someone so loud and insane would sound so reluctant. In seconds, any hint of what Naruto was really feeling disappeared as he grinned once more at her. So, now we can really spar with everything you have, Naruto continued merrily, with just a touch of malice. Remember, you have to try and kill me. If not, I won't use a Kage Bunshin and have it hold back. Hanabi felt her blood freeze as she realized that the clone had just been playing around with her. For a moment after she had realized he wasn't dead, Hanabi had taken pride in holding up against Naruto's Kage Bunshin. Now it was obvious that she hadn't come quite as far as she had hoped. Naruto still wasn't quite used to his home, but the two-story house located halfway up the side of a mountain was worth foregoing his temporary discomfort. A large living room with a modest kitchen located on the west end, 2 large bedrooms, a bathroom that had to be expanded with seals, with 2 separate showers, a large bathtub and 2 sinks, and, to top it all off, a storage room. Plus, he had finally gotten around to exploring the second floor, which turned out to be a huge, round training room. He'd tossed enough Kage Bunshin in there that it was now cleaner than ever. He hadn't trained there yet, but he was itching to try it out. Currently, he was busy fussing with the storage room, which continued to resist his efforts to open it. Naruto had tried everything short of a jutsu to tear the thing off its hinges. Huffing in annoyance, he kicked the door viciously, only to have it remain unaffected. He swore loudly. Maybe if he just used a low-power Rasengan. The sound of knocking on his front door disturbed Naruto's destructive thoughts. Blinking, he turned slowly, surprised to have someone knocking on his door. The only people that knew where he lived were Kakashi, Anko, and Jiraiya. He'd been meaning to bring Ino by, but he just kept forgetting. Shrugging it off, he walked across the living and to the doorway leading to his entrance hall. Sliding it open grouchily, he paused, staring a mildly put-out Tsunade. Or, more correctly, he was staring at the cleavage she had on display. Ancient or not, he thanked the kami, she felt no need to cover them up. Naruto, Tsunade said, thumping his forehead, breaking him out of his trance and causing him to blush. Stepping up and pushing past him, she entered his house, saying, "So this is your place, huh?" "Yeah," Naruto said, closing the door and following the Sannin. "Oi, so how'd you find out where I lived?" "I asked Kakashi," Tsunade said, sitting on a chair in the living room. "Let me get straight to the point. You have a map." "I need it." "What map?" Naruto asked, confused as he sat on the battered coffee table across from her. "The one with how to get to Suki no Kuni." "Oh," Naruto said, eyes widening as he realized which map that was. The one that, according to Jiraiya, was the first complete world map. It listed not only the known shinobi countries, but also 3 unknown lands. Suki no Kuni, Okayama Island and Yuki no Kuni, each isolated from the other and virtually unknown to the shinobi world. "So you have it?" Tsunade asked, brown eyes narrowing. "Yeah, I got it," Naruto said, suspicion creeping into his mind as he created a Kage Bunshin, who hurried off to the bedroom before coming back and handing Naruto the aforementioned item. "Oi, so why do you need to see where Suki no Kuni is?" "I'm planning on taking a trip there," Tsunade explained, holding a hand out expectantly. Naruto hesitated, thinking about the chance this gave him. If Hanabi could successfully finish the test he had came up with for her, then that would prove to Kakashi she was ready for at least C-rank missions. With what Tsunade had told him, she was presenting the perfect chance to get one immediately. Or maybe even AB rank, disguised as C rank. Naruto? Oi, just a minute, Baba, Naruto said, then, seeing the way her eye ticked, grinned. You're going to need an escort, aren't you? 'Cause you're so important in the village, right? Yes, Tsunade scowled. It'll probably be B rank and, with your apprentice, I doubt you'll get to go on the mission. Oi, how'd you know about Hanabi? Naruto asked, startled. He'd kept busy so he hadn't thought it would get out. Ino's been fusing at me to teach her more medical jutsu, despite the fact that she's not inclined toward it. Tsunade chuckled sourly. Apparently, with you busy teaching, she's been kicking up her own training. Ah. Naruto said, making a mental note to drop in the girl, just to freak her out. Naruto almost started laughing, wondering how long it would take Ino to figure out the silencing seals he was using. Considering the fact that the yondaime had used the same thing and nobody had ever figured that out, he didn't look for it to be happening anytime soon. So, can I have the map? Tsunade asked, snapping him out of his thoughts. 2 conditions, Naruto said gleefully, focusing on the task at hand. First, when you tell Kakashi about the mission, insist it's only C rank. That way me and Hanabi can go. Afterward, we can let him know it was actually B rank and he'll have no choice but to start giving us B rank missions. And second? Tell me why you need to go to Suki no Kuni, Naruto said, his curiosity piqued. As far as he knew, nobody had ever been to Suki no Kuni, not even him. All they had done was make a copy from a map they saw on Okayama Island. It's personal, Tsunade shot back. It's my map, and my team's going to be going on the mission. Naruto countered, crossing his arms, the map held firmly in hand. The two stared at each other without blinking, a battle of wills between 2 equally stubborn people. Naruto wasn't even sure if he could win, because she might get tired and just beat him senseless. Then Tsunade sighed, leaning back in her seat, folding her arms. Several years ago, there were 3 friends: a snake, a slug and a toad. At first, none of them could stand the other. The snake was cruel, the slug selfish and the toad perverted. Eventually, that changed, mostly because of the ape that watched over them. This wasn't to say that they always got along, but they were friends. Then one day, something very bad happened to the slug, and she lost her brother. And while the snake taunted her because that was his way, the toad made a promise to always be gallant for her when it mattered. Naruto blinked and scratched his head. Why was she telling him this story? Tsunade seemed oblivious to his cluelessness and continued with her tale. The slug, in her grief and bitterness, made fun of the toad for saying such a silly thing. The slug knew it hurt him worse than a punch, because he had a crush on her that she would never return. The toad, however, kept that promise his entire life, even when the slug met a handsome boy slug. The slug loved the boy slug and gave him a present, and they made plans to marry, but the boy slug died and the slug was unable to save him. Naruto frowned despite his efforts to pay attention, wondering why she was telling him stuff he already knew from Erosanin. Plus, why in this kind of story, and how did it tie into Suki no Kuni? The slug was shattered, and when they buried the boy slug, the toad was gallant for her. He defended the boy slug from the snake's words, though the toad had hated the boy slug. Years and years later, after they had all went away, the toad was gallant for the slug again when she came to help the old ape. Later, the toad left the slug to train a young fox. When he returned, the toad was dying. The slug was upset, and she decided to cure him despite his wishes by going to a place called Suki no Kuni. Okay, Naruto said, blinking, still hung up on the story itself and not the message, and this as well. Holy crap. Erosenen's dying. Hanabi had learned early on in her training with Naruto that he was not mentally stable. In fact, the ninja was the single most unbalanced person she had ever met. His attitude changed at random, he could be both pleasant and extremely scary at the same time, he could smile and radiate a killer intent that could make her bladder fail. He said things that seemed stupid, or confused her, or left her wondering about his sanity. Hanabi had also learned that while he did not support a great many of the shinobi rules, he adhered flawlessly to Shinobi Rule 45. A true shinobi understands that sometimes acting stupid or naive is the best course of action. Hanabi knew he did it so people would misjudge him, maybe miscalculate his true ability. A cunning move, something that she would have, at one point, claimed worthy of a Hyuga. Yet she could not overlook the teensy, tiny fact that Uzumaki Naruto was utterly insane. Cunning and powerful, but utterly insane. Take for example, the mission he had assigned her. She was to either pull a prank on her father or steal back her possessions from inside the Hyuga compound. What sane person would willingly send his student to the slaughter like that? The Hyuga guards would kill Hanabi without a second thought. When she had protested this insanity, he had grinned in that disturbing way of his, and said, "You either do it or I string you up by your toes and start kunai practice." Hanabi had wisely chosen to attempt the mission, thinking that though the failure rate for her mission was high, being Naruto's kunai target had a 100% chance of immediate death. Since she saw no way of pulling a prank on her father, getting her personal effects had been her only option. After all, Hanabi was not a prankster. Hence, why she was crouching against the back wall on the outside of the Hyuga estate. Hanabi was thankful that the branch Hyuga patrol did not actively use the Byakugan while patrolling. Her hearing, sharpened to near inhuman levels due to expert chakra control, told her that the patrol was moving away. The young girl breathed easier at that, knowing as a former main Hyuga that the next 2 patrols would be 10 minutes later. Naruto Rule Number 5: Every security system is flawed, Hanabi muttered wryly as she turned and applying chakra to her feet and then raced up the outer wall, before dropping to the other side. Landing adroitly, she took a moment to look around at the garden, savoring its tranquil beauty, and then darted forward, not a single blade of grass disturbed by her passage. Hanabi skirted the main buildings of the sprawling estate, using her expert knowledge of the layout to avoid capture. Her clothes and other items were most likely placed in storage, so that was where she was heading. Coming to a stop, Hanabi crouched behind a small garden wall as a pair of branch members passed, talking softly. Heart hammering, she slipped a mirror from her pouch and checked silently. Seeing the coast clear, she stood and started once more. Still, without her bloodline, slipping past the guards and remaining uncaught would be nigh impossible. Hanabi hurried her pace, crossing a bridge and coming into sight of the storage buildings. Ducking into an alcove between 2 buildings, Hanabi watched another group of branch Hyuga pass. Her heart was now in her throat as he realized the very real danger she was in. The patrols had changed. She was behind enemy lines with faulty information. Tensing, she waited until she was sure they were gone and that nobody else was going to follow, and then left her hiding place and hurried to the storage sheds. Her heart plummeted when she discovered them locked, but Hanabi would not be denied. Silently thanking Naruto for his diverse and practical knowledge, Hanabi quickly set about picking the locks. The first shed was useless items, the next were items belonging to her mother. It wasn't until she entered the last one that she found what she was looking for. Most of her stuff had just been set inside, the boxes labeled clearly in the typical Hyuga fashion to adhere to order and structure. Entering noiselessly, Hanabi eased the door shut behind her and produced the large furoshiki Naruto had loaned her. Opening the boxes, the girl sorted quickly through the items and began packing the items she felt some attachment to or that would serve a useful purpose. Her formal tsumtsuzure, with the Hyuga kamen, which was a gift from her sister, the Ushikubi Tsumuji shawl, a gift from her grandmother, her favorite norin with white bamboo shoots on a medium blue background, the Arita tall kinsai her grandfather had given her, the dragonfly tea mug Konohamaru had given her on her last birthday, a framed calligraphy print of Enso, and finally a Nazo Hako she had gotten from Hisashi. Done, she quickly drew the corners of her furoshiki up, and then tied them tight. Then she reordered the boxes and, grabbing the pack, poked her head out the door. Looking around, she saw nobody as she slipped out the door, making sure to relock all the sheds before setting out quickly to leave the way she came. Thankfully, her return trip was uneventful, and when she cleared the wall, Hanabi kept moving. The girl couldn't help but feel heady with her success. After all, she had just snuck into her old home and stolen back her personal items from a place that many would claim was impossible. Best of all, she had done so without ever being spotted. Flushed with her first taste of some success, almost excited to tell Naruto and Konohamaru about this, Hanabi hurried along to her favorite Wiro stand. As a 10-year-old, it was understandable that she never noticed that a pair of white eyes had seen everything. There were honestly very few benefits of being Hokage, at least in Kakashi's opinion, but seeing Hyuga Hayashi upset was one of them. The reason for the man's current anger was standing on the far side of the Hokage's desk, an umbu next to her. Apparently, Hanabi had managed to sneak into the Hyuga compound and then, after being discovered on her way back out, had given her pursuers the slip. 20 minutes after this, Hyuga Hayashi and his branch member had barged into Kakashi's office and demanded Hanabi along with her stolen items be turned over. Kakashi had no option but agree, sending out an umbu to find the girl. Imagine his surprise when Hanabi had turned up, having apparently hidden the items and refusing to say a word, other than that she was following orders. So Kakashi, gleefully, sent an umbu out to locate and bring in the only person that could legally give her orders outside of the Hokage. That had been an hour ago, which meant Hayashi had went from merely upset to a barely restrained rage at being made to wait. Kakashi passed the time by reading his Ika and watching the undercurrent of emotions in the room. Hanabi passed the time by standing stock still next to her umbu and staring at the paperwork on his desk. "You wanted to see me?" Naruto said a moment later, breaking the tense silence that had settled over the office. Entering, he looked around, his jacket unzipped and with a casual air that made Hayashi's jaw muscles clench tighter than ever. "Ah," Naruto Kakashi started to say, setting his book aside for the moment for the coming show, when he was rudely interrupted. "Where have you been?" The branch member snapped, fixing Naruto with a glare to end all glares. "The Hokage and Hyuga-sama both needed to speak with you about very important matters, and you dare arrive late as if they mean nothing?" "Oh, there were some flowers, so I stopped to smell them," Naruto said before smiling brighter than ever. "Oh, and if you talk to me like that again, I'll shove a kunai down your throat." "Naruto," Kakashi said in friendly warning, and the man grinned, focusing his attention on him once more. Seeing things settle down, Kakashi sighed, leaning back in his chair while lacing his fingers together across his desk. "So, let's get to the reason you're here." "Alright," Naruto agreed, looking at Hanabi curiously. "Hokage-san," Hayashi said firmly, doing an impressive job of hiding his anger. "Would you allow me to explain, as this involves items belonging to my clan?" "Sure." Kakashi agreed, eye curving up in gracious tolerance. "Uzumaki-san, earlier this afternoon it was discovered that your student snuck into the Hyuga estate and stole several items from us. A dutiful branch member on patrol noticed her theft and sought to retrieve the items. However, she escaped him, and when we brought the matter to the Hokage and he had the umbu bring her in, she claimed to be following orders." "Huh? Oh, well, of course she was," Naruto said breezily, hooking a thumb toward Kakashi. "Stupid masked perv there wouldn't let me have a C rank mission till after I had Hanabi prove her skills. Told me that I had to figure out how to show her stuff. So I figured sneaking into an estate like the Hyuga had to at least imitate a C rank infiltration and retrieve mission. Actually, it would be closer to B rank," the umbu present said casually. "Still, not a bad little exercise, eh Hokage-sama?" "Not at all," Kakashi agreed, slightly impressed with Naruto's unexpected demonstration. Shifting his gaze to the Hyuga patriarch, noting the way his face was blotching as his anger swelled. "So, what now?" "It was a training exercise, so I can't exactly punish her." Very well," Hayashi said tightly. "The items are still ours, of course, so we would like them returned to us immediately." Of course, Kakashi agreed, and all turned to Hanabi, who, sensing their attention, looked up and then looked at Naruto. "Well, Hanabi-chan?" Hanabi paused, her gaze never wavering from Naruto's. "I cannot return the items. When I felt Anbu-san approaching, I thought it was the branch member and I threw the items into a nearby river." "You did what?" the branch member asked, aghast. "I knew that if it was a branch member, then I would have to seriously defend myself, because for me to enter the Hyuga estate is punishable by death. I did not know that it was Anbu-san. If I had known, I would not have discarded them in such a manner. This is an outrage." Hayashi shouted, looking from Hanabi then to Naruto, and then finally at Kakashi. "I demand that she be punished for this travesty." "Oi, Hanabi, where'd you find the stuff?" Naruto asked, oblivious to Hayashi's outburst. "In a storage shed, Naruto-sensei." "So that means it was just junk, right?" Naruto asked, glancing at Hayashi. "That is faulty reasoning. Even if those things were just junk, they were still the personal property of the Hyuga clan," Hayashi said coldly, rounding on Naruto. "I demand that she be punished for being so clumsy and thoughtless. I demand you shut the hell up." Naruto snapped back, before turning to the Hokage. "Look, I told her to take the items, right? She did this like it was a mission, like I told her to. So I'll pay for the items or whatever, but Tsuru there isn't responsible." Kakashi hesitated, reading the emotions in the room. They were running high, that was for sure. Hanabi was staring at Naruto in awe, the Anbu was busy watching the branch member, Hayashi was glaring at him, and the branch member was glaring between Naruto and Hanabi. Turning to Hayashi, impressed with Naruto's willingness to take the blame, he decided to try to play diplomat. "Hayashi-sama, this was an unfortunate training accident. I am sure that neither Naruto nor Hanabi would have knowingly acted like this if they had thought things would turn out this way. Surely you can understand that Naruto wanted to test his student in the only way he saw available to him, and you must admit that sneaking into the Hyuga estate was a very clever and challenging test. You must also understand that Naruto has made an offer to pay for the lost items, and I am sure he will offer an apology for the accidental loss caused by his student," Kakashi continued, knowing that Naruto would indeed offer an apology for the situation he had created, especially if he ever wanted to do another high-rank mission. "I am also sure that a man of your stature and reputation can find it within his abilities to forgive this situation, as it is an understandable mistake and Naruto is doing the only honorable thing and taking responsibility for his actions." Hayashi's eyes narrowed, then he let out a breath, nodding curtly. "Very well. If he agrees to pay and apologize, I can accept this as an accident. Only because it is Uzumaki-san, and in recognition of the debt we all owe him for saving our village 3 years ago." Breathing easier, Kakashi turned his attention to Naruto. Well first," Naruto said, turning to face Hayashi, fishing in his inner jacket pockets. "How much is all that stuff gonna cost?" "At least," Hayashi said, and then paused, calculating before continuing, 3,000 ryu. Kakashi almost fell out of his chair. "You accept checks?" Naruto asked, blinking. "I would prefer cash," Hayashi said simply, "when anyone can sign their name to a piece of paper." "Oh man," Naruto complained, pulling out his frog purse, which was so large the seams were visible. Unsnapping it, Naruto began counting out his ryu by the hundreds. Kakashi really did fall out of his chair at that. Finally handing the man all the cash, Naruto sighed, addressing his nearly deflated wallet before putting it back in his jacket. "Sorry Gama-chan." "Thank you," Hayashi said politely, handing the money over to the branch member. "You're welcome," Naruto said morosely before squaring his shoulders. So I'm sorry about Hanabi, they're losing your stuff." "All my fault." "So, we're cool now, right?" "Yes, Uzumaki-san," Hayashi said slowly and carefully, "because it is you, and you are honorably taking responsibility, it is forgiven." Turning, the man offered a polite thank you to the Hokage. With another nod at Naruto, he turned and led the branch member out of the office. Kakashi, who had by now regained his seat, shook his head, palming his forehead. Looking up at Naruto, who was smiling again, he groaned, "As much as I should blame you, this is actually my fault. I knew as soon as I told you to spend a month just relaxing that something like this would happen." "Hey, so this proves she's ready for C rank, right?" Naruto asked excitedly. Sadly and thankfully, yes, Kakashi admitted, tossing him a mission scroll that he had only just created. "Tsunade-sama requested you by name. I was worried about how to tell her you would be unavailable for the mission." "Scared?" Naruto asked brightly. "Well, she can punch a hole through the village wall," Kakashi deadpanned, "and she has a short temper. I think a little fear, like with Anko, is warranted." "Good point," Naruto said, shivering slightly before brightening. "So, what's Baba want us to do?" "Tsunade-sama is planning on a trip to collect some rare medical herbs, so there might be some danger from natural geography, but I doubt you'll have any combat." "I guess beggars can't be choosers," Naruto said, holding the scroll aloft. "We'll be back in a few weeks, I guess." "Come on, Tsuru. We got a mission." "Yes, sensei," Hanabi said, offering the Hokage a polite bow before she hurried after her teacher. Sitting back, Kakashi turned his attention to the obviously amused Umbu. "Did she really throw the items into the river?" "Nah, she hid them under some bushes." "Didn't think so," Kakashi said, laughing. Slick of Naruto to tell Hanabi what to say without moving his lips, eh? "Very," the Umbu agreed, laughing as well. "I thought Fish Lips' head was going to explode when he heard she threw them in the river." They both enjoyed the humor at the man's expense for a very long time. Yamanaka Ino sighed, drumming her fingers against the glass counter, waiting patiently for the man to return with Tsukiha. The Kodachi had seen a lot of usage over the years and, despite Ino's great efforts, the blade was getting worn. Still, it was by far the best sword in the village, even if Ino had started to worry about it. So, dutifully, she took it to Konoha's top expert in blades, Ruru, so he could give her his expert opinion. Of course, there was the tiny fact that he was Tenten's father, and he had a habit of looking at her in a way that made Ino want to retch. It wasn't a perverted gaze, but rather from the utter disdain that he had for her. It wasn't just her either. The man seemed to look down on all shinobi. According to Tenten, Ruru had been a master swordsmith for the daimyo before a rival, using a shinobi, stole his technique. After that, the only work he could gain was for the very shinobi he loathed. Still, he was an expert where blades were concerned, and he did excellent work. Looking up at the sound of a footstep, she found the Rai man stepping out of the back of the shop, the curving black saya with the distinct Konoha symbol in hand. Stopping at the counter, he set the weapon gently on the wooden portion of the counter before speaking. "Kawakami Musashi truly does excellent work. Even after the poor treatment this blade has received, it's a beauty." "So it's okay?" Ino asked, disregarding his comment. "Okay is not a word to use," Ruru said, disgruntled, before pulling the blade from the saya with an experienced flourish. "The hata is showing signs of damage, and so is the ha and kasaki. This blade is structurally on its last legs, girl. If I were you, I'd consider putting it on display and getting another one." I thought it might still be." Ino muttered, taking the blade from the man, sighting down the length, before taking a polite practice swing. The weight was off, which was what had made her worry. The reverse handle still fit her hand perfectly, but the cord was growing frayed. Maybe the man was right, though she couldn't bear to think of using just any old sword. "It might still have one good fight left in it," Ruru said, a tad kinder than normal. "Generally, a weapon of this quality always has one good fight left in it toward the end of its life." "I tried to take care of it," Ino offered softly, sheathing the kodachi, a sadness filling her. Tsukiha had been with her through so much, had saved her life so many times. It was like knowing that a family member was dying. "I'm not even sure where to get another one." "I can't really recommend anyone," Ruru said, utter loathing in his tone. "Most of the swords now are either mass-produced or of extremely poor quality. Nobody takes pride in the art of sword-making anymore." Nobody takes pride in the art of using them either," Ino muttered, staring at her faithful kodachi, knowing that it could only save her life once more before it died. Heaving a sigh, she looked up at the man, surprised to find him looking more sympathetic than she had ever seen him. "How much, Ruru-san?" "I can't charge you," the man said after a moment, shaking his head. "Normally I would, but this is not something a swordsmith should make money off of. So sad when a great sword comes to the end." Tsukiho was a proud sword. "Thanks," Ino said morosely, picking her weapon up and placing it into the unnoticeable pouch on the back of her outfit, designed to carry the saya securely. Offering a polite bow, she turned, heading out into the village once more, mind churning through her feelings of loss while she simultaneously tried to think of where to find a suitable replacement. Maybe Takumi no Kuni. Until then, she would have to make do with an Umbu ninja, too. It was her only option. Unless someone got her one for her birthday, but that was not going to happen. Ino even laughed at the thought. Ninja didn't celebrate birthdays after they became genin. Or, more correctly, they didn't celebrate every single birthday. When you turned 15, there was the kokken and you celebrated becoming an adult. Which meant the next time Ino or anyone her age would celebrate their birthday would be when they turned 20, and after that it would be every 10 years. So yes, Ino laughed at the thought of someone magically turning up and giving her a sword for her coming birthday. She was distracted from her small amusement by a flash of orange and yellow and paused, turning to find Naruto walking down the street with Adar Hanabi at his side. Grinning, the Kenjutsu expert crossed the busy street and waved. "Naruto-kun. Hanabi-chan. Ino-chan." Naruto said loudly, waving, a bright grin stretching across his face even as Hanabi cringed. "What are you two doing in the village?" Ino asked, stepping up to join them. "Normally you guys keep busy out near Suisho Lake, don't you?" "Yup." Naruto confirmed before reaching over to put a hand on Hanabi's head and ruffle her hair, much to the younger girl's obvious annoyance. "But me and Tsuru have a mission finally, so we gotta get her all stocked up. I have told you, Naruto-sensei, that I am perfectly capable of yada, yada, yada," Naruto said, cutting the girl off before grinning at Ino. "Oi, so what are you here for, Ino-chan? Shouldn't you be out tying up helpless Konoha ninja or something?" "Naruto," Ino said, a warning in her glare. "Ah, don't be mad, Kuro-chan," Naruto teased, while pouting. "I believe," Hanabi said tiredly, "Yamanaka-san's nickname is Hitokiri, Naruto-sensei." Ino beamed in appreciation at the girl, before giving Naruto a challenging look. Naruto paused thoughtfully, staring at Hanabi, before bopping her on the head and grinning at Ino. "Oi, I was on the same team with Ino-chan when we were genin. I can call her anything I like." Here he paused, putting on a serious face that didn't quite fit. "Of course, she used to call me Baka a lot, and I think once she called me Agaki." "And you are still both," Ino huffed, rolling her eyes. "Sometimes I wonder how someone with your attitude could save the village, or hold off a Sannin alone when they were a genin." "Naruto-sensei?" Hanabi asked, sounding taken back. "Well, sometimes, Ino-chan," Naruto said, utterly serious, "I wonder how someone that looks like you could ever become so damn dangerous with a sword." Ino blinked, surprised at the roundabout compliment. Recovering, she was thankful to realize she wasn't blushing, but it was a near thing. Instead, she flashed him a grin. "Thanks." "Ihei," Naruto said, his cheeks actually turning slightly red, which surprised Ino. "Well, we gotta get going, Tsunade Baba isn't a patient woman, you know?" "Obasan?" Ino asked, startled. "She's hired you for a mission?" "Just as an honor escort while she collects some sort of medical herb," Naruto explained, patting Hanabi's head. "I figure the little princess here can do the dirty work while me and your aunt hit the casinos." "Naruto-sensei, Shinobi Rule Number 8 says a mission, once accepted, cannot be discarded," Hanabi quoted. "If you leave with Tsunade-sama to gamble, you will be derelict in your duty toward completing the mission." "Aha," Naruto said, wagging a finger at his student. "I'm actually going along to guard her, which technically is the mission, and if I happen to win money, then it's a happy side effect." Ino couldn't help but snicker at Hanabi's chagrined look. He's got you there, Hanabi. Uzumaki Naruto was in unusually good spirits as he approached the massive southern gates of Konoha, where the imposing figure of Tsunade stood waiting. Beside him, radiating a nervousness that even he couldn't miss, was Hanabi. The girl had been flustered about actually leaving the safety of Konoha, even if she wasn't showing it. Naruto mused that he hadn't been flustered on his first mission, but rather excited. Then again, he supposed that was due to the differences in how they grew up. Naruto had always wanted to go beyond the walls. Hanabi had probably gone beyond them countless times with her father when she had been Hyuga. Now, though, it would be different. Hanabi would be going out on a mission where she faced a possibility of combat and death. Frowning, he considered what to say, some wise words to offer her before they really set out. Reaching out, he put a hand on her shoulder, turning her toward him as she stopped. Naruto-sensei? Oi, this is important, Naruto said, meeting her steady gaze. You're walking the path of a ninja now, so, keep that in mind. As of now, no matter what, you are a ninja. Not his best speech, but it was all he could really think of to say. Seeing her mild surprise, he offered a smile and patted her head fondly, which he knew she hated. He turned and continued walking. Hanabi soon followed and both came to a stop before an impatient Tsunade. Ready to go, runt? The Sannin asked briskly, ignoring Hanabi utterly. You know it, Baba. Naruto shot back, pleased by the way her eye twitched at the nickname. Thrusting a fist into the air, he grinned, striking a he thought heroic pose, let's go kick ass and take names. That said, he led the way out of the village, ignoring the guards who were rolling their eyes. Japanese terminology, tsumtsuger, a formal bag with caiman designs. Caiman family crest. Kaken, coming of age ceremony, also called Gampaku. Ushikubi Tsumuji shawl, a shawl made of Ushikubi Tsumuji silk, which is the one of the most famous and highest quality Japanese silk. Norin decorative silk screened curtains used as door curtains, wall hangings, and window curtains. Arita tall kinsai, a type of sake set. Neizo hako, a Japanese puzzle box. Furoshiki square cloth used for carrying items. Enso-zen mystery baba hag tsuru crane kurohyu, shortened to kuro-chan, panther. Chapter 8 Vault of Heaven. Hanabi had never walked as much as she had in the last week. It had been a forced march through Hai no Kuni with Naruto providing running commentary the whole way. Hanabi's head actually hurt from trying to remember all of the details, how Hai no Kuni was divided into regions and who ran some of them, famous cities, which plants were safe, Hai no Kuni ninja, and how to judge time by using a stick and the sun. As if that wasn't bad enough, Naruto had been hammering 2 new ninjutsu into her head. One was a C-rank technique, jointly created between Orochimaru and Jiraiya during the Second Shinobi War called Kenpeisu no Jutsu. It allowed her to understand her relation to north, south, east, and west even when a compass proved unreliable. That, Hanabi felt, she could manage even with her admittedly smaller than average chakra supply, but it seemed simple enough. The other ninjutsu he had tried to teach her, Hanabi felt would be beyond her reach for a while. Since Hanabi had proven quite capable with the henge, Naruto had felt at times she learned one of his favorite techniques, the Meisai Gakur no Jutsu. The former Hyuga definitely wanted to learn it, after all, the move granted near invisibility. That could prove handy should the Hyuga clan decide to pursue a private meeting with her, something she dreaded and feared. The fact that the Byakugan, to the best of Naruto's knowledge, couldn't see through it made the Meisai Gakur Hanabi's most desired ninjutsu. If those were the only hardships on the trip, Hanabi could have dealt with them. Naruto added to the frustration by insisting that she practice water walking every chance they got, which also annoyed Tsunade. The female Sannin didn't make much of an issue out of it, she tolerated Naruto and his constant training, but the looks Hanabi received at times made her flinch. Still, the legendary medic had offered a training trick of her own over lunch one day, handing her a small clear tube of water mixed with syrup. Tsunade had explained that by using her chakra to separate the 2 different liquids, and keeping them separated, Hanabi would refine her already impressive chakra control, Hanabi tried, privately viewing it as just Tsunade's way of torturing her, until Naruto had urged her to take it seriously. The end result was hours of travel, simultaneously water walking and trying to separate water and syrup. Thankfully, she got a tiny break from the water walking portion of her exercise as Naruto and Tsunade attempted to rent a boat. The task of Bun Ekatai no Waza proved a minuscule easier when she didn't have to water walk at the same time, but the syrup was so thick that it really made little difference. Thankfully, because this involved control and not size, her chakra wasn't being taxed, though the control required was proving outrageous. Hanabi. Looking up, Hanabi found Naruto waiting for her near a small building, and she dutifully hurried toward him. He turned away, leading the way down the street, which curved with the contour of the hillside, before coming to a stop at a jetty. Hanabi's gaze swept the various ships docked at the extending wharf, overlooking the knots of samurai sailors, absently noting minor details. If you get seasick, Naruto said breezily, you can try taking ginger, or keep your eyes on the horizon. Oh, and when you sleep, lay on your back. Hanabi nodded absently, her eyes sweeping a neat and trim 60-oared vessel, the oars stacked with care, ready for instant departure. Then she noticed what had to be Hai no Kuni ninja standing nearby, watching them far too intently for Hanabi's taste. Naruto-sensei, wire that ship belongs to the Fuwa bastard that's governor around here. I've already had a talk with them about getting in the way of Konoha ninja. Sensei? A genin team on their first C-rank mission, Naruto explained, shaking his head. Their sensei was busy dealing with some samurai, so those Hai no Kuni pricks were harassing him. I convinced them that for their continued health, they need to leave Konoha ninja alone. But why would they harass Konoha ninja? Hanabi asked, looking up at her sensei curiously. She noted the scowl on his face, the hard look in his eyes, and wondered what was going through his mind. Because, around here, those Hai no Kuni ninja are running things. Fuwa refuses to use Konoha ninja, claims they're not worth the risk. Baba told me that the guy is trying to force Konoha out of existence. I see, Hanabi said solemnly, shooting a look at the Hai no Kuni ninja, loathing them. Turning away haughtily, she continued walking at her sensei's side until they came to the ship they would be using, a two-mast schooner that looked just barely big enough for them. The captain talking with Tsunade was gray-haired and grizzled. Oi, we ready to go? Naruto called, leading the way up the plank. Yeah, Tsunade said, while the captain beamed at Hanabi, before pulling up the plank. Daisuke-san here told me that he's actually been to Suki no Kuni. He has? Naruto asked, looking at the old man, and Hanabi frowned. She had never heard of Suki no Kuni and, as a former Hyuga, she had made a point of learning all of the countries. You never knew when you would need to deal with a daimyo or ninja from another country. The man said, moving easily as he started slipping the rope moorings. About 50 years ago, on a little fishing boat. I fell asleep just off the coast of sea country. When I woke up, I was in the middle of nowhere. Drifted for a few weeks and then came to this island surrounded by a bunch of smaller islands. Wasn't inhabited, far as I could tell. How do you know it was Suki no Kuni then? Hanabi asked politely. Seaman's tale, the man said, turning to face the young girl. Suki no Kuni, an island in the shape of the crescent moon, surrounded by 14 smaller islands. Said to be the vault of heaven, where a bone-white herb called ipanai grows. It can heal all ailments and diseases, but blooms only once every dozen decades. The man paused for a moment, picking up a large pole, to ease them away from the dock. Grunting, with the aid of Naruto, they gained the sea, and the man moved to let down the sail. When we're in open waters, I'll use the engine. Now, let's see. The ipan. It was created by Benzuru Sonya out of his vast compassion. But, realizing the dangers of such a wondrous creation, he placed it out of reach to all save those who were truly desperate enough to deserve the cure. To ensure that it remained undisturbed, he put it on an island at the edge of the world to be guarded by a fearsome beast. But how does that confirm that you were at Suki no Kuni? Hanabi inquired skeptically, doubting the man's story even if Naruto and Tsunade were willing to believe it. Because, the man said, now on the main deck and tilling the boat expertly, the guardian greeted me. Lives underground. Came bursting out at me, so massive it blocked out the sun. Its maw was big enough to swallow that governor's boat back there. Had a pointed head. I'd say that it was easily 100 feet tall, and who knows how much it weighed. So it chased you off the island? Aye, the man said, giving her a twisted grin, right back into the water. I was lucky it couldn't or wouldn't swim, but it was a near enough thing. It's only 'cause the lady there is a Sannin and that fella is that Naruto character I heard about that I'm willing to go back. Hanabi blinked, her lips pressing into a thin line. She had a hard time believing such a creature could exist, but Naruto seemed to accept the story at face value. Say what she wanted about the boy, Hanabi could not deny that he knew more about the world at large than she did, and if he believed it then she would as well. Then she realized the danger she was now in, a creature like that, guarding such an herb, if it existed. How dare the Hokage classify this as C rank? Then thinking about who was on the mission, Hanabi silently wondered if Tsunade or Naruto had lied to the Hokage and gotten the mission misclassified. No, surely not. That would be tantamount to reckless endangerment. Her eyes widened, staring at her sensei. The creak and groan of the ship served as a nice background noise, even if Tsunade hated ships. They were too confined for her, too limited. Besides, they had a smell to them that made her nose wrinkle. Unfortunately, sometimes they were the only option for travel, as their current trip to a mythical land served to illustrate. Rummaging through the galley, since they were paying handsomely for the boat, Tsunade sought something to take the edge off. Sadly, all she found were a few dry bags of tea. She'd make do, of course, but as she tasted the tea only to blanch at the sour taste, she swore for not thinking ahead. Sake would be good right about now, might numb her to the fear looming in her mind, and at the very least it would taste better than the tea. Mastering her urge to gag, Tsunade sipped the foul-tasting liquid, trying to ease her troubled mind. This entire mission might be a waste of time, but she dared not forego it. At least she, unlike others, had no delusions about this being some altruistic move. No, Tsunade knew and admitted that she was being selfish. Jiraiya belonged to her. Simple as that. It would be a cold day in hell before she let him go. The galley door creaked open and she looked up, watching mutely as Naruto entered the small room and began rummaging around. No doubt, he needed to sate his ramen craving, though she would have thought he'd have packed a supply. When the blonde cursed, ending up empty-handed save for some crackers, Tsunade chuckled. His personality seemed a lot like Anko's, though every so often Jiraiya made a showing. He still reminded her of both her brother and Dan, but, unlike when he was younger, there was no heartache. Staying in Konoha, forced to face her memories, had been good for her though painful. So, Naruto said, sitting down at the small table bolted to the floor of the ship, think this Ippan I will do the trick? Don't know. But it's not like I have a choice, Tsunade answered, sitting heavily across from him, tea forgotten on the counter. I'm not going to let the Shinigami have that stupid idiot without trying my damnedest to save him. You know, Ero-Sannin would freak if he knew you were so worried about him. No. Tsunade corrected mildly, he'd be pissed. Out of all of the Sannin, he's the only one that's accepted death. Huh? Naruto asked, crumbs falling on his jacket absently. You know what Orochimaru's goal is, correct? Immortality, right? Naruto said, scowling slightly. Ero-Sannin told me once, and I agree with him, being immortal is worse than death. You think so? Yeah. Naruto said, nodding. I mean, living forever? You'd have to see everyone you love die, everything precious to you crumble. Heh, Tsunade chuckled dryly. That's what makes him unique. Of the three of us, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and me, only two of us detest death to the point of trying to defy it. Of course, I try to defy it by delaying it like any good medic, but I know that eventually it'll win. Orochimaru refuses to accept that, and has made it his purpose to not just cheat death, but conquer it. And Ero-Sannin? Jiraiya accepts death, and I think he even looks forward to it. Tsunade said, lips compressing into a thin line. Thinking about this introduced a moment of doubt. Should she actually steal this away from her teammate? He had long since accepted it, as she should, but the famous medic brandished such thoughts. It didn't matter what he wanted. I don't get it, but whatever. Naruto shrugged. I don't think too much about death anyway. Oh? Yeah, I mean, it's gonna happen eventually, but that's life. I just won't let it happen till after I'm Hokage. Naruto said with a grin, earning a dark chuckle from Tsunade. Finishing a cracker, he dusted his hands off, before leaning back. So, I've been wondering about Sakura, what about the bitch? Tsunade snapped curtly, her gaze cold enough to make even Naruto flinch. Well, I'm probably going to end up facing them sooner or later, and I promised Ino-chan that I would make them pay. Naruto explained, sitting forward. I expect Sasuke to be about my level, but I don't know about Sakura. I heard she was a Genjutsu expert, and if she studied with you, she's gotta have some other tricks. You're not nearly as stupid as you look. Or I remember, Tsunade said dourly, but glad to pass the responsibility of dealing with her traitorous student off on someone else. Okay, this is what you need to know. Sakura, by the age of 14, was more talented than Shizune could ever hope to be. I taught her skills that many more experienced medics struggled with. She read more medical scrolls than any other medic I've met. She used her talent at medical jutsu and genjutsu to create the single most devastating and unbreakable genjutsu I personally ever heard of. Oh, and she has frightening levels of chakra control. Naruto whistled, eyes widening. It gets better, Tsunade said, her voice growing ominous. By the time she left the village, she had apparently gone further than anyone other than Orochimaru and Rin into forbidden medical practices. According to the vague notes I found, Sakura desecrated the dead by using a forbidden medical technique to implant a pair of dead Sharingan eyes into herself. And made them work. Wait, hold it. Naruto said, eyes widening in realization. Sakura, a girl obsessed with Sasuke, has the Sharingan now? Yes, Tsunade said. I believe she had them for at least a year before they defected, not that the notes I've found can prove it conclusively. Her skills improved almost unnaturally around that time, and with her genjutsu abilities, aided by her stolen Sharingan no doubt, nobody ever realized it. So that means, Naruto said, eyes darkening in rage as a murderous feeling filled the small cabin. I'll have to fight 2 pairs of Sharingan, one stolen and in the body of a girl that can cast unbreakable genjutsu and with skills that would make it extremely hard to leave a lasting wound. And a strength that could snap my neck in one punch? Yes. Damn. Naruto managed, sitting back before a frightening grin spread across his face. I can't wait. The 3 of us are going to have a good old time. And I'm going to gouge their eyes out. You know, Tsunade said after a moment, sometimes I worry about you. I'd be more worried about that monster we'll be facing. Naruto said, his personality shifting abruptly to a bright and sunny disposition. Right, Tsunade deadpanned, then shook her head. She had been around enough sociopaths, 2 on her team as genin, that schizophrenic changes in demeanor didn't bother her. So, what do you think we should do? Well, I figure you and Hanabi can go look for that Ippanai stuff, Naruto said, munching on a cracker, 'cause you're the doc, right? So you'd know what would need to be done to carry it back. Hanabi, 'cause she can help you carry more back and crap. While you fight that monster single-handedly? Tsunade drawled, arching an eyebrow. Yeah. Naruto said brightly. I figure the closer I am to danger, the farther I am from harm. You are obviously suffering from insanity. Tsunade said, shaking her head in exasperation. You honestly think you'd be safer attacking a creature at least 15 feet tall than picking medicine? Of course, Naruto said, nodding before pointing a finger at her with a grin, and I'm not suffering from insanity, I'm enjoying every damn minute of it. Lacking windows, and with only one door whose frame had strange seals covering it, the room did not seem impressive. Indeed, the only furniture present, a giant oval-shaped oak conference table and the chairs that accompanied it, did nothing to change that appearance. Nor did the room's only source of lighting, the circular light hanging overhead, designed to bar shadows from all corners of the room. Yet this room was unique as the most secure rooms within the Hokage Tower, being the location of the weekly meeting between 6 of the most important ninja within Konoha: the Hokage, the shinobi Hiryoku Tachio, his aide the Jonin Shurei, the Umbu commander, head of the Umbu trainee program, and the head of the military police. Currently seated around the table were 5 of the 6. Furthest from the door sat a plain-looking man wearing a menyoroi embronzed with the Konoha leaf. Next to him munching on dango sat an attractive woman in a trench coat and fish netting. Seated closer to the door was a large, wild-looking man dressed in a Jonin vest, and on his left a dour-looking white-eyed man of average build, with neatly combed hair dressed in a white kimono. The last person, seated alone on the left side of the table, was a serious young man who bore a great resemblance to the man in the kimono. The silence in the room seemed nearly a living creature, everyone aware of and discomforted by the undercurrent of tension in the room. Well, save for the woman, but she happened to be insane and didn't count in that regard. The silence finally broke as the door opened to reveal the masked, one-eyed man known as Hatake Kakashi, the Godame Hokage. He strode into the room, closing the door absently. I closed in good humor. Morning. Everyone, save Anko, who didn't seem to notice the man's entrance, returned the Hokage's greeting. A few minutes later, having sat down, the Hokage beamed at each of them happily. So, who wants to start? I will, Anko said casually, holding up her stick of dango. Seeing she had the attention of the room, she grinned. I'll have 5 Umbu trainees ready for promotion to full status in another 2 weeks. Everyone else needs to be sent back to the general forces. Anko, the Hokage sighed, I no longer curved happily. You've been sending a lot of potential Umbu away since taking over. Do you honestly want Umbu that are little more than cannon fodder? Anko asked sarcastically. Better a smaller, expertly trained force of elite ninja than a larger force of bastards battle up and get killed by a genin. Anko, the man to her right said, I think the Hokage meant you are a tad too severe in your judgments. Trainees are just that, trainees, you can't expect them to perform like seasoned veterans. I don't, Anko shot back glaring at the man, I just want the trainees to know their asses from a hole in the ground. So far, I only have 5 that met that requirement. Okay, Kakashi said placating, trying to avoid bloodshed. Present a list to Tenzu when you're ready. Speaking of which, Tenzu, what do you have? Nothing much, the man said, looking away from the woman beside him to meet the Hokage's gaze. Tsuchi no Kuni and Kaze no Kuni are still holding minor skirmishes. Kusa no Kuni is finally making their move on Kuma no Kuni. Oh, and apparently the 2 A-ranked missing ninja Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke have abandoned Oto. Say what? The wild-looking man said, blinking in surprise. According to our source within Ta no Kuni, the 2 have fled the village, but we don't know where to. Tenzu said blandly, his eyes lacking emotion as always. They took out the Sannin shoe, leaving only Sakan. Which isn't surprising really, Koinu-san. But why? Koinu asked bewildered. We don't know, Tenzu said, shaking his head. Rumor has it that they fled due to the arrival of a certain ninja, though we have no clue which that ninja is. Orochimaru has put a net over all of Ta no Kuni, somehow managing to silence even the vaguest of rumor. I see, Kakashi said, leaning back in his seat while the others processed the information. I want teams sent to Kawa no Kuni, Tani no Kuni, Takumi no Kuni, Ishi no Kuni, Cha no Kuni, Nami no Kuni and Umi no Kuni. I'll contact Mizu no Kuni for permission to enter Umi no Kuni since it's their protectorate, and Kaminari no Kuni for Tani no Kuni. What about Akazuchi no Kuni, Taki no Kuni, and Kaze no Kuni? Tenzu asked, were any of the other few remaining countries not within Kusai no Kuni control? I don't look for them to head west, but include Akazuchi no Kuni in the search. Kaminari no Kuni shouldn't have a problem with it even though it's their satellite, Kakashi admitted, but I want our teams to scour every inch of those countries for those 2. before Odo finds them. We can safely discount the Jakunin Riku and Yase no Kuniguni, so at least that's something. Anko said, starting a fresh dango stick. Only complete loonies go there. So why aren't you and Naruto there? Tenzu muttered, earning him a glare. Why not head west? Koinu asked, knee bouncing, missing, or ignoring their conversation. Well, they, along with Itachi and Orochimaru, take their sweet time about making a move. So most likely they'll settle somewhere remote to recover and then plan their next move. Plus, heading west involves a skirmish action between two Kage countries and at least one open war. Tenzu added, facing the Inuzuka, so while any of the few currently warring countries against Kusa no Kuni would happily take them in, it wouldn't be worth the effort. Oh? Koinu asked, frowning. Think about it, the war Kusa no Kuni is fighting is right smack between Kaze no Kuni and Tsuchi no Kuni, including Tsuchi no Kuni's satellite of Yama no Kuni. Tsuchi no Kuni and hence Yama no Kuni fanatically despise Konoha ninja, even missing ones. They'd kill them on sight, possibly even go out of their way to hunt them down. So they cross Kaze no Kuni and join Kiba no Kuni, Mori no Kuni, Numa no Kuni or Tsum no Kuni. They could, but once Kuma no Kuni falls, and it will, the Hokage interjected, Kiba no Kuni, Numa no Kuni and Tsum no Kuni will capitulate. They simply don't have the forces to fight off such a foe, and neither Sakura nor Sasuke would join the losing side of a war. Also, don't forget that Mori no Kuni borders the far side of Tsuchi no Kuni, hence, they have a strong military presence there as well. Tenzu finished, before sighing. Of course, that would only matter if they could actually get past Kaze no Kuni, since Suna would love to report any missing Konoha ninja, or even offer them up gift wrapped to us, in exchange for a secret alliance. I really have to start thinking before I speak, Koinu said ruefully. All of that was obvious. Ugh, I'll never understand why Tsum selected me for the job of Shinobi Haryoku Tashu. Because, Inuzuka-san, you can coordinate the regular forces best, I would imagine, the man seated to his left said warily. Probably Hizashi, but still. Koinu said with a shrug. Without you as Jonin Shirei, I'd get confused really fast. I am glad I am helpful. Hizashi said. May I also remind you that you had something you wished to discuss with the Hokage? Huh? Koinu said, before grinning. Oh yeah, thanks, knew I'd forget if you didn't remind me. There's something you needed to tell me? Kakashi asked, as Koinu turned to the masked man once more. Well, not really tell you, but it's come to my attention that Uzumaki Naruto is back in the village and he still hasn't been placed on a team. Yes, well, he's been performing solo missions, Kakashi explained, shrugging. It seemed the best solution. But Konoha law says that solo missions can only be performed by those of Jonin rank. Also, you transferred a genin to him as an apprentice, which is also something that is supposed to be restricted to Jonin. Koinu said, snapping his fingers after Hizashi cleared his throat. Also, he seems to be under the impression that he's doing these solo missions for his Jonin promotion, but neither me nor Hizashi ever received his paperwork requesting permission. Kakashi paused for a moment, boring into Koinu before his tone went flat. The paperwork was taken care of through my office. I gave him approval to start the process of Jonin promotion, and I granted him Hanabi as an apprentice because she needed a sensei that would teach her and not cower before a clan of bigots. Excuse me? The youngest person present said, a deadly chill in his tone. Surely you are mistaken. No, Kakashi shot back, glowering at the young man. I am not mistaken, Niji. The Hyuga ostracized that girl and have used their status within the village to intimidate most people into abandoning her. All because she refused an arranged marriage. Hokage-sama, Niji said, tone strained, it was an internal clan matter and as such, it was handled internally. It is within the Konoha Charter, granting the right to each clan to handle their inner problems without interference from the Hokage or the village as a whole. Which is exactly what the Hyuga clan has done. I'm not interfering, Kakashi said firmly while glaring at the young Hyuga heir. Hanabi is no longer Hyuga, therefore, she is no longer under your jurisdiction. I may not be allowed to remove the seals to restore her bloodline, but I am allowed to ensure she gains the skills necessary for a ninja of Konoha. Then why do you continuously pester Ota-san to remove them? Niji snapped, which caused Hisashi's eyes to cut to him sharply. Niji, the elder Hyuga said firmly, interrupting the argument, as the head of the branch family, I respectfully remind you that the Hokage does not have to explain his reasons for discussing certain matters with the head of the main family. Yes, Niji said after a moment, visibly releasing his anger before turning to face Hisashi, and as heir to the main family, I must remind you not to refer to me so familiarly. Of course, Hisashi said tightly. I apologize, Niji-sama. There was a moment of silence as the tension in the room abated somewhat, before the Hokage turned back to Koinu. Koinu-san, I hope you don't take offense at my decision to handle Naruto's promotion personally. He has been away training for 3 years, and he needed the help. I understand, Koinu said agreeably, nodding. Again, it was only recently brought to my attention, so I was curious. Would it be fair to request that from now on all the proper paperwork travel through my offices? Of course, Kakashi agreed before looking at Niji blandly. If there is nothing to report from the military police? Nothing, Hokage-sama. Other than the normal vandalism on the Uchiha home. Of course. Koinu sighed, shaking his head. I'll have a genin team clean it up. Good, Kakashi said, before beaming at the gathered group. So, who's up for some lunch? Dawn came with deep reds and blues, giving the sea green ocean an almost black color. The thrum of an engine, an expensive item that required a special seal to run, and a creaking deck filled the air as a single mast traveled at her best speed. For many people, this would be a special treat. Few ever got to ride a ship powered by an engine. For the youngest passenger leaning against the rail, her eyes fixed on the horizon, it proved to be torture. Hanabi could feel her stomach roll every time they crested a wave, and staring at the horizon line was her only option to combat the seasickness, outside of eating ginger, which made her break out in hives. Thankfully, Naruto's trick of staring at the horizon helped, though it didn't completely ease her nausea and, every so often, she could catch a whiff from below decks. Silently Hanabi thanked the kami that she didn't have to sleep down there, doing so would only make her seasickness worse. Besides, with space at such a premium, it deserved to go to the 2 more experienced ninja. Not that they had slept long. Last she'd seen, before going to bed, they were busy playing cards with the captain. Good morning, Hanabi. Naruto suddenly said from behind her, his voice echoing in the morning air. Hanabi whipped around, then instantly regretted it as her nausea increased. She mastered her urge to regurgitate her last meal and focused instead on her smiling sadistic sensei. Hanabi felt a strong urge to jam a kunai into him. Nobody should look that pleasant while she had to suffer the horror of seasickness. Did you sleep well? Hanabi managed, almost retching when the ship pitched as it went over a small wave. Like a baby. Naruto gloated happily, oblivious to her ire. I spent a lot of time on a boat when I was traveling with Eros and Nin, so I'm used to it. Now, you look a little green. I am not feeling well, Hanabi admitted, closing her eyes briefly to reinforce her iron will on her traitorous stomach. I asked Tsunade-sama last night if she could do anything, but she said it would be a waste of time. Heh, Yababa always says stuff like that, Naruto said, more to himself than to her, then snapped his fingers. Oi, I got something that might help. If it is ginger. Nah, you already told me it gives you hives, Naruto said absently, now searching through his inner jacket pockets. Let's see. Where'd I put it? Aha. A moment later Hanabi was staring at Naruto's palm, where he was offering 2 oblong brown pills. Sensei? I picked these up in Takumi no Kuni, after I sold some stuff I got off my last mission. Anyway, they're supposed to help with upset stomachs and motion sickness. I forgot I had them. I see, Hanabi said, taking the pills carefully, then looked around before sighing. I will need water. Nah, the guy said you just stick them under the tongue and let it dissolve. Naruto said, waving a hand. Anyway, after breakfast, we'll do some training, so I'll see you later. Wait, Hanabi said, causing Naruto to stop and turn back to her with a look of curiosity on his face. She hadn't meant to say that aloud, but she'd been thinking about something since the Hokage's office. With him staring at her, Hanabi sighed, deciding to go ahead and ask, despite a part of her telling her not to. Why did you have me sneak into the Hyuga estate? For that matter, why did you have me lie about what happened to the items? Eh? Naruto said, before scratching the side of his nose. Well, those things belonged to you, and I needed a good test to prove your skill. So you had me lie, so they couldn't take them back. Naruto explained with a shrug. Plus it pissed him off. Either way, when we get back I'll make sure to give them to you. Why, you retrieved them? Hanabi asked, slightly startled, unaware of when he could have done such a thing. After leaving the office, he'd been a constant annoyance as she tried to prepare for the mission. Well, I did pay good money for him. Naruto chuckled good-naturedly. I had a Kage Bunshin pick them up. They're at my place, so no chance of them being stolen. I see, Hanabi murmured, oddly touched that he would go out of his way to ensure she got those items. He had done something not many people would attempt and even fewer could manage successfully. Looking up at him, she let out a silent breath, bowing slightly. Thank you, Naruto-sensei. Don't thank me yet, Naruto said, ruffling her hair. Save that for after you make it back in one piece. That said, Naruto turned, bounding off like a hyperactive monkey, toward an irate-looking Tsunade. Hanabi stared after him, confused by the ever-increasing enigma. He shifted from personality to personality with such frightening frequency that she would never be sure which was the true Naruto and which his act. Worse yet, Hanabi wondered if she would end up that insane. Shaking it off, Hanabi placed the pills under her tongue, disgusted by the bitter taste. Then, taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes to enjoy the sensation of fresh wind against her face. Her long hair fluttered about her face, adding a gentle tickling sensation that Hanabi normally did not experience. A gentle curve found its way to her lips as she smiled softly. Opening her eyes, she tipped her head back, studying the wispy clouds pass overhead. A moment later, Hanabi went overboard due to a shove from behind. Her sensei shouted for her to start water walking before cackling with twisted glee. Overall, it had been a good day for sailing, the sea had been calm and the engine had borne them smoothly along. By the time they rounded the tip of Cha no Kuni and entered the water of Umi no Kuni, it had been late morning. She had never seen Naruto withdrawn to such an extent and she had worried. The blonde had stared for a few hours off the aft of the ship, at the western horizon where Yuzu no Kuni had been. By mid-afternoon, he had recovered and as they passed to the south of Taro Island he had set about torturing Hanabi once more. The young girl had borne it in stoic silence, which had mildly impressed Tsunade, but the girl was the last thing on her mind. After all, if she wasn't Naruto's apprentice, Tsunade wouldn't have bothered to learn the girl's name. As it was, Tsunade had said very little to Hanabi and preferred it that way. It was early evening now, they had just cleared the last of the Umi no Kuni Islands and were now heading out to open waters. Waters that no ship had ever willingly plowed, waters that not even Naruto and Jiraiya had traveled during their training trip to other uncharted lands. It would be 3 days, roughly, according to Naruto, before they reached the archipelagos of Suki no Kuni. Apparently, unlike Jiraiya, Naruto had developed a taste for maps and geography instead of porn. Tsunade shook her head slightly, focusing on what mattered most to her. All that mattered, all that she cared about, was reaching Suki no Kuni and finding the Ippanai, though even then she wasn't sure how to prove it worked. Doubt set in once more, a frequent visitor since starting this mission. She was risking a lot for a near-forgotten fairy tale. She tried to squash the doubt down. As a Sannin, Tsunade knew that fairy tales sometimes had a grain of truth, but this was Jiraiya's life. Not that she could give up. Better to make this desperate bid for a cure than let him slowly die. It was not in her to do that, not in her to let someone she cared about die without trying her damnedest to save them. She had tried with Dan and she would be damned if she didn't do just as much for Jiraiya, and she refused to give up until she'd exhausted all her options. Oh yes, Tsunade was not going to let Jiraiya go unless she truly had no choice in the matter, and even then it would not be a peaceful parting. Tsunade would kill Jiraiya before she let the Shinigami just steal him away from her. That much she had promised the night she came up with this brilliant last-ditch effort, and she would see it through. Swaying gently with the rocking of the boat as it cut across the ocean, Tsunade reached up to brush a few strands of her hair from her face and scowled. There had to be a way to ensure that this cure worked, some way to know if her attempt had been in vain or not. Then she caught the faintest scent of Hanabi's perfume and turned to find the girl slowly approaching, looking slightly sick. Inspiration struck. Tsunade-sama, Daisuke-san, and Naruto-sensei say that dinner is ready. The young genin said politely. Thanks, Tsunade said, staring at the girl, wondering if she could truly risk this girl's life to prove the cure worked or not. Tsunade-sama, Hanabi said, shifting her weight slightly, can I ask you about Naruto-sensei? What do you want to know? He is different than I expected, and he has told me nothing of value about his past or his family. He's an orphan, Tsunade said with a shrug. He grew up alone and then later under Mitarashi Anko. Both tend to jealously guard their past and secrets. I see, Hanabi murmured, eyes turning away. Tsunade studied the girl intently, realizing that Hanabi had really wanted to ask something else, but grown scared. Hanabi wanted to know something specific, but obviously was unsure of how to approach asking and would thus dance around the subject. Tsunade thought for a moment, then shook her head, a flare of annoyance flashing through her mind. She didn't have time for that. Hanabi, if you want to know something, just ask. It's just, Hanabi started, then paused before staring at Tsunade. He can, with ease, make me talk to him about things I would not normally discuss. Ah, Tsunade said, nodding slightly. I can't really tell you why it happens, just that there's something about him. I see, Hanabi sighed, looking away, face troubled, but I would like to know why he feels, well, like an older brother? Tsunade guessed, chortling at Hanabi's surprise. Probably because you're an orphan now, and he is pretty much acting like one. He is my sensei. I am his student. We should not consider each other family. Keyword we, Tsunade said, then shook her head and walked off, leaving the girl standing there. Mentally, she ran through the poisons she could use on Hanabi to provide a suitable test for the Ippanai on the trip back. Nothing immediately fatal or beyond her ability to cure, but Tsunade needed a test subject to discover how to turn the herb into a cure. Liquid or paste, cooked or raw, was it the extract of fluids, the root, or the petals? Yes, Tsunade had many tests to do and only one test subject. Chapter 9 Sacrificed Gamble. 2 weeks, half a month, that was how long they had been on this mission. A week at sea, a week to walk to the harbor, to rent a boat, and it appeared they were still no closer to their objective. Despite the map Naruto had, it was proving tricky to find the first archipelagos of Tsuki no Kuni. That explained his presence on deck so early in the morning, consulting his map and squinting as he tried to find the first sign of the island. He had spent a long time at sea during his training and, frankly, he was sick of it, so he wanted this over and done with. Quickly, before he did something drastic and admittedly stupid. At a sudden gust of wind, Naruto looked up, pocketing his map, before the wind ripped it from his hands. The hair on the back of his neck stood up as a huge bank of fog appeared from nowhere. Moving forward, he kept a wary eye on it. Something told him this fog wasn't a natural occurrence, which wouldn't surprise him with the Kyuubi. Unnatural things happened frequently to him. Depth? Daisuke shouted from the main deck, just barely visible through the fog now billowing over the boat. All right. Naruto shouted back, a little annoyed that Tsunade had let slip that he was a capable deckhand from his experience traveling at sea. Then again, it wasn't like Daisuke had asked him to sail the ship, just read the water depth. Tossing the lead line over the side, he was disturbed by the muffled splash that greeted him. Naruto? 30 fathoms? Naruto called back, scowling as he tried to remember how to read the depth like he had learned. He felt the engine die and he tensed, focusing on his assigned task. 25 fathoms. We're shallowing. Daisuke shouted. Tsunade-sama, can you throw the starboard anchor? Okay. The Sannin shouted back, having just emerged from below decks. A soft splash followed and a moment later a shudder ran through the ship under his feet as it found purchase. Depth. 22 fathoms. Naruto called back. Spotting Hanabi, who had only now woken up, he scowled. Climb up the mast and tell us if you see anything, he directed briskly. Hanabi nodded, scrambling to do so quickly. A moment later, he heard her muffled voice from above. I can see nothing, Naruto-sensei. The fog is too thick. Naruto started to say something, when he realized the ship still had forward momentum from its own weight and speed. Naruto whipped his head around at a sudden impact at the bow of the ship, spotting a large rock. Rocks! Hanabi shouted from overhead, nearly prompting Naruto to shoot back a sarcastic comment. Only, he had no time to waste. There were rocks all along the side of the boat, menacing. He wondered how they could have missed them before now. Shit! Port anchor, Naruto, port anchor! Daisuke screeched frantically. Naruto created a Kage Bunshin to throw the port anchor over the side with a splash. The jerk of the anchor sent the ship into a slight spin, before a wave rocked the ship from the other side. Hanabi, come down! Naruto shouted, creating more Kage Bunshin and setting them to work all over the deck as he felt the ship rise on a surprise swell. His stomach dropped as he had a horrible insight of what would soon happen. Then, with a sickening crack, the ship came down against the edge of the rocks. Clutching the railing, Naruto looked around to find Hanabi stumbling back to her feet. She looked fine, and his attention went toward a vague silhouette in the distance. Naruto checked the depth one last time, then darted to Daisuke on the main deck. Is your boat okay? She's taken worse, Daisuke said grimly, staring at the rear of his ship, but I think that last bit ruined her rudder. Well, least we cut the engine before that, Naruto muttered, shaking his head in annoyance. So, now what? We sit here, Daisuke muttered. In this fog. I'm not sure where any of those islands are. Plus, with these rocks it's too much of a risk to do more, even if I could see where I was going. Naruto, Tsunade said, coming to join them, do you think you could use a wind jutsu to move this fog? I think so, Naruto said after a moment, scowling slightly. It'd take a lot of chakra, but I think a Daitapa could do the trick. It looks like it's clearing up to me though. Either way, Tsunade said, calling Hanabi to join them before addressing Daisuke. If you have a skiff, we'll go ashore from here. Well, if he can move the fog. Daisuke started to say, awkwardly. It'd be faster to use a skiff, Tsunade said, cutting him off as she turned to Hanabi. When we get ashore, you're going with me to find this vault of heaven. And Naruto-sensei? Hanabi asked politely, glancing at him. He wants to play hero, Tsunade said with a shake of her head. Don't worry about him. If he hasn't died by now, I doubt he'll die now. Gee thanks. Naruto said too cheerfully, turning to Daisuke. I'll leave you some Kage Bunshin to help fix things, okay? A nod and a handshake later, the three ninja were in the skiff, making their way through the rocks. Thankfully, in a few moments, the fog cleared and they received their first, and spectacular, view of Tsuki no Kuni. At least 100 miles long and wide, with steep cliffs, a dense jungle just beyond the edge of the beach, and on the far side, what appeared to be a volcanic mountain. Where do you think the Ippanai is? Naruto asked, rowing the skiff expertly toward the beach, eyes focused on the island. No telling, Tsunade murmured, her gaze fixed on the island as well. We'll just have to scour the whole island. Naruto-sensei, why not send out Kage Bunshin to locate this Ippanai? Hanabi asked, turning to stare at him. Wow, when'd you get so smart? Naruto asked, grinning at her. Apparently, she had more scouting sense than he would have pegged her for, plus, this way she'd have to spend as little time alone with Tsunade as possible. He approved of both reasons, and reached out to ruffle her hair fondly, then resumed rowing. The skiff washed onto the beach and Naruto jumped out, wading hip-deep before creating a few thousand clones and sending them scurrying off to explore the island. Turning back, he grinned at the two kunoichi, stretching. "Right, so just give me an hour and I'll have that. I'm not waiting," Tsunade said curtly, hopping out of the boat to wade ashore. Naruto scowled and moved to block her path. He knew she'd been impatient, but this amounted to sheer stupidity. Unfortunately, while he had gotten much stronger, she retained that legendary strength and without so much as a warning, she demonstrated it by backhanding him out of her way. Swearing, he called for Hanabi to follow him as he splashed to his feet and hurried after Tsunade. "Baba, what the hell are you doing?" Naruto shouted angrily, reaching the beach a minute after her. "I know you're old and senile, but rushing off like this could get us or yourself hurt." "Look, the longer I wait, the shorter his time is," Tsunade snapped, rounding to jab a finger into his chest. "So get the hell out of my way." Naruto-sensei is correct. Hanabi's sentence died when a rumbling filled the air, followed by a swelling of the sand beneath them, and the three ninjas separated with a leap. Landing in a skid, creating a rain of sand, Naruto's mouth fell open in surprise. The beast extracted itself completely from the ground a moment later, with a growl that reverberated through the air of the beach. Naruto took the monster in almost immediately, as he had been trained to. For legs, each the size of 3 trees combined, held up a body at least 30 feet in both width and length and at least 10 feet high at the shoulder. More outstanding was the massive head, broad and flat, with a mouth that opened to reveal rows of vicious teeth the size of katana. The thing could chomp a ship in half. "Shit." Naruto muttered, forming the Taurus seal and unleashing his most signature wind jutsu, the Futon de Tapa. The jutsu uprooted several trees, tossed around a few nearby rocks, and scattered sand, but the beast reacted like the attack was nothing more than a gentle breeze. Stomach tightening, he hurriedly deliberated on his higher rank ninjutsu. He settled on an A-rank jutsu, the one he had recreated, as it had yet to let him down when it hit the target. Forming a rapid series of hand seals, he condensed the air before him into the ethereal shape of a dragon and sent it hurtling toward the creature. Futon Kazuryuden no Jutsu. It struck the creature's flank hard, but it glanced around the beach without too much concern. Tsunade and Hanabi were long since gone, had probably got out of the area when he'd used the Daitapa. His thoughts were disrupted as he heard a nose, not unlike an earthquake, fill the air. The monster charged him. "Not good." Naruto shouted, flashing another series of seals before creating a Futon Byobu, which should have deterred it slightly. Instead, the creature just kept coming, a tad bit slower, but mostly it ignored the wall. Naruto preformed a hasty kawarimi with a rock, and began a series of rapid shunshuns before skidding to a halt in a hail of sand. The creature barreled through the series of exploding notes he had left in his wake without slowing, and Naruto took off into the jungle at top speed. Kami, him and his brilliant ideas. Tsunade pushed her way through the jagged landscape, a kunai slicing through the thick vegetation, while Hanabi stumbled along behind her. The famous medic paused briefly, looking around. It felt as if they had something stalking them. After the sight of that monster from the beach, she wouldn't be surprised if there were other creatures on the island. Pushing forward, Tsunade ducked hanging moss from an overhead branch, listening to the girl behind her. She spared a brief thought about her, pleased that Naruto seemed to be a good enough sensei to train the girl to keep from freezing up. Then her peripheral vision caught something darting into the trees on her left. She kept from turning her head, but it had been roughly her height. They traveled maybe another 10 minutes before a loud roar echoed over the jungle, startling large birds into flight, while making Tsunade and Hanabi pause. Both tensed eyes, darting around, ready for anything. Then a half-scream, half-shout echoed through the air and Tsunade relaxed. Eyes darting into the deep darkness of the surrounding jungle, Tsunade waited a moment, then nodded, setting off once more. Tsunade-sama, it will take us several days to search this island. Tsunade ignored the girl, even if those were her first words since leaving the beach. Hanabi mattered only because she would be Tsunade's personal guinea pig later, not even because she was Naruto's student. Tsunade mused if the blonde would really miss her that much. He could always find another student if he really had his heart set on teaching. You should have waited for sensei's Kage Bunshin, Hanabi complained, sounding disgruntled. You know, Tsunade said absently, slashing a thick vine, instead of talking, you should be paying attention to our surroundings. That creature was easily 10 feet tall, and as big as a house. Think about what it must have to eat. There's no way it could sustain itself on just plant life. That is all the more reason, Hanabi started to say, before letting out a yelp and dodging back, wasting a perfectly good kunai to kill a bug the size of a small dog. Stupid genin, Tsunade muttered, shaking her head as she kept going, swatting an equally large bug away. Wiping sweat from her forehead, swearing at the heat, the medic considered the pros and cons of stopping for the moment. True, she wasn't on the verge of heat exhaustion, she could regulate her chakra to keep her temperature close to constant, but Hanabi didn't have such skill and Tsunade didn't have the inclination to teach it to the girl. Glancing over her shoulder to look at the girl, she grimaced at the sweat pouring off the younger ninja. Tsunade couldn't risk Hanabi passing out from heat exhaustion, which would mess up her plans for experimenting with the Ippani later. Pushing a large leaf out of her way to reveal a clearing, she decided the risk outweighed her need to keep moving. We'll stop here and cool off, then set out again in an hour. I am fine, Hanabi said, her steps slightly unsteady as she followed Tsunade into the clearing. Heat exhaustion isn't something to mess around with, Tsunade explained, walking toward a tree. I hardly believe sweat. Are you a medic? Tsunade asked, rounding on the girl sharply. When Hanabi shook her head, she smirked. Then we'll trust my judgment. Very well, Hanabi relented, albeit reluctantly, as she moved toward her own tree. But can I ask why exactly we're personal business? Tsunade answered sharply. Besides, this is a mission and Shinobi rule number 2 says, there is nothing to consider other than the completion of a mission. So you really don't need to know. Naruto-sensei has said that the Shinobi rules are not always to be followed, Hanabi countered firmly. You have to know why you are doing something. That is Naruto rule number 6. Tell you what, Tsunade said dryly, you can accept my answer of personal business, and, if you don't like it, I can break your jaw. Before Hanabi could retort, a large object hurtled into the clearing and rushed into a tree at the far end. Tsunade, more curious than anything, approached the projectile while Hanabi adopted a defensive stance. The object in question turned out to be a lizard, human-sized, with an elongated snout with rows of razor-sharp teeth, 2 small arms with a large curving talon, 2 massive legs, and a tail lying limply on the ground behind it. Spotting the sign of a Rasengan attack on its chest, she arched an eyebrow. Baba! Hanabi! Turning quickly, Tsunade found a battered-looking Naruto emerging from the tree line, a cocky grin on his face. Glad I found ya. Naruto-sensei? Hanabi asked cautiously, kunai not wavering an inch. Not really, just a Kage Bunshin, the Naruto said, glancing at the girl, before turning back to Tsunade. Nearly out of chakra too. There was a whole pack of those damn things. Got ambushed. Anyway, I found it. You found it? Tsunade asked, eyes widening as hope flared within her. Yeah, Naruto said, nodding as he turned to point out the direction he had come from. Across a chasm and past a slope, about a mile, there's a good-sized patch of the stuff. Bone white and etc. Thanks, Tsunade said, brown eyes narrowing as her attention locked onto how close they were to her target. The Ippani I was just a mile away. Soon, she'd have the cure in her hands. Jiraiya's life. We'll be back at the ship in 2 hours. Got it. The Naruto disappeared in a puff of smoke as the legendary medic set off once more in direction he had given. She didn't even register Hanabi hurrying after her, or the way the girl's breathing became labored. All Tsunade cared about, all that mattered, was getting the Ippani and nothing would stop her from that task. shoving a tree aside, roots cracking as it upended. The medic paused at the edge of a sudden dip in the ground, then continued. She blew off Hanabi's breathless question about it. Paw prints didn't interest her now. 20 minutes later, they reached the vine-entangled chasm, a narrow but deadly ravine that seemed to gape mockingly like a Shinigami smile. Overhead, a weak light danced through the dark canopy, giving the place a sickly green hue. Tsunade spotted a moss-covered log that spanned the chasm and quickly set about using it cross. As they set out once more, Hanabi's breathing grew louder, but Tsunade kept moving, her obsession overriding what little common sense that she had possessed before. Then they crested a hill and looked out over a vine-strewn slope. It rolled away into a narrow valley barely 20 feet wide, flanked by sheer cliffs, with a decent-sized patch of bone-white plants in the center. A jolt ran through her. Hard to breathe. Just a few minutes more, and she'd have her cure. This is it, Tsunade murmured and quickly started down the slope, Hanabi struggling to follow in her wake. Reaching the patch of ipan a moment later, she knelt, hand shaking as she touched the first herb. There seemed to be a soothing scent, one that took Tsunade back to her younger days, back before she was a sannin, before she became a ninja, before she even knew what the Ninja Academy was. Tsunade was playing alone and had just skinned her knee, crying. Then there was a 4-year-old boy, with spiky white hair asking if she was okay. The sannin jerked sharply out her memories at a cry of pain, seeing Hanabi reel away from something, a kunai shoved in its eye. The girl slumped to her knees and Tsunade saw the attacker, 3 feet tall, with 4 segmented legs, 2 antennae extending from each eye and a compact body that reminded her strongly of an armored beetle. A rustling to the left signaled another of the creatures before it lunged toward Tsunade. The medic reacted on instinct, her fist connecting with the creature with a sharp crack. It nearly carried her to the ground under its weight, but Tsunade heaved, tossing the beast into the other one. Damn, that thing had been 200 pounds easy. Moving to check on Hanabi, the sannin froze, seeing blood darkening the girl's side. Hands shaking, she reached out as if to heal the wound, but froze halfway. She couldn't do it, the blood, the smell, it coursed through her and she flashed back to the night Dan died. The blood, there was so much blood, on her hands and face, in her mouth and hair. She fought against the phobia, part of her aware of the danger surrounding her. A child lay dying at her feet, Jiraiya's only chance of life, and her own, slipping between her fingers. Yet, even with all of that, she couldn't make her body move, couldn't shake the fear that gripped her soul so tightly that it took all her willpower to simply breathe. Then the air filled with explosions, followed by a half-dozen Narutos crashing into the area, kunai flying as they killed more of those creatures. "Baba!" A Naruto shouted, kneeling next to her, his clothes covered with gunk and a kunai in hand. "Are you okay?" At her continued silence, he reached out and roughly shook her shoulder. "Come on. Heal Hanabi. We'll hold these things off." "I can't." Tsunade wanted to shout, to scream, but she couldn't make a noise, let alone form a word. Distantly she heard the sound of Kage Bunshin exploding in a staccato rhythm. As she remained trapped both inside and outside of her body, the Naruto next to her lunged forward to protect them from the creatures while she remained frozen in place. "For you, Tsu-chan, I'll always be gallant when you need it most." Jiraiya's voice echoed across the decades. "Baba!" Naruto shouted, fighting the creatures off more fiercely than ever. "I'll be Hokage, I'll protect this village with my life, I will never give up on being Hokage." 3 different voices echoed, but the same message clear. One by one, the Kage Bunshin dwindled, but they took at least 2 of those creatures with them, never giving up. "You can't have him, do you hear me?" Tsunade shouted, glaring at the empty sky, addressing death as only she could. "Jiraiya is mine." Hands shaking, but oddly galvanized, Tsunade rolled Hanabi on her side and with a chakra scalpel sliced through the shirt to see the wound. The blood flowed unabated and the edges of the wound seemed to be turning black. Poison, Tsunade realized dimly. Her hands moved expertly over the wound, encouraging the blood to stop and the flesh to close and seal without a scar. Finished there, her hands moved on to scan the body, looking for and finding the poison. It spread rapidly, eating away at the girl's internal organs. In 10 minutes her heart and lungs would fail. It would be here that Tsunade proved her legendary status as a medic. Rummaging through Hanabi's pouch, she found a half-empty bottle of water. Unscrewing the cap, the Sannin poured it on the girl. Right hand glowing a darker green, she began the arduous process of extracting the poison by pushing and then pulling the water out. Even as she did that, her other hand moved along behind, healing the damage. Globes of black water formed and were discarded with expert precision, a little more of the poison eradicated, even as beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Yet, with each passing minute the damage grew worse. The poison wasn't slowing down just because Tsunade removed some of it, but increased at an exponential rate, one that would eventually prove just as deadly unless she made a desperate gamble. Only, her luck stood in stark contrast against her, but what other choice did she have? So she took it, her bet against the Shinigami, for Hanabi's life. The water in small doses wasn't working, so instead Tsunade used her chakra to spread the water over the entire torso, diluting it to the thinnest level, a feat other medics would not dream of attempting. Both hands shifted to a green so dark that it appeared black and Tsunade grimaced, forcing the diluted liquid through every pore, searching and entrapping the poison even as it entered her heart. Expending an iron will, expending an incomprehensible amount of chakra, she entrapped every last ounce of the poison and, with a monumental heave, extracted the black water in one go. The water floated over the girl, suspended only by the chakra in Tsunade's hands, and, with a tiredness that numbed the mind, the Sannin discarded it. Panting, she collapsed forward onto her hands, sweating and grimacing. However, things were far from done. Compared to what would happen next, the extraction of the poison had been child's play. Next, came a trick she had never tried, one that she had never expected to use, but she would now, and it would prove the ultimate gamble. The poison had done its damage. There simply wasn't enough time to heal each damaged organ one at a time. Especially with the heart involved, it could give out at any moment, even if the exposure had been minimal. So the answer, the 1 in a million gamble, which only she could take. Her Suzusaze applied to a second party. Hanabi. Hands moved to key points, the ones that allowed for the best chance at success. One beneath the girl's back, to the base of the spine, her other hand came to rest on the girl's chest. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade closed her eyes and concentrated, feeling the block she'd placed upon her Ifuen Kai giving way before her. Activating the Suzusaze. Diverting that much chakra, channeling it down her arms and into the other girl, it proved a feat worthy of a kami, but she managed. Her hands glowed a brilliant green as the stored chakra flooded the younger girl. Her breathing became short, her heartbeat seemed to increase, but Tsunade did not waver at her task until she had only a tiny drop of the stored chakra left. Breaking contact violently, Tsunade reeled as the stored chakra, with nowhere left to go, dispersed through her. Panting, sweat stinging her eyes, Tsunade could feel her body break the illusion. It would return later, but for now, she needed the chakra used to maintain her body's youthful look for other tasks. More important, at least at that moment, was if her gamble had paid off. Hanabi coughed weakly, gasped, and then with a shuddering cough, went still. Tsunade nearly panicked, but she controlled her fear, praying to whatever deity was listening that the child wasn't dead. Then Tsunade's well-trained eye caught it, the minuscule rise and fall of the chest, the regular expansion of lungs. The girl had merely fallen asleep. A flush of relief ran through Tsunade, right until Hanabi retched and rolled over, splattering her with vomit. Tsunade's eye twitched. Naruto came out of his airborne shunshin with a flip, firing off a kunai followed by a seal. The kunai multiplied several dozen times over, not that they would have a chance of hurting the beast. At least not until he flashed through another series of seals and unleashed the second technique he had planned for the combination, Futon Repashu. A concentrated storm of wind slammed into the weapons, and they did the job that he had hoped. Oh true, they didn't kill the damn thing, but he'd finally managed to pierce its skin. The creature roared at the impact, rearing back, face and shoulders gleaming with streams of blood. He grinned at the sight, landing in a skid and a shower of loam. The grin promptly fell away as the monster shook like a wet dog and fixed Naruto with a gaze that made him gulp. Still, he gamely fought on, flashing through another seal as it charged, pulling out higher-level jutsu. Futon Atsugai. A blast at least 20 times the power of his strongest version of the Daitapa slammed into the monster from every direction. It devastated the landscape, a deep impact crater forming, and the monster reacted with a pained noise. Yet, when the attack ended, the beast stood to its full height and roared at him angrily. "Oh fuck," Naruto muttered, realizing that he'd finally managed to piss the thing off. He dodged a charge with a combination of Shunshin and the Futon Byobu, but caught the tip of the tail in the ribs, which sent him crashing to the ground painfully. Rolling to his feet, he pivoted, watching it tear up the trees as it attempted to come back around for him. What was with this damn thing? If he went much higher in his ninjutsu, he'd be pulling out the S-rank ones, the few that he knew, and he didn't feel like discovering that even they didn't work. As it came back around, he formed a quick seal and took a breath, before exhaling sharply, unleashing a massive ball of chakra-laced wind. Futon Suku Kazikyu. The blast caught the beast square in the face, but it rolled with the blow, lessening the impact. As the attack dissipated, the thing charged him with an unexpected burst of speed. A hasty Kaze Chuaka got him into the air, clearing the monster with inches to spare, and he tried the Kaze no Funke in an attempt to decapitate it. The gust of wind split surrounding trees down the middle and left a deep gouge in the soft earth, but the beast merely grunted at a non-lethal gash to its neck. Naruto felt his stomach drop, and decided that an S-rank jutsu wouldn't be uncalled for. Touching down on a rock outcropping, he decided to risk it as the thing's head whipped around and its eyes narrowed ominously. So much for not using the Rasen Shuriken, Naruto muttered, catching his breath. Creating a horde of Kage Bunshin, he sent them hurtling toward the creature, while he retained one to help add the wind element to the Rasengan. If this failed, well, he'd have to pull out the final card he had, and he wanted to avoid the damn fox as much as he could. Feeling the jutsu click, Naruto darted forward as the clones died in droves, focusing on maintaining the jutsu. One dropped in a stoop and he jumped, using their back as a launching ramp, gaining height. Another one propelled him higher with an Igai Kaze Chayaku, which allowed him to complete the arc and drop like a stone. A second later his hand made contact with the Rasen Shuriken, the innumerable minuscule small blades of wind obliterating the thing's head in a massive sphere of destruction and light. The shockwave from the explosion hurled Naruto backward, pelting him with debris as he went, until his back hit the trunk of a tree and he collapsed to the ground in a sea of pain. Coughing, rolling into a slight ball as he cradled his arm to his body, he swore his undying hatred for that damn move. Other arm leveraging him up, he grimaced, studying the body of the creature. No head, a deep crater, a lot of devastation and destruction. And somehow, he felt sad. That thing had just been a guardian, doing its appointed job, and part of him mourned having to slaughter it. Then again, the damn thing had left him no choice, so maybe he didn't feel so bad after all. Flexing his tender arm, he chuckled dryly. Yep, the 3-limit rule still seemed to be in effect. If he used that more than 3 times in a row his arm would be useless, but he always worried the number would change. Climbing to his feet, feeling the warmth spread through his arm, he cracked his neck. Okay, anything else wanna fuck with me? No? Good. I'm getting off this damn island. Normally, Ino wasn't one to watch a sunset, but the girl had developed an appreciation for them thanks to Naruto. The sky overhead was beautiful with the blazing red melting slowly into the dark blue, and then black of night, the stars coming out to dance and shine. It definitely made her glad to have witnessed it, since today would prove very important. She had an Umbu assignment, a patrol at 8, her 4th such assignment in the last week, which hinted to Ino that something would happen soon. Something major. Anko remained the bitch she normally was, telling Ino that it was just because the blonde was expendable. Ino knew it to be a lie, but she expected as much from Anko. The antagonistic feelings they had buried were resurfacing. Naruto seemed to be at the heart of the matter, though Ino wasn't entirely sure why he would cause such friction between them. Shaking her head, Ino stood and stretched, putting her blank mask on, musing about how much things had changed for her. As a child, all she'd been concerned about was which boy she would marry, and later if Sasuke would ever like her. Now she was almost Jonin, nearly an Umbu, known as the Hitokiri, who was undefeated in 30 Kenjutsu matches. It all started because of her first sensei Hayate saying, "You are a shinobi of Konoha, you do not have the luxury of running away." Her first step toward growing up had been accepting that responsibility. Shaking off her memories of childhood dreams, she turned and set off, heading away from the special spot Naruto had shown her and toward the meeting place where her team would be waiting. Traveling rapidly over the rooftops, Ino mused about how easy it was to keep her status a secret in such a village. Well, her parents probably had a suspicion, but they were Jonin, so it wasn't too surprising. The only thing that really bothered her was why Enko would tell Naruto. Revealing her status to him made no sense really. Even the Hokage had told Naruto that Enko was the Umbu trainee instructor. Was it just because it was Naruto, or because of his dream was to be Hokage? No, that was a rather idiotic reason. Maybe because they wanted Naruto to join Umbu? Ino landed on the rooftop, heart beating faster at such a thought. She and Naruto would be together, almost like back when they were genin. Plus, Ino thought with a wicked grin as she set off, once more, Umbu have communal showers. It would be easy for Ino to sneak a peek on Naruto and satisfy her final curiosity. He was strong. Ino knew that from their playful sparring match when he first returned. Stronger than her. He was a tad more mature and he apparently knew enough to be a teacher. So really, that was the last thing she had to be curious about. Turning her mind, with all the lecherous thoughts it held, away from Naruto's body, she focused instead on his apprentice, a development that had sent minor shockwaves through the village. Hinata had seemed both relieved and horrified at the development, if only because of the state Hanabi had been in that first day. Well, it served that cheating slut right. Choji deserved much better than Hinata. Who exactly Ino would consider better, she had no clue, and admittedly, her friendship with both Shikamaru and Choji was stretched. After all, Ino had been remiss in maintaining her friendships for a long time, too busy training and repairing her old friendship with Sakura. The pink-haired girl had been like a sister to her, one who had ultimately betrayed Konoha and Ino. Before now, Ino would have started ranting at that thought. She still smoldered in righteous fury at it, but Naruto had promised her that he would handle it. That bitch Sakura and the bastard Sasuke had no clue what they had coming for them. Spotting the meeting place, a covered bridge, Ino quickly made sure she had everything: scrolls, nutrition bars, the few kunai and shuriken she carried, and the borrowed ninja strapped to her back. Speeding up, the young kunoichi swung around to the left and then approached in plain view. Suddenly appearing among a bunch of elite ninja was not a healthy thing to do, after all. Her eyes, aided by the filters on her mask, allowed her to detect the group of 4 waiting figures. One short. Their last were running late. Shrugging it off, she stepped onto the bridge. The gathered Umbu turned toward her, but said nothing even as they gave the brief nod of recognition that she had come to expect. "I was worried I would be late," Ino said, tone professional. "Ah, Kurohyu-san, I presume?" Dog Mask said, obviously male from both tone and build, moving to greet her politely. "Yes," Ino said, casually taking in the surrounding people and where they were in relation to her. "You're the captain?" "Yeah, I'm Jinga," the man said, before introducing the other 3. "That one in the horse mask is Hideaki, the one in the cat mask is Hataru, and rabbit mask over there is Senbatsu." "Hi," Ino greeted, glancing from each one and then receiving 3 returned greetings, before she focused on the captain again. "Jinga-san, I suppose we have to wait for the 5th member?" "Well, no, because she's here," Jinga said, and it took Ino a moment to realize that he meant her. She almost fell over. Before, she had always worked with 5-man teams, as all trainees did, and she couldn't begin to guess the implication behind this. "Anyway, now that we're all present, I'll give the details of our mission. First, this is an A-rank mission, so if you're a Chunin going for Jonin, you got a lot of points coming your way. Ino blinked, taken by the way Hayataru and Senbatsu chuckled, and the other two shifted impatiently at the knowledge. So she wasn't the only Chunin here. That was reassuring. As for mission details, we'll be hunting 2 A-rank missing ninja, Haruno Sakura and Echi Hasasu. What? Ino said aloud, startled, nervousness filling her. Thankfully, Jinga took it as surprise at the rank of who they would be hunting. We're just one of several teams going out in search of them, Jinga explained. Apparently, they've turned traitor on Otogekure. Ideally, we'd like to capture them. Strictly speaking, our orders are to neutralize the threat by any means necessary. Right, Ino affirmed, mastering her emotions as they ricocheted around her skull like pinballs. We'll be making a sweep through Omi no Kuni, while 2 other teams go through Cha no Kuni and Nami no Kuni, Jinga continued, looking around. This is important. I want you to remember that we could be facing the former apprentice of the Hokage who wields the Sharingan along with the former apprentice of a Sannin who is both a medical and genjutsu expert. If we engage in combat and things go south, orders are to retreat and alert another team. So, no heroics? Hideaki asked, a smirk in his tone. Exactly, Jinga said warily. Remember, as Umbu, our top priority is to ensure that the job is done. If that means retreating to alert others, we do it. Our first and only job is the survival of the village and the country. At any cost. Right, Senbatsu said. Besides, if they were to wipe us out there'd be no way to alert Uzumaki-san or anyone else they might otherwise send. Actually, considering that the only other notable name we have is Yamanaka-san, I think he's about all they would send. Hataru said, her voice doing little to hide her snicker. Ino's head turned sharply toward the other woman on the team, stung. Well, that's it for the briefing. Let's get going, Jinga said, wrapping up the brief, turning slightly as the others went ahead, then turned back to Ino. Kurohyu-san, please don't take anything Hataru says personally. She's jealous of any kunoichi that makes her look bad. Why would I take offense? She was talking about Yamanaka, not me, Ino lied, using her professional mask to keep from snapping. Yes, well, still. Oh, and, here Jinga lowered his tone, I'm not supposed to tell you this, but this is your graduation mission. You make it back alive, you're Umbu. Ino froze, eyes widening behind her mask. Then, realizing she was the last one there, she hurried after the captain and her team, mind abuzz and heart racing. Tsunade had no remaining illusions about taking Naruto lightly, not that she had consciously, but part of her always had considered him still a child. Now though, she didn't, not when he had seen Hanabi's condition and then glared at her. That look had told her, more than words ever could, that whether she had found her plant or not, the mission was over. Tsunade didn't protest or argue. She had her Ippanai, carefully packaged for her to research on the return to Konoha. Of course, Hanabi would no longer be a viable subject for her tests, as her body couldn't handle the damage the poisons would inflict. Instead, she had to find an alternate source, and the only one available would be Captain Daisuke. It was an advantageous setup, because it would ensure Naruto's preoccupation with piloting the ship back, something the medic felt confident he could accomplish after his travels with Jiraiya. That would make it easier for her to proceed with her experiments and find the proper part of the plant. Undoubtedly, Naruto would protest her use of an innocent person as a guinea pig. Checking the horizon once more, and then glancing at Naruto who was at the helm alone, she let out a heavy breath and went below deck. The passageway led to a moderately sized hallway, with doors leading to 3 cabins. One belonged to Naruto, now commandeered for Hanabi as she recovered, the other to Daisuke, and the last a tiny hold for spare food and water. Passing the first 2, she entered the hold, the smell of preserved food and the sound of creaking boards almost hypnotic, but Tsunade had other things on her mind. Moving across the room, she came to one of the many posts and began running her hand over it before finding the knot of wood. Pressing against it tripped the lock and the secret compartment popped open, allowing the legendary medic to retrieve and carefully unwrap the bundle hidden within. The two glass vials gleamed in the oil lamp overhead, one empty and the other filled with a green liquid. Selecting the second vial and slipping it into her cleavage, a handy hiding place for her, she put the bundle back and picked up the pouch containing her ippanai. Leaving the hold, she moved to Daisuke's cabin and entered, crossing the low-beamed room with a slight stoop. The hanging oil lantern over his head cast ominous shadows across his pallid face, and the timbers creaked and moaned as if in pain. Daisuke lay flat on his back in his bunk, half-conscious, skin reddish and splotched. He didn't even react to her entrance, not that Tsunade expected him to. After the poison she had slipped him, she'd have been surprised if he did more than blink. Sitting her bundled herb along with her tools down at the fixed desk, she began a medical jutsu to check his general physical state. Decreased breathing and heartbeat, chakra in the meridians at a critical ebb, extreme lack of oxygen in the blood, Tsunade murmured, then used her other hand to open his eyes and mouth. Pupils dilated, dry eyes and mouth. Estimated time to death. Not long. Satisfied that the poison was in full effect, the legendary medic returned to the desk and unwrapped her bundle, mind wrestling with how to start. Normally, you combined ingredients, one to guide and the other to heal, but she could use her chakra to substitute for the guiding herb. Her biggest problem would be what part of the plant to use. The roots would be best bet, she supposed. I'll have to use water, Tsunade murmured, before her attention truly focused on the plant before her. The leaves had turned brown and the body black. She blinked, wondering if she were seeing things. Using her scalpel, she sliced the ippanai, blanching as a foul stench hit her, causing her to drop the blade and stare through forming tears. What happened? This wasn't what she had grabbed, what she had been so careful to recover from that island. They hadn't even been at sea for a full day, so it couldn't have gone bad already, that would be impossible. Grabbing the plant, she squeezed, releasing even more of that noxious odor. Turning, she hurled the remains against the side of the cabin. No, no, no. Tsunade stumbled, tripped and fell back against the wall, sliding down until she came to a stop on the floor. Her tears came in silence, her brown eyes furious, staring at her eternal enemy death and nothing else. She'd sacrificed her only chance at saving Jiraiya by saving Hanabi. She'd been manipulated by the Shinigami, cheated of her victory. No, Tsunade whispered fiercely, her mind turning dark. She would not give up this easily. If she could not use the ippanai, then she would do as others had before her, she would turn to the forbidden. For this victory, for his life, she would break every oath she had ever taken to every deity that had ever existed. She would enter medical kenjutsu. Suddenly death wasn't laughing, it was afraid, very afraid. Tsunade felt sure of it. Chapter 10, Volume 2, War Drums, Tears of the Innocent. September 15th. Naruto sat, much like he had for the last hour, hidden in the branches of a tree overlooking the small village where he and Hanabi's latest C-rank mission was situated. Oikomi was in Region 5 of Hai no Kuni, and controlled by Governor Justo, who had apparently hidden a document concerning Governor Fuwa and the head of the Hai no Kuni ninja. Naruto and Hanabi's mission was simply to sneak in, recover the document from the unassuming village and replace it with a fake. They were then, unsurprisingly, ordered to deliver said document to Konoha. Now, the reason Naruto was sitting in the branch watching instead of doing the legwork was because his student Hanabi had asked to try it solo. After half a month of nothing but C-rank missions of varying degrees of difficulty, in which Hanabi's skills had steadily improved, Naruto had agreed. He felt reasonably sure she could handle it, her taijutsu was frighteningly good, her chakra had increased sharply and her control was beyond precise. Add in her ninjutsu that, though limited in number, she had mastered. Hanabi knew and actively used Bunshin no Jutsu, Kawarimi no Jutsu, Kenpeisu no Jutsu, Hench no Jutsu, Meisai Gakur no Jutsu, and her most recently learned Kanashibari no Jutsu. So yes, Naruto could sit back and have ramen while waiting for her to complete the mission. Had even considered the possibility of speaking with the Hokage about trying a B-rank mission if she pulled this off successfully. Besides Hanabi's skills, they had something else in favor of a B-rank mission assignment. the glowing recommendation that Tsunade had given the Hokage shortly upon their return a month ago. She had even claimed to have lowballed the mission on purpose because she wanted Naruto specifically, which made Naruto idly wonder about her motives. Still, he didn't really see a problem because it worked in their favor and it wasn't like he had anything better to do, especially with Ino on an extended practical Umbu exam, the details of which nobody was sharing with him. When he had asked Anko, the older woman had frowned slightly and explained that she was under orders to keep her mouth shut. Naruto found it frustrating to no end, his curious nature rearing its ugly head, and he was tempted to sneak into the Umbu headquarters to unearth the details. He didn't, however, because he knew that even for him, it would be a very foolish thing to do. Naruto wasn't even entirely sure he could pull it off. Umbu were elite ninja, and Naruto did not relish the concept of trying to fight them if he was caught. Knowing his luck, if he was caught, Ibiki would spend the rest of his days torturing him, not to mention Ino would likely join the fun and Anko wouldn't waste a minute flaying him alive and pouring salt in the wounds. Looking up from his ramen, Naruto's eyes darted along the street. For a moment, he had felt a flare of chakra. It had been brief and definitely not Hanabi's chakra, but it was gone now. It set his nerves on edge. After all, they were the only ninja in the area. Not even those stupid Hai no Kuni ninja were present, so he wasn't sure what to make of that chakra flare. Strange. Uzumaki-san, a voice said from his right. Naruto froze, before turning his head slowly to see who had addressed him. The figure was draped in a black cloak and wearing a cat mask. "And you are?" "Who I am," the figure said, "is not important. I am here only to relay an important message at the request of the Hokage." Naruto said slowly, feeling another flare of chakra from above. "So that's why he had to send two of you?" "Very good," the masked figure said casually. "However, he is not here for this. Our mission merely brought us into the area, and I was asked to deliver the message." "Right," Naruto said, raising an eyebrow. "So, what's the message?" "This message comes from Jiraiya-sama, by way of Hokage," the Umbu said. "The clouds of red are moving." Naruto kept his face impassive, staring at the man expectantly, knowing the Umbu was trying to read his reaction. He was not going to reveal the significance of that message. Akatsuki was on the move. Naruto had expected it to happen eventually, but that didn't make him feel any better. "Well?" Naruto finally asked after a few more minutes, a note of impatience in his tone. "That was it," Cat Mask said sourly and, without a parting word, departed along with the Umbu overhead. Naruto waited another minute to ensure that they really were gone, then setting his ramen aside and bit his thumb, speeding through the boar, dog, bird, monkey, and sheep-hand seals. Kuchios no Jutsu. Slamming his hand down on the branch, a circle of black lines and a puff of smoke appeared. When the smoke cleared, he was greeted with a small green and blue frog that looked up at him impatiently. "You called?" Naruto ignored him and flashed through the seals once more before smacking his hand against the branch one last time. Kuchios no Jutsu. This time the smoke cleared to reveal a medium-sized, white goose, which dipped its neck slightly as if bowing. "Naruto-sama, you summoned me?" "Yeah," Naruto said, addressing both, before looking at the toad. Pion, I need you to find Ero Sennin and confirm the message, the clouds of red are moving." "Right," the toad said, its impatience replaced by a note of understanding, before it took off at top speed. Turning back, Naruto addressed the bird, "Gami, I want you to scout around, not too far away, and let me know if you see anything suspicious." "Of course, Naruto-sama," the bird said with another slight bow, before taking flight. Nodding, Naruto picked up his ramen and sighed. That odd summoning contract from Yuki no Kuni was finally coming in handy. He hadn't summoned the boss of that scroll just yet, but the lesser ones were useful. Hell of a lot more respectful than the toads, too. Oddly, Naruto was the only one that could actually summon the damn birds, though nobody, not even Ero Sennin, knew why. A few moments later, he felt the subtle chakra of Hanabi rushing toward him. The girl landed nimbly on the branch above him, using chakra to cushion her landing and help keep the branch from moving. Looking up, Naruto grinned as the girl faded into view. She was getting damn good at the Meisai Gakur. How was it? It was fun, Hanabi said after a moment, smiling slightly. None of the local samurai even noticed me. So, mission accomplished? Naruto asked pointlessly, grinning wider. Yes, mission accomplished, Hanabi agreed with a slight nod. Great, Naruto said, getting to his feet. Let's get back to Konoha, and, to celebrate, I'll buy you dinner. Please, no more ramen, sensei, Hanabi pleaded as they took off through the forest. Ouch, that hurts, Tsuru, Naruto mocked, clutching his heart playfully. My own student doesn't understand the joys of ramen. Oh, where have I gone wrong? Perhaps it was when you treated me to that binge of ramen a week ago, Hanabi offered archly. Bah, you just don't have any taste, Naruto snorted dismissively before sighing. But I suppose you do deserve to pick. After all, you performed a C-rank mission solo. Not many genin can do that, you know, which means I'm a more awesomer sensei than I thought. Awesomer is not a word, Hanabi said before smiling at him, and I would like to eat at Hanabini. Fine, Naruto said, smiling at her in return, but you're buying my sake. Hanabi tried to hide her pout, but Naruto saw it and laughed. Jiraiya was disgruntled. The reasons were quite numerous. For one, the latest Ika, which Naruto had written, was actually outselling previous copies. Not only that, but it was getting rave reviews from people that normally banned the series. Second, he'd been looking for the mystery girl from the hot springs, but nobody knew of her. Third, he had been happily researching in the tiny village of Dajiza about a week ago, when he had received word that Akatsuki was on the move. There were no specifics, just an ominous warning that they were moving. He had returned to Konoha to warn his student, knowing that Naruto would be too absorbed in missions and the Hokage would be able to contact him faster than a toad would. After that, he had set out to enjoy his brief visit and to discuss the latest developments with those concerned. He had also figured that he could do some research and see if maybe, by chance, that mystery girl had returned. This brought him ultimately to the fourth, and greatest, reason for his disgruntled nature. He hadn't even been in the village for 2 hours before he received a message from Tsunade, ordering Jiraiya to her apartment. Being the rightfully fearful man that he was, for a Tsunade scorned was a Tsunade seeking to rip your head from your body, he had resigned himself to going there, but he was still disgruntled about it. Reaching her apartment building, in one of the more upscale areas of Konoha, he sighed. At least he'd have another chance to peer into her Valley of the Gods, before passing on. Thankfully, she was on the first floor, as Tsunade had never been a fan of heights, and he didn't have to waste the energy climbing stairs. A polite knock was greeted with silence, as was the second and then the third. Frowning, the toad summoner began banging on her door, rattling the wood in its frame. After 20 minutes of this, he snarled, ready to raise again the damn door off its hinges, but he gave it one last heavy thwack, before shouting through the wood barrier to the lone occupant, "Damn it woman, either answer the damn door, or I'm leaving." "Hold your horses." Tsunade's voice finally called back a tad crabbily, which Jiraiya supposed indicated that she had been napping. A moment later, the door opened, revealing Tsunade with her hair free from her standard ponytails. She was dressed in her deep, V-neck tunic that, as always, drew his attention toward her barely contained breasts. "'Bout time," Jiraiya said, though a lot of his ire disappeared now that he had the chance to ogle her bountiful bosoms. The kami had truly outdone themselves when forming such bountiful delights. Yeah, Tsunade said, turning to lead him into the apartment where a table sat along with a bottle of sake and a cup. "Just be glad I wanted you here. I normally hospitalize guys that turn up on my doorstep." "No wonder you're single," Jiraiya muttered, swooping forward to steal her bottle of sake and taking a long gulp. "So, what was it you wanted to talk to me about?" "Something important," Tsunade said, retrieving a fresh bottle of her own before sitting down at the table. "You know, if you keep drinking right from the bottle, you'll give yourself liver damage." Like that matters Tsu-chan, Jiraiya said, using his old nickname for her that he knew she hated. I'm dying. Remember? Which is what I wanted to talk about, the buxom Sannin said, quaffing her sake easily, a tiny smirk on her lips. I've been doing research. I had a big breakthrough when I went on a trip recently, with that student of yours and his apprentice. Naruto has an apprentice? Jiraiya asked, mildly surprised. He should have checked in more often. Shrugging, he took another deep gulp from the bottle, wondering why it tasted sweeter than normal. Yeah, but I think you'd be more interested in where we went, Tsunade said, drinking another cup of sake, her grin growing. We went to Suki no Kuni, you know, this island far on the other side of the ocean? Suki no. Jiraiya paused, lowering the now empty sake bottle, to stare at her. You were the girl in the baths. You're just now figuring that out? Tsunade asked with a smirk, sipping at her sake. Anyway, we found this plant there and it wasn't really useful for a cure. However, I did figure out a way to replicate the essence of it. What are you talking about? Simple, Tsunade said with a smug smirk as she set her sake down and stood, approaching him. I made a supplement. It's not quite as effective as the real thing, but, pausing, she lifted a glowing hand and put it against his chest, her grin turning into an outright smile. It slows the effect of fatal chakra poisoning to a halt. What did you do? Jiraiya asked, shocked, knowing perfectly well what she had done. He had been resigned to his death, prepared for it and ready to leave this world in the hands of his student. He'd also done and said a few things he might have thought twice about if he had known he'd still be alive in a year. I don't believe this. It was my time. I was comfortable. Why the hell did you think you had the right to change that? Because, Tsunade said roughly, shoving him back into a nearby wall and pinning him there effortlessly. 1. I'm a medic and I can't accept death, especially the deaths of my important people. 2. Because I am selfish and stubborn bitch. 3. Because I wanted to. Well, don't expect me to thank you. Jiraiya shouted back, surprised to hear that she considered him one of her important people. But he was still pissed at her and the righteous tone she had taken. I don't, Tsunade snarled, eyes darkening in anger, but you better keep this in mind as of now, I own your ass. You don't own my her hand pushed forward, making him choke, and Jiraiya settled for glaring at her. Tsunade was drunk and her temper generally got worse the drunker she got. He could save arguing the point of her owning his ass for tomorrow after she sobered up, at least if he could keep from blowing up on her. She had no right to do this to him. Now, just so we're clear, Tsunade whispered, glaring at him dangerously. I own your ass. I say jump, you ask how high while you're jumping. I tell you to burn your books, you burn them with a smile on your face. What? Woman, are you crazy? Jiraiya shouted in disbelief, preparing to knock her arm away and have this out now. Tsunade silenced such violent thoughts. The legendary slug tamer mashed her mouth against his in a kiss that did nothing to hide her passion and only channeled her demanding nature. Breaking it, she stared at him like a wolf about to kill a rabbit. Now, you think about that when I say I own your ass. Oh okay, Jiraiya stammered, eyes wide and stunned, mind hazy. Good, Tsunade said decisively, nodding. Now then, let's get to work, slave. I've been celibate for 40-some-odd years and you're going to take care of that, or do you object? And no, not at all. Jiraiya stuttered in a bewildered haze. By the way, Tsunade said, releasing him to lead the way to her bedroom, hips swaying suggestively. Pausing, she turned back to give him a look that threatened to give him a coronary as his blood rushed south. You call me Tsunade-sama from now on. Yes, Tsunade-sama. The Godame sighed, reclining in his chair, hands toying absently with the edge of his white and red hat. It was one of those rare moments that he was both free from paperwork and not reading his precious. The reason, of course, was because today was not the day for such enjoyable reading. He had just received word from his Unity spy that Tenzu was a Unity member. Not only that, he was slowly but surely converting other Umbu to the same cause. This meant that, of his elite ninja, he could only trust 40% of them, and less with the passing of each day. Unity was no longer isolated either. It was burgeoning among the Jonin and Chunin, compromising the bulk of the forces in Konoha. Maybe it was time to enact an idea he had the first year in office, to form a new group. One that could perform the missions he needed done in secret, such as the one on his desk at the moment. With the Umbu compromised, he couldn't risk moving the ones he did trust from their current assignments. A group of 24-man teams would be best. He could call it the Niju Shotai. At the very least, it would pull the core of his forces together in secret. With the Niju Shotai, along with the aid of the Nara and Hyuga clans that he knew beyond a doubt would remain loyal to him, he could tip the scales when Unity made its move. Nodding, he silently turned his attention to the 2 mission scrolls on his desk, one of which was in preparation for Naruto's arrival. After a month of nothing but C-rank missions, the Godame was reasonably sure Hanabi could handle a low-level B-rank mission. Hence, he had left word in the mission hall for Naruto to see him after reporting in. Naruto would be a prime candidate and, it appeared, the first he would be approaching. He came out of his thoughts at the respectful knock at his office door and looked up, raising an eyebrow as he sat his hat aside. "Come on in." The door opened, allowing an unassuming and nervous-looking Chunin to enter. On guard, because the person was too unassuming, the Hokage focused his gaze on the man intently. "Yes?" "Reports, Hokage-sama," the young man said, offering a small stack of papers. "I was sent up from the mission hall." "Ah," the Godame said, I curving up happily before pointing at a Kage Bunshin. "Leave them with him." "Yes sir," the Chunin said, handing the papers over and leaving the room with a quick bow. The Kage Bunshin checked the scrolls for anything suspicious, then sat them on the corner of his desk and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Sighing, the Hokage shook his head, rubbing the side of his face absently, regretting that he had to be so paranoid. A moment later, Naruto entered, a tad less energetically than normal, but he still grinned before plopping into a chair before his desk. "Oi, you wanted to see me?" "Yep," the Hokage beamed, sitting forward to lace his fingers together and rest his elbows on the desk. "So, after a month of nothing but C-rank missions, how's Hanabi doing?" "Great," Naruto said happily. "Last one she even managed solo. I watched, but it was all her and she did it beautifully." "Great to hear," the Godame said, nodding. "I take it you left the document downstairs?" "Hell no," Naruto said, shaking his head while patting his jacket. "A mission dealing with that Fuwa bastard and Hino Kuni ninja? No, I think I'd rather not risk this information falling into the wrong hands." My, when did you get so paranoid?" the Hokage asked with a chuckle, before accepting the document from Naruto. "Just because I'm paranoid doesn't mean there aren't people willing to kill me," Naruto said dryly while smirking. Kakashi blinked, and then beamed at the younger man, his heart Jinjutsu appearing behind his head. Naruto had hit the nail on the head with that, and Kakashi resolved not to feel sad for being paranoid again. "That actually brings us to something important I wanted to discuss." "Aha, but before that I thought I'd bug you about getting a B-rank mission," Naruto said quickly, grinning mischievously. "I think Hanabi's ready for one." "I figured as much," Kakashi said, gesturing at one of the 2 scrolls, "so I went ahead and reserved you a B-rank mission, which I'll assign you later." "Great," Naruto said enthusiastically, before his smile slipped slightly. "Wait. Why later?" "That's what I wanted to talk with you about," Kakashi said, leaning back. "You know, of course, about Unity and how invasive they are becoming." Well yeah," Naruto said with a scowl. "Sorta. Haven't heard from them yet, actually. Probably waiting for the most opportune time. Still, they're out there and I want to counter them. Or at least start to counter them by forming a new group of my most trusted regular ninja available," the Godame said, eye falling from its happy curve to a serious expression. "I'm calling it the Niju Shotai. For now, they'll be kept secret, but I need people I can trust with select missions." "So, you want me to join?" Naruto asked shrewdly, his face equally serious. Yes, above anyone else, you fit that description exactly, Kakashi said honestly. I know that I can trust you and there are only 4 other people I can say that about. I'm not the most trusting person, which means the recruitment will be up to the 5 of you. If you join. Oi, of course I'll do it, Naruto said firmly, sounding almost hurt that Kakashi would think otherwise. I may not be Hokage yet, but I'm still going to do my damnedest to protect this village. Good. I assume you'll be recruiting Ino and Hanabi? Well yeah, why not? Naruto asked, blinking. Oh, no, I'm not against it. I was just checking because they are on my semi-trust list, the Godame explained before picking up a scroll and holding it out to Naruto. Now, first things first. This is your initial mission as part of the Niju Shotai, though you can refuse it if you feel you need to. Well, what exactly is the mission? Assassination, Kakashi said as he handed the scroll over, probably the hardest type you'll ever have to perform. However, it can't be helped. The target is Governor Shinjin's relative and has a photographic memory. So what's that got to do with the price of rice and Hino Kuni? Naruto asked absently as he opened the scroll to read the mission details. His eyes went wide, face paling as he looked up sharply. You really want me to? This? I won't make you, Kakashi said reassuringly, but it is time-sensitive and, as you can see, the reason is because they accidentally saw certain Kiambu without their masks and heard them using their real names. This, though. It's. As I told you before, Naruto, you don't have to take this mission, the Hokage explained, tone flat and all business. Using an Umbu, including one I trust, would be risky, considering the state of the group. This mission, for very obvious reasons, can never officially exist. Naruto's eyes narrowed, turning his attention back to the scroll he was holding, studying the details. If you do accept the mission, you must not be caught or ever tied to it. It has to appear as an accident, natural or otherwise, but it cannot appear as an assassination, Kakashi added, then fell silent, studying the boy. Naruto was obviously struggling with his conscience, reminding Kakashi of himself when he had first been assigned such a mission. She's only a child, Naruto finally said, looking up at him, silently asking for advice. If it were up to me, as Hatake Kakashi, I would tell you to leave it for someone else. Kakashi paused, closing his eye. As the Godame Hokage, however, I have to remind you that there is no one else available for this and won't be for some time. Naruto hesitated, before sighing in resignation. I'll do it. I won't fucking like it, but I'll do it. Thank you, Kakashi said sadly, opening his eye and patting the remaining scroll on his desk. When you come back, I'll arrange the B-rank mission and make sure to include Ino as part of the assigned team. Okay, Naruto said, resealing the scroll and putting it into his jacket. Oi, what about the daimyo? He has the Jumi Fuki Eye, Kakashi said, along with an elite personal samurai corps. For the moment, we're focusing internally to stop this at the source. If you say so, Naruto said dubiously, before sighing. Alright, Hanabi and I will be back in a day or two from this vacation for that B-rank mission. Good, the Godame said, allowing Naruto that small concession, because leaving her behind would be noticeable. When Naruto reached the office door he spoke one last time, I really appreciate this Naruto. No worries, Hokage-sama, Naruto tossed back without looking, his final words drifting back through the closing door. I'm a ninja. It's what I do. Letting out a contented sigh, Hanabi left the inn's communal bathing area, enjoying the feel of the bathrobe against her skin. With so many C-rank missions and Naruto giving her all the money from them, claiming he had enough money, Hanabi was learning how to pamper herself again. Drying her damp hair with a towel as she moved toward her room, Hanabi mulled over about how interesting things were becoming for her lately. She was becoming very skilled as a ninja, and her pride was slowly being restored. Not even 24 hours ago, she had performed a C-rank mission solo. 2 months ago, she wasn't even able to perform a D-rank mission with a team without messing up. Entering her room, Hanabi wondered what her previous team and sensei would think of her now. Dressing silently, pulling on a long-sleeved white shirt before her black sleeveless shirt, Hanabi mused about how odd it was that at one point she had loathed the uniform. She now had normal clothes for her everyday wear around town, but she had stuck with her original uniform. Hanabi had grown attached to it, much the way Naruto had apparently grown attached to his own outfit. Smiling slightly as she brushed her hair, the younger girl looked around her room once more, warmed to see all of her possessions shed once feared, gone forever. Naruto had kept his word, and once they had returned from Tsuki no Kuni he had given every item to her. This place was really beginning to feel like home, in a manner of speaking. Hanabi could still remember when she had been Hyuga, but the longing that had once been attached to that had faded. Her own name, Hanabi, was a proud name, and she felt vindictive satisfaction in that. Slowly but surely, she was showing that she was more than they had believed her to be. Tying her forehead protector into place and adjusting it, then retrieving her weapons pouch, she left the warm, simple room. Stepping out into the streets, Hanabi took a deep breath, the air tasting strangely sweet, and then set out in search of fresh, delicious wiro. Entering the small shop, Hanabi smiled kindly at the older man behind the counter and approached the large glass case displaying the numerous sweets. Stopping, she looked up at the middle-aged man who beamed down at her. "Hanabi-chan, I didn't know you were back." Standing, he went about gathering her favorite confection. "I'm guessing you want your usual?" "Endo-san," Hanabi returned politely, placing her money on the counter, already knowing the amount. "We returned late last night. The last mission was quite challenging." "Ah, well, I'm sure between you and Uzumaki-san things were easily handled," Endo said, fussing about behind the counter with wrapping her wiro for the day. "Actually, Naruto-sensei merely observed. I performed the mission without his aid," Hanabi said, taking the wrapped sweets as well as the one she would eat on her way to her team's meeting place. "Really? You are becoming a strong ninja," Endo said brightly. "I wish my daughter had your kind of dedication." "I am sure she will find her dedication once something properly catches her attention," Hanabi said politely, while mentally feeling sorry for the man. His daughter was a rather spoiled child, so the chances of her developing dedication were not likely. Bowing politely, Hanabi left the shop and savored the wiro, feeling that all was right in the world. By the time she finished her treat, they would have a mission, hopefully one that was higher than C rank, as Naruto had promised. Her good mood evaporated upon finding her way barred by a group of Hyuga children. Branch family. They froze upon seeing her, tension humming in the air. Hanabi considered the situation, and decided to apply the psychological approach passed down from her sensei's sensei to her. In other words, Hanabi gave them a bright and disturbing smile. "Hi." The group shifted, as if uncertain about what to make of her. Then boy that was obviously the ringleader spoke up snidely, "Move aside, Kaingian." Hanabi blinked innocently, her tone so sweet that it was an obviously prelude to violence. "Excuse me, but do you mean me? Who else would I be addressing?" "Oh," Hanabi said, and then paused as if thinking, her smile not changing. "I think I'll kill all of you." Excuse me?" the leader said, obviously uncertain about her tone. "I'm going to kill all of you," Hanabi said simply, her limited killing intent flooding their senses. "I have a few minutes to spare, before my training with Naruto-sensei." "Kabaku-san, perhaps we should, Hanabi said, wagging a finger at them. "Too late for that now, Happa-san." "So, who should I kill first? Any volunteers?" "Kabaku-san," a new, deeper voice said from a side street, "I believe you were given orders to report to me, not to provoke random ninja and put your lives in needless danger." "And Niji-sama?" Kabaku stammered, eyes widening as the current main branch heir and the head of the Konoha military police stepped into view. "You were just delaying a ninja, a student of Uzumaki-san no less, from a meeting where she could potentially have a mission," Niji said forcefully. "I should allow her to kill you for your presumed arrogance." "I am sorry." "Yes, I know. All of you report to military police headquarters and await me there," Niji said, and with a sharp nod silently sent them on their way. He watched them for a moment, then turned glaring at Hanabi. If you threaten a Hyuga again, I will speak with your sensei and the Hokage. I'm sorry, Hanabi said, her old imperious tone reappearing, but Niji Kohai, I saw no Hyuga, only mindless rabble, further guided by a presumptuous upstart that is turning into the very type of heir the Branch family hates. Go to your team meeting, Niji said curtly, eyes narrowing slightly. Hyuga are not your concern, Jukisha. Very well, Hanabi relented, smiling. Before I go, I wish to quote my sensei, fuck you. That said, she calmly walked past the boy and continued on her way. Outwardly, she was smiling and calm, but inwardly she was raging and hurt. This confrontation had only served to remind her just how much things had really changed for her. At one point she would have been proudly walking the streets of Konoha, with those Hyuga that had confronted her serving as unneeded guards. She would be Hyuga Hanabi, pride of the main family, and treated with respect by everyone. Instead, she was the girl whose bloodline was sealed, known by her former family simply as Jukisha, and treated with contempt. Hanabi shook her head, reminding herself that was only among the Hyuga. To others she was Hanabi, to Konohamaru she was Hanabi-chan, and to Naruto she was Tsuru. While she was not respected by everyone, there were a few that did respect her, and she treasured that respect because she had earned it. Yes, she felt a sense of loss, but weighed against the respect she had earned it did not cut her as deeply. Especially Naruto's respect, his above everyone else's, made her feel a sense of warmth. Entering the isolated training area, Hanabi blinked, finding Naruto crouched before a post, concentrating on his fingers completely. Naruto-sensei? Hanabi asked, coming to a stop just short of him, though he did not look up at her entrance. Excuse me, Naruto-sensei, Hanabi tried again, and then seeing his continued ignorance of her, huffed in annoyance. He knew she was there, but obviously ignoring her, which made Hanabi's eye tick in annoyance. Sensei. SSH, Naruto said, not looking up from his fingers as they wiggled through some complex pattern. I've almost got it. You have almost got what? Hanabi asked, exasperated. Watch closely, Naruto said seriously, finally glancing up at her. What I'm about to show you isn't for everyone. Taken back, Hanabi nodded and watched intently as he began rapidly forming a string of hand seals before suddenly spreading his hands before him, a length of zigzagging string wrapped around his fingers. Tada! Sensei! What, it's the bridge! Naruto chirped ecstatically, oblivious to Hanabi's ire. Naruto-sensei, I have come to a conclusion, Hanabi finally said after a moment. Seeing she had his attention, she smiled sweetly. You are a fucking nut job. Horrors of horrors, sweet little Hanabi is cursing. Naruto said in mock shock before ruffling her hair and holding up a mission scroll. Okay, enough goofing around. I got us a nice, juicy, do not tell me you have another C-rank mission, Hanabi said tiredly, glowering at the blonde. Nope. Naruto said, smiling in that fox-like way he had. A rank, actually. Excuse me? Hanabi murmured, blinking. It sounded like you just said we had an A-rank mission. Yep. Naruto confirmed with a nod. Assassination, so it'll be pretty easy, all things considered. Might be a few Hi-no-Kuni ninja around. Nothing to worry about. And Naruto-sensei, I am unsure if I am entirely ready for such a mission, Hanabi said, shocked, mind racing a mile a minute. A rank? Already? What happened to his reassurances that he'd get them a low-difficulty B-rank mission? Relax, Tsuru-chan, Naruto said, chuckling. I'll be doing the dirty work. You're just going along for a bit of extra training. This is a top priority mission, so it's gotta be done before we get to that B-rank mission. So, I will not be required to actively participate in this mission? Nah, Naruto said, shaking his head. Pretty much, I'll stick you outside of the village and let you train on a technique I'll show you later. It might take a day or two, but I think by now you should be able to handle yourself in the wild, especially in Hi-no-Kuni. Hanabi breathed easier and nodded in agreement. It wasn't that she had been worried about finally killing. Hanabi believed she would be able to do that without any undue problem when the time came. The problem was that she did not want to fail. Because, if she failed, then Naruto would fail and Konoha would suffer, which meant her pride as a shinobi would be tarnished and any acknowledgement she had gained from her fellow ninja would be dimmed. Mostly, though, it was because of Naruto. Hanabi felt quite clearly that she did not want to disappoint him in such a fashion. After all, he had been the first one to acknowledge her as a true ninja. He had seen her talent, had helped her and guided her along the path that she was walking, and watched out for her more than he had needed to. Hanabi understood that, despite how utterly insane he was, Naruto was the closest thing she'd had to a family in a long time. Disappoint him? Not if she could ever help it. Ino yawned slightly behind her umbu mask, wincing to herself at the soft pop of her jaw. Nobody else seemed to notice, so she focused her weary gaze back on her surroundings, glancing only briefly at her 3 remaining teammates. Senbotsu was moving stoically ahead of her, but as a narcoleptic he could have been sleepwalking. The mission had been a bust, with not even a hint of Sakura or Sasuke's whereabouts. Not that it had been completely uneventful, apparently Sound had been looking for the two as well, but had decided to ambush her team. It had been on Taro Island about a week into the mission, and as ambushes went it was well thought out. Ino's team had been caught in a small pass, where Jinga had died in the initial attack. Thankfully, the Oto ninja had sprung the trap too hastily and the remaining Umbu had slaughtered them. The sole remaining Oto Chunin had spilled his guts about their mission before Hataru had slit his throat. The last 3 weeks had gone by without any sign of either Oto, Kiri, or the 2 missing ninja. Senbotsu had taken nominal command of the mission, appointing Hideaki as the point man and Hataru as rear guard, while Ino was stuck walking slightly behind and to the right. After a very thorough sweep of Umi no Kuni and its various islands, it had been decided that they would head back to Konoha, though they were making one last sweep as they went. Hence, they were searching Jira Island before taking a ship back to Hai no Kuni. Ino had long since decided that Umi no Kuni was little more than a resort country, there was no strategic value to the island. Even the gold shipments it made to Mizu no Kuni were nothing really special. Nami no Kuni now paid Hai no Kuni just as much for protection. Absently, Ino mused that when she finally got a boyfriend they could take a vacation here. Of course, to get a boyfriend, she would have to substantially lower her standards. Or, the voice in the back of her mind said slyly, you could nab Naruto. Ino banished that thought. A crush and the occasional erotic dream were one thing, but to actually date Naruto was something else. He was insane, he was loud and obnoxious. Had she mentioned insane? He was often in opposition of everything a ninja should be. He was not what an Umbu should or would look for in terms of a potential significant other. No, Ino was certain that Naruto would remain that guilty fantasy lover that all women had, and she was going to resist the temptation to make it otherwise. Kurohyu, Senbotsu said softly from ahead, and Ino snapped her attention back to the world around her. Yes? I noticed that during the ambush you killed a ninja just by looking at them, Senbotsu continued just as softly, and Ino realized he was making an effort to keep the others from overhearing them. What about it? Ino asked quietly. It was a variation of the Kanashibari no Jutsu, wasn't it? It could have been, why? Ino asked suspiciously, wondering why he had waited this long before mentioning it. I also noticed that one of the attackers stood perfectly still, while you ran right at him and cut him down, Senbotsu said, this time glancing at her. That was Shushuku Kidai no Jutsu. Ino felt her eyes widen before narrowing at the man just ahead of her, wondering how he knew about that technique. She had never revealed its name, and she had only used it once or twice while in the program and never on an actual Umbu mission. Senbotsu turned away after a moment, checking on the others before looking at her again. I know a friend that could use a friend like you. If you wanted friends, we can be very good friends, the man paused, his tone friendly. If you don't, then that's okay, too. Who is we? Ino inquired, though she already had a shrewd idea of the implication. The Hokage had warned her about unity, and that they would probably approach her. They hadn't until this moment, and the timing seemed perfect in hindsight. An UMBU trainee on a graduation mission would be the perfect target, eager to please, ensuring their advancement and acceptance upon returning. We prefer to stay nameless, Senbatsu explained, but we all have the same aim: unity. As it is now, the system is broken. We have a greedy daimyo who wants to limit our power. Just look at the state of Konoha now. The Hokage is trying, but he's bound by too many restrictions. This is why the Uchiha clan was slaughtered by Itachi, and why Uzumaki-san was allowed to go away with that doddering old fool Jiraiya. But Jiraiya is a sannin, Ino countered mildly, wondering what to do. Oh, at one point he was powerful and an excellent teacher. Look at the Yondaime and, yes, even Uzumaki, but he could have been even stronger if he had stayed in Konoha for proper instruction. Jiraiya is well out of his prime and steadily going downhill, though, honestly, it wasn't the Hokage's fault. He had no choice, but he could avoid future mistakes without so many restrictions on his power. So you want less restriction on the Hokage's authority? Ino asked, pretending to be at least thoughtful. How could you accomplish that? Besides, isn't the Hokage already in complete command of Konoha? We want to grant the Hokage total command, in both Konoha and over all of Hai no Kuni. As for how, some things must be kept secret for the moment, Senbatsu said, turning back to check on the others. As for complete command? No. The council continuously restrains him with traditionalistic and outdated ideals. Even the clans cause problems within Konoha, ensuring that he can do very little. I see, Ino said, falling silent for a moment, before continuing softly, if I accepted you as friends, what would you need for me to do? Senbatsu came to a sudden stop and raised his voice. Form up. Ino felt a moment of uncertainty at this sudden change, and her stomach almost dropped as the other two joined them. If things went south and she had to fight, it would be 3 against 1, and even with all her skill and confidence she knew there was no way she could win. The 3 of them, however, seemed to be holding a private conversation, which did not bode well in Ino's opinion. We are all in agreement, Senbatsu finally said, facing her. This is the offer for your support. We'll make sure you're passed and that you make Jonin within a month. Upon becoming UMBU, we'll ensure that your pay is worthy of someone of your obviously superb skill level rather than the normal base pay. Also, within 2 months, we will help you gain a squad of your own to lead. Ino blinked rapidly behind her mask, thankful for the concealment. The offer was tempting, becoming UMBU and Jonin without any more hassle, a higher pay grade than normal, and she'd be an UMBU captain within 2 months. Basically, all she wanted from her professional life, all of her dreams rolled into one. You really would be great friends, Ino said absently, dazed by the offer. Trust me, Hataru added kindly, there are other benefits to being our friend. You'll always have someone to help you when you need it, someone that you can always trust and count on. Kunoichi, hell, any ninja, need as many friends like that as they can get. Ino's tongue touched her lips, tittering on the brink of accepting. What would you need for me to do, though? I mean, if you're being such good friends, I should return the favor, right? We would appreciate that, Hideaki said with his deep voice. All you would really have to do is introduce us to a friend of yours and help us out when we ask. Just as we will help you when you ask. Which friend? Ino asked carefully, remembering what was going on and at stake. Temptation or not, and it was designed to be tempting, no doubt, Ino was loyal to the Hokage, Konoha, and Naruto. No matter how alluring, she would never betray their trust or the pride she had as a shinobi. The friend, Hataru said knowingly, whose name you were moaning in your sleep 2 nights ago. Ino's eyes widened as she blushed brightly behind her mask. Don't answer now, Senbatsu said genially. We understand that things are a bit overwhelming right now. Take a couple of days to think our offer over and let us know. If I decide to not be your friend, what will happen? Ino asked, keeping her voice steady despite the intense blush on her face. Well, we'll all be very disappointed, but nothing will happen. You'll have to go at things alone is all, Senbatsu said with a slight shrug, but we hope we'll be friends. I'll think about it, Ino said finally, mentally wondering how to speak with the Hokage in private, without seeming suspicious. Good, Senbatsu said. I think we should head back to Hino Kuni now. I'm sure we could all do with a nice bath, clean sheets, and, like Kurohyu, our special friends. Ino blinked, catching the meaning, and nearly died on the spot from utter humiliation. Naruto was reading a scroll, but the words weren't really registering, his mind was a million miles away. Distraction was his enemy, as for all ninja, which is why Ino managed to sneak into his tent unnoticed. It wasn't until she ripped the scroll from his hands and forcibly shoved him backward that he realized she was there. A moment later she was on top of him, her top half undone, her own nimble fingers working on his jacket, mouth pressed hungrily against his. Naruto lay there stunned, and then he was kissing back, hands fumbling to remove her top completely. Ino sat up, hips moving in small circles against him and gave him a smile that made him shiver. Naruto-kun, Ino panted, tossing her top aside and leaning back down to resume the heated kissing. Ino-chan, Naruto managed before her mouth was heatedly pressing against his, hands caressing her breasts. Naruto sat bolt upright, blanket tangled around his waist, breathing heavily and very uncomfortable in his pants. He twisted around frantically for a moment, and then, seeing he was alone in the small tent, flopped back onto the sleeping mat. Hand covering his eyes, he took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Kami, it had been a while since he had such a vivid dream. Naruto-sensei? Hanabi's voice called from just outside the tent flap. It is morning. You asked me last night to make sure you were up. Just a minute, Naruto managed, then, once his breath was normal and his cheeks weren't burning, he carefully got up and checked his clothes. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with them, he breathed easier and quickly slipped out of the tent, setting a Kage Bunshin to the task of taking it down. A moment later, he smelled the sweet aroma of miso ramen and hurriedly moved toward Hanabi and the fire. Morning, shorty, thanks for the food. I am not short, Hanabi said defensively, glaring at him as he picked up the cooked ramen and began eating it full tilt. Did you have pleasant dreams, sensei? Did I what? Naruto stuttered, eyes widening before he grinned to cover his lapse. They were okay, but you were mumbling about more kisses and Konohamaru all night, so I didn't get too much sleep. I did not. Hanabi said sharply, a small killer intent radiating off her. If there was one thing that riled the girl up, it was teasing her about Konohamaru. So, naturally, he kept it up until she threw a few kunai at him, which he avoided while still eating his precious ramen. A few minutes after said ritual, Hanabi decided that she could bear speaking with him again. However, much to Naruto's disappointment, she picked the one topic he would have liked to avoid at the moment. Naruto-sensei, may I ask who, exactly, you must assassinate? Arai Emi, Naruto said, looking up from his breakfast, deciding not to hide all the details from the girl. She has a twin sister, so this could prove a little tricky, because I gotta make sure to get the right one. I see, Hanabi said, looking thoughtful. Why must you assassinate her? She has a photographic memory, Naruto said blandly, struggling to keep his emotions in check. He was a ninja, damn it, a future Hokage, and this was just another assassination. Only, he knew better, because this time the target was just a child who happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Seeing Hanabi's raised eyebrow, he expanded his explanation. She saw a few major Umbu unmasked and heard their names, so it has to be taken care of ASAP. But why would the Hokage not use Umbu for such a mission? Hanabi inquired, her gaze shrewd. Naruto almost winced, knowing that was his own fault. Hanabi had already been a suspicious and perceptive girl when they had met, and with Naruto's guidance she had turned into a very paranoid, frighteningly insightful ninja. Naruto looked at his remaining ramen thoughtfully before speaking. Let's say you were a leader and you had a group of elite soldiers, but you weren't entirely sure who was really loyal to you. Then you needed a really difficult and delicate mission done, one that could never be revealed. How do you get it done without risking the compromised soldiers from catching wind of it? You ask someone you know is loyal, but not among those soldiers, Hanabi deduced quickly, eyes widening slightly. Naruto-sensei, no. Naruto cut her off curtly, giving her a look that made her flinch. I'm not going to tell you anything else. Just stay here, practice the Shunshin no Jutsu, and when I come back this mission never happened. Oh, of course, Hanabi agreed meekly, before cautiously speaking once more. Is there anything I can do to help? Not really, Naruto said before locking his eyes with her. When we go on that B-rank mission, I'll tell you anything you want to know. Right now, I need for you to trust me, like I trust you. This is a mission that cannot be failed. I understand, Hanabi said after a moment, before looking thoughtful. Sensei, did you really mean you'd tell me anything on that mission? Yeah, Naruto replied, wondering what she was thinking. Can I ask something now? I do not think this can wait that long. You can ask, but I can't promise I'll answer, Naruto said warily, now well and truly on guard. He had already told her too much, and if he hadn't trusted her, there was no way she'd have learned all of that. Why were you muttering Yamanaka-san's name in your sleep? Hanabi asked innocently, while Naruto started choking on his ramen, cheeks flaring red. And none of your business. Go train. Hanabi smirked at that, then blanched at Naruto's sudden flare of killing intent and hurried to do as he had ordered. Finishing his meal in silence, Naruto stood, stretching, then set off through the small grove toward the remote mansion at which Governor Shingen and his 2 daughters were vacationing. According to the Kage Bunshin he had sent out yesterday to scout around, the place wasn't heavily guarded. The nearest village, Minage or something like that, was actually about 2 miles away. The governor liked to take a short trip to the village in the morning, where he kept a secret mistress roughly Naruto's own age. From what Naruto's Kage Bunshin had seen yesterday, the governor definitely had good taste when it came to women. Reaching the edge of the grove, he eyed the flat, open space between the grove of trees and the mansion wall. A Meisai Gakur and a Shunshin carried him over the space and the wall. Landing in a silent crouch, Naruto froze in place, ears straining for the sound of children at play. The governor made it a point to leave his daughters within the mansion. Off to the left was a guard, idly fiddling with his bow. Moving quietly away from the man, Naruto slipped up another wall and onto the roof of the kitchen attached on the side of the house. Crouching carefully, he found 2 more guards just to his right, talking approvingly about the Hai no Kuni ninja they knew. It took all of his restraint not to kill them on the spot. They moved away a few moments later, continuing their patrol, and Naruto turned his attention back to the grounds. According to his Kage Bunshin, the pond used for Emi's swimming lesson would be right around the east wall that he had just came over. Spotting the pond, Naruto moved quickly from the kitchen to the ground, then over the small bridge and a small pond before arriving finally in the isolated corner of the garden where only 2 guards were watching over the girl. Emi was 5 years old and adorable, her black hair in an intricate braid, her brown eyes wide and innocent. She was currently grinning up at a guard around a mouth full of food, unconcerned that he was chiding her for eating before a swim lesson. Naruto felt something in him sicken and putrefy, acidic in the back of his throat, knowing that he could not avoid this, but how could he kill this girl? Kami, why had he ever accepted this mission? Shunshin no Jutsu was D rank, and utterly supplementary. All it honestly required was 1, a suitably chakra supply, 2, enough control over said chakra, and 3, an understanding of the technique. The high-speed technique used chakra to create the equivalent to a super adrenaline boost in the muscles of the body, making it impossible to see any following movement with the naked eye. The success of the move also depended upon the chakra being of the proper level in relation to the distance and elevation between the user and their destination. Now, this move was not used by more than a handful of people, and even then not on a regular basis, because excessive use rapidly drained chakra. Also, until very recently, there were 2 advanced bloodline abilities that would have been able to follow the technique, even if you had combined an element with the Shunshin no Jutsu to cover your tracks. Hanabi, however, had a sensei that used it with carte blanche for hours and days on end. His chakra supply, amazingly, never seemed to end, and Hanabi, on her better days, wondered about that. On the other days, like today, she cared about nothing more than not only completing the technique, but mastering it and, in the process, building up her chakra supplies. Hanabi was a perfectionist when it came to techniques. It was one of her only two flaws, at least in her opinion. If you asked her sensei on better days sensei, great days Nizan, other days rat bastard, and her absolute worst days, the crazy motherfucker trying to kill her, she had several. Naruto was both extraordinarily vocal about her flaws and accepting, though he was, in her estimation, utterly insane, but that was beside the point. Naruto often praised her for that flaw, though he cautioned her against becoming too obsessed with perfection, while he teased her for the other one that concerned Konohamaru. Naruto often said that her perfectionist nature was actually just her desire to become the best ninja she could be, and every time he would say such a thing, a feeling of pride would fill her and she would work twice as hard on the next technique he showed her. Naturally, with this flaw came alarming levels of self-frustration when something went wrong. So she was currently in a foul mood. Her attempts at Shunshin no Jutsu had been utter failures. It should have been simple, had seemed simple enough last night when he had explained it. Concentrating her chakra, exerting her precise control, she willed her body into a Shunshin. Her body remained firmly, and stubbornly, in place. Letting out a frustrated growl, she hurled a kunai at a tree branch where it thunked loudly, before glancing off into the surrounding woods. "Why me?" Hanabi muttered, moving to retrieve the weapon. Pocketing it, the 10-year-old genin, 11 and 6 months, and hopefully Chunin the month after that, crossed her arms, scowling. Naruto expected her to have this learned when he returned, and if she could not perform it, he would be disappointed. Hanabi refused to fail in Naruto's eyes. He was the sole person that had seen her worth as a ninja, and he had become the brother she had secretly wanted growing up. Instead of taking a break, as other genin might have, she instead concentrated every ounce of her being on the problematic Shunshin no Jutsu. Obviously, it was not her control, since her now nearly useless Juken demanded excellent chakra control. Her chakra was suitably large for a near Chunin, as Naruto had been almost fanatic in building it up. Hanabi had yet to attempt a Shunshin to the tree branches, so it was not her destination or her elevation. The problem had her stumped for several long minutes. There was no reason for her repeated failures, and she knew it beyond a shadow of a doubt. The only answer she came up with was that perhaps, like with the Kanashibari no Jutsu, she was not concentrating hard enough. The solution would be to totally fix her concentration on a target. Looking around, she selected the perfect spot. 10 feet away, there was a space between the trunks of 2 trees, clear and conspicuous. Bending all of her attention to that one spot, she began building her chakra, while focusing it through her body. Hanabi felt the beginnings of a headache forming, but she kept concentrating, slowing her breathing and then, with expert precision, attempted the Shunshin no Jutsu. The world disappeared briefly, disorientating her, and then suddenly she was back, feeling as though she had just been forced through a tube. Breathing heavily, she looked around, comprehension catching up with her senses. She had moved halfway to her target, so it had definitely worked. She was still short of her final goal, but she didn't understand why until she registered the lightheaded feeling Konohamaru had explained to her as an early sign of chakra exhaustion. Though she did not like to use them, Hanabi produced a soldier pill and took it. Her chakra returned quickly, her fatigue fading, though she would need to sleep for several hours once the pill wore off. For the moment she was back at 100%. That problem solved, she returned to her training. By the end of the next hour, she was able to do the Shunshin no Jutsu almost as casually as she could any other technique. Indeed, she felt confident enough to flash from the ground to a branch, then to a vertical base on the tree trunk and back to the ground, moving randomly through the forest. After another 30 minutes, coming to a stop on a branch high over the forest floor, she decided that it would be prudent to head back to their temporary camp and rest. With a brief surge of churka, Hanabi was off once more into another series of Shunshin. If she kept the leap short, then her concentration would not have to be so great and her chakra wouldn't be wasted. Besides, there was no real hurry to get back to camp. Without Naruto around, she was on her own and, like Naruto had said yesterday, she could handle a day or two alone in a forest of Hi-no-Kuni. Coming to a stop, Hanabi blinked, spotting a small child sitting at the base of a tree she had been passing over. In the distance, she heard several loud voices, and with 2 and 2 obviously making 4, she nimbly descended from branch to branch before landing in a crouch next to the startled child. The girl, who couldn't have been more than 5, scrambled to her feet. "Where'd you come from?" the girl asked, her eyes wide, staring up at her. "The trees," Hanabi answered evasively, knowing that until you knew the whole situation, it was best to keep some things secret. "Are you okay?" "Uh-huh," the girl said with a grin, nodding. "I'm playing a game." "A game?" Hanabi echoed, arching a slender eyebrow. "I heard several voices calling." "Are you playing with them?" "Yup," the girl said, her grin growing. "Hide and seek." "Don't tell them where I am, please." Hanabi kept from huffing in annoyance. Leave it to her to find a girl busy playing some stupid children's game. Not that she hadn't participated in a similar game during her training, called hide and hunt, but it was a lot more brutal than the version civilian children played. Especially if Naruto and Enko both wanted to hunt. Hanabi shivered at her memory of the only time that had ever happened. Ano, Ne-chan, who are you?" the girl asked, tugging on her hand, interrupting Hanabi's train of thought. "Why don't you tell me who you are first?" Hanabi offered in exasperation. "One must always be polite, even to strangers. It is not polite to ask for my name without first introducing yourself." The girl's face scrunched up, and even Hanabi was forced to privately admit that it was a cute expression. Then the girl beamed brightly up at her, as if finally understanding what Hanabi had just said. "My name's Emi. I'm a Paiwensis." Hanabi blinked, staring at the girl silently for several long minutes. That name, it was the same as the person Naruto had been sent to assassinate, but surely this child could not be the target. It seemed ridiculous for such a mission to be given, to kill a sweet little girl. "Anu, what's your name, Ne-chan?" "Is your name Arai Emi?" Hanabi asked carefully, unsure of what she should do if the answer was an affirmative. "Uh-huh," the girl said with a nod and another wide smile. "Have you," Hanabi said, then paused before continuing. "Emi-chan, have you seen men that wore animal masks lately?" "Uh-huh," the girl said again, her eyes wide. "Only I'm not supposed to tell, so it's a secret." "Anu, are you going to tell me who you are?" Hanabi stared at the girl for a moment, unable to speak. The mission Naruto-sensei was on involved the death of this child. Naruto-sensei who watched out for and guided her, Naruto Nizan who she had sworn to never disappoint. He had been sent to kill this little girl. He was in the village, and he thought the girl was there, but the girl was here, and Hanabi could complete the mission. Could she though? Could she actually kill such an innocent little girl? This is a mission that cannot be failed. "Anu, Ne-chan, are you sick?" "If you're sick, we can go get my friends," Emi offered, big eyes full of worry. "They'd help you." I'm fine, Emi-chan," Hanabi said, kneeling so that they were eye level. "Can you close your eyes?" "Just for a moment. Then I'll tell you who I am." "Okay," the girl said in delight, closing her eyes and smiling so wide that it tore Hanabi's heart out. Hanabi made her decision. She lifted her open hand almost mechanically, channeling the appropriate amount of chakra to it, the bullseye plane in her mind. "I'm Hanabi," she whispered, a second before her palm shot forward, chakra piercing the girl's chest, destroying her heart. Emi's eyes and mouth flew open, blood splattering Hanabi's cheek, then her body collapsed lifelessly. Standing slowly, Hanabi stared down at the small form, crying soundlessly, pink tears mixing with the child's blood as they tracked down her cheeks. "And I'm a ninja." Naruto darted between the bare trees, barely disturbing the thin layer of fallen leaves on the ground, a sense of urgency flooding him with adrenaline. The mission was quickly becoming his worst nightmare. Emi and her sister had switched places as a joke on their guards, and the forest was now filled with samurai frantically searching for the missing girl. Thankfully, when the guards that were escorting Otori had turned up and summoned everyone to help them hunt, they had revealed the switch. Naruto, who had been a moment away from striking, was spared the fate of killing the wrong child. Killing Emi would be hard enough, he was sure that he'd see her face for the rest of his life, but killing the wrong child would have probably shattered him. Gripping a kunai tightly in his hand, he weaved his way through the autumn-colored grove near the mansion, desperately searching for the target before her guards found her. If he didn't neutralize Emi now, then the opportunity would be missed and he'd have failed the Hokage, because those two would never be so laxly guarded again. Sensing a group of samurai approaching from his left, he silently performed a shunshin into the overhead branches and continued his search. If he created Kage Bunshin, things would be easier, but he couldn't risk the samurai spotting even one. After all, this all had to look like an accident, and seeing a mysterious figure near the place where a child turned up dead was not a good thing. Naruto came to a sudden stop, realizing that Hanabi was somewhere in these woods, and she might realize too late that there were people around. Plus, samurai weren't as hopeless as some ninja assumed, they could notice a ninja and even fight against them with some success. A handful, Naruto knew, could even equal Jonin in battle, though he doubted any like that would be stationed here. Despite that, he had to find Hanabi and Emi before things went any further south on this accursed mission. Coincidentally, moments later he spotted Hanabi in his peripheral, standing at the base of a tree. Turning, he darted toward her, dropping to the ground a few feet behind her. Hanabi didn't move or even seem to register his approach. The girl was staring at something just beyond Naruto's line of sight, and a horrible dread crept into his mind, which transformed into cruel certainty as he saw the still form of the child. Stopping just at her shoulder, he stared for several long moments. The enormity of what had occurred crushing down on him. Reaching out, he gently laid a hand on Hanabi's shoulder, saying nothing because he could think of nothing to say. Hanabi was silent for several minutes and then, without turning, spoke in a barely audible voice, "I killed her." "Yes," Naruto said, glancing away from the body to look at Hanabi. Wet streaks severed the drying blood painting her cheeks. "It was a juken strike to the heart, one of 3 forbidden death points," Hanabi continued, almost mechanically. "When she told me who she was, I asked her to close her eyes and I killed her." "I'm sorry you had to do this," Naruto said roughly, hand tightening on her shoulder. "I know you said I was not required to participate, but I was on this mission and you said it couldn't fail," Hanabi said, finally turning to stare up at him. "I did the right thing, didn't I?" "Yes," Naruto said, nodding slightly, unsure of how to handle the situation and reacting in the only way he could think of. "Thank you for helping me." Are you disappointed with me?" Naruto blinked, then turned her toward him and crouched, meeting her gaze intently. "I am not disappointed with you. Hanabi, you did a very good job, you were there to cover for me when it counted. The only person I'm disappointed with is me, because I wasn't able to keep you from having to do something like this." "Why?" "As a ninja, I am required to kill." "Yes," Naruto admitted, eyes darkening slightly, "but I did not want you to have to." "Why?" "Because," Naruto paused, frowning slightly. "It was part of the job as a ninja to kill and, though he had never liked doing it, he'd adapted, learned how to do it and then forget about it. If it happened, it happened. He could have handled killing Emi. He might have been haunted by dreams about her for the rest of his life, but he could have handled it. But it hadn't been him. It had been Hanabi. Her first kill. A child. How could he take her out to dinner to celebrate that?" "Sensei?" Hanabi asked softly, and Naruto heaved a small sigh. "Emuto, I didn't want you to kill, not like this. I wanted better for you," Naruto admitted with a kind smile. "I didn't want you to have to take a life until you were much older. But I'm a ninja." Hanabi countered, sounding uncertain. "Yes, you are a ninja," Naruto confirmed, "and you'll have to learn how to forget about doing this. If you don't, it will eat away at you. Killing is not to be done lightly, but sometimes it is unavoidable, I understand, Hanabi said, then paused. What now, Nizan? You go pack up camp and remove any trace of us having been here, Naruto said, patting her shoulder reassuringly. Then Shunshin out to that small gorge, just on the far side of the grove. Okay, Hanabi said, then offered a weak smile before turning away to disappear into a Shunshin. Naruto remained crouched there for another moment before looking at the body. He would handle the situation, make sure Emi turned up as an obvious accident. He'd do the mission properly using that gorge, and when he saw the Hokage he was going to find out why exactly this had to happen. Just because Emi had a photographic memory and was 5 did not mean she needed to be killed, there had to be a better reason. If it had been him that killed the girl, he wouldn't have cared, but Kakashi had stolen part of Hanabi's innocence with this mission. Naruto knew that he, too, was guilty of that, but he would demand an answer from Kakashi, and he would get it. Or, by all that was holy, Uzumaki Naruto was going to kill the son of a bitch. Chapter 11 Patrol Duty. Kakashi. That tone was cold, with a thick, underlying hint of malice. The white-haired Hokage paused, pen posed over his paperwork. He knew of 3 people that would address him with such a tone, but none of them should be in his office at the moment. I need answers. There was that cold tone with the underlying threat of dark malice. Only now, it was joined with the promise of painful death. A killing rage, something Kakashi had only experienced twice, once from the Yondaime, and second with Anko shortly after the Sasuke fiasco during Naruto's Chunin exams. Looking up, wondering who it was, his gaze met furious cerulean eyes. Naruto? Kakashi blinked owlishly, studying the clenched jaw muscles and the taut pose of his body. Killing rage, no doubt. Kakashi wondered what had happened to provoke such a frightening reaction, while at the same time considering the possibility of hiding under his desk. Naruto, Kakashi said politely, aware of the danger before him. According to Jiraiya, the boy was strong and Anko had said the boy was almost at her level. The last thing Kakashi wanted to do this early in the morning was fight a boy at the Tokubetsu Jonin level. What was the real reason? Naruto asked in a very precise manner, enunciating each word with a clack of teeth like he was biting off chunks of glass. Danger sign number 1. I told you, Kakashi said, neatly evading the question. You told me what you wanted to tell me, Naruto countered, nostrils flaring. Danger sign number 2. I told you what you needed to know. I need a better reason, Naruto said, tone growing rougher, tinged with bloodlust. Danger sign number 3. The Umbu were looking for evidence that Shingen was selling state secrets, Kakashi said, gaze unwavering. The information proved false. This would have been the end of it, if not for the fact that 2 Umbu got extremely sloppy and allowed their faces and names to become known. She was 5 years old. Naruto grated out, eyes narrowing. Let me finish. Kakashi snapped, eye hardening. The whole matter could have been dropped if not for the fact that after being reprimanded for it, one of the Umbu recently blabbed to a known Unity member. They, in turn, were preparing to contact the High Ninja, which would have ultimately created more instability within the country and help Unity's cause. What about a memory seal? They can be forcibly broken. Kakashi pointed out, with more patience than most might imagine. Then again, this was hardly the first time Kakashi had experienced a ninja reacting this way to a questionable assassination. This was the only way. Naruto was silent for several long minutes, his killing rage building to even greater heights. Then suddenly it disappeared and Kakashi felt a moment of fear. That wasn't right. Killing rage did not just disappear, it normally turned into attempted homicide, as it had with Anko and the Yondaime. Thank you, Naruto said seriously, a grin meandering across his face. Oi, so, now that me and Hanabi are back from our vacation, can I have that mission you promised me? Naruto, what exactly happened? Kakashi asked cautiously, picking up the scroll, but not handing it over. We went south, saw the Hikawa shrine. Hanabi loved the architecture and was fascinated by the fact that the temple was built within a moat and surrounded by a 2-mile-long outer wall. I personally liked the towers at the center of the temple. The shadows create interesting images. That's not what I meant, Kakashi said, setting the scroll down. You came in here ready to attempt murder and now you're acting perfectly fine. I want to know why. I was determined to get a good answer, and I got one. Naruto explained, so there's no reason to kill you. Now can I have that B rank mission? Kakashi blinked, uncertain about what to make of the answer. He couldn't send Naruto out until he could get a better handle on the situation. It would be utterly irresponsible. Picking up the scroll, he sat it aside, not looking away from the boy. After lunch, Naruto. I need time to think and to handle Ino's training debriefing. Okay, Naruto said with a sigh. I'll come back after lunch. Is Anko around? Should be at her dango spot, Kakashi said, quirking his eyebrow. Why? I want to spar someone I don't have to hold back against. Naruto answered brightly, before turning and walked out of the office. Sarutobi Konohamaru was feeling good. His team had just managed a C-rank mission and he had saved the day. He would admit that he could have done better, as while saving the day he had come within an inch of being killed, but he still felt good. His hard work and dedication was finally paying off. He'd graduated first in his class and had been working his butt off to be the top genin. Rumor though, passed along by a cruelly happy Ami-sensei, said there was someone else that was the top genin. Which was why, after Ami-sensei had left to file a mission report and Choko and Chen had grudgingly said thank you, Konohamaru had set out for the training area he used to share with Hanabi before she started training with Naruto. Thinking of Naruto, the genin wondered why he had yet to encounter the older ninja, but decided it was just one of those things. Eventually, Konohamaru would encounter Naruto and he would challenge him to a match. Konohamaru grinned, envisioning a match in which he clearly stood as the victor, with Naruto begging for mercy and Hanabi swooning over his prowess. Such thoughts were driven out of his head, upon discovering Hanabi sitting huddled against the side of a training post. The air seemed thick with a sense of despair, and Konohamaru actually shivered at the feeling. If it were anyone else, the boy would have left them alone, but this was Hanabi, so he quietly approached. The other genin didn't even move as he sat down next to her. Konohamaru glanced at her after a moment, expecting tears, but instead found a dull gaze, focused dead ahead. Curious, he opened his mouth to speak, but found he lacked an idea of what to say, so he closed his mouth and let his head rest against the post. What if you had to kill? Hanabi suddenly asked, startling him. Only it wasn't like you expected. Hanabi-chan? Konohamaru asked, staring at her. Have you ever killed Konohamaru-kun? Hanabi asked, not looking at him. No, Konohamaru admitted, frowning slightly. Ami-sensei says that killing is the sign of a ninja that does not know how to properly do their job. Naruto-sensei says that killing is not to be done lightly, but sometimes it is unavoidable, Hanabi countered. All of our senseis in the academy have told us that we will have to kill at some point. I remember Naruto talked to us once, before you joined the class, Konohamaru said, his mind going back to the day and those words he had only vaguely paid attention to. He said that either you accept that you'll have to kill, or you get killed. I accepted that I would have to kill, Hanabi said, her eyes darkening even as the mood in the training area changed. I would have no difficulty killing if it were my life or my enemies. Hanabi-chan, Konohamaru said, understanding flooding through him, what happened? I cannot tell you, Hanabi said softly. Listen, I understand what you Konohamaru started to reason, until she glared at him with such intensity that he flinched. You have no idea what I have done. Hanabi hissed angrily, before she fell silent and ultimately sighed as she climbed to her feet. Excuse me, I have a mission, and Naruto-sensei asked that I met him at the Hokage's office. Konohamaru nodded, watching her walk away, confused and unnerved. Yamanaka Ino felt as if she was going to throw up, not because of something she ate or because of being sick, but because of the butterflies fluttering in her stomach. 20 minutes ago, she had received a summons to the Hokage's office by an official Hokage messenger bird. Ino had only returned 2 days ago from her Umbu mission to Umi no Kuni, which had been both her graduation mission and her first encounter with Unity. After a quick debriefing with the rest of her team, she had yet to see the Hokage. Nor had she had a chance to approach him without raising Unity's suspicions, until now. Entering the tower, she greeted the few office workers with a brief smile, then ascended the staircase to the Hokage's private office. Ino had no clear memories of the office before the Godame had taken over, and she doubted she had ever been to the place when the Sandame had been in charge, but she did know that the desk outside the door was new. Behind the desk sat a chunin, dressed in the gray uniform that marked all officers, wearing sunglasses and a bandana forehead protector. Walking up, undeterred, she stopped at his desk and placed one hand on the edge, leaning slightly forward. "Morning." "Good morning," the man said, a tiny smirk on his face as he looked up at her. "May I help you?" "Why, yes you can," Ino responded sweetly. "You can tell that chunin in front of the Hokage's office that I'm supposed to see him now." "Ah, Yamanaka?" the man said, then making a motion with his fingers for the guard to move aside. "Go right in." "Thanks," Ino drawled, then walked past the desk and entered the actual office. The office was round, with large bay windows, a few doors leading off to side rooms, and a very impressive desk behind which sat a very bored-looking Hokage. "Hokage-sama?" "Ah, Ino-san," the man said, motioning for her to have a seat. "Glad to see you made it." "Thanks," Ino said, sitting carefully if a bit stiffly, as she was unused to talking with the Hokage. "Can I ask what's up with those two outside your office? Mizuku and Tadage?" the Hokage said, eye drooping slightly. "They were Tenzo's idea. For your own personal safety, due to Unity." "Is it really that bad?" Ino asked, acutely aware of Unity and its pervasiveness. "Worse, I'm afraid," Hokage said sourly, "which reminds me." The man created several Kage Bunshin that moved to various points in the room and applied chakra to odd place. At Ino's curious look, his eye curved up happily. "Security and silencing seals. I'm just strengthening them to ensure I don't have any leaks of information." "Ah," Ino said. When they finished, she shifted slightly in her seat, trying to think of how to broach the subject that was pressing on her mind. It turned out to be a needless concern, since the Hokage did it for her. "So, I trust Unity has approached you?" "Yes," Ino said, eyes widening in surprise. "How'd you know?" "I'm the Hokage and the former Umbu commander. It's my job to think like my enemies." At this, his eye curved up happily once more. "Or when I can't, I put spies in their ranks and get insider information. Incidentally, Shino says, hi." Ino blinked several times, taking that information in, then shook her head to stare at the man incredulously. "Shino? As in Aburame Shino? My former teammate who was reported dead on a mission 2 years ago?" "Yes, well, when you enter Na you tend to stop existing," the Hokage explained with a shrug. "It was under my orders, Kami, and I thought the biggest news would be telling you about Unity," Ino muttered, sitting back in her seat in a daze. Shino was not only alive but operating as a spy within Noor Unity. Ino couldn't quite wrap her mind around that, though, considering the Aburame, it wasn't hard to imagine. "I'm glad to prove you wrong," the Hokage said, I still curved up happily. "So, about the offer. I knew they were going to approach you during this last mission, which tentative reports say you passed, by the way, but I don't know what exactly they wanted or were offering." "Well, the offer was very tempting," Ino said, snapping back to the office and the meeting. "For my support, they offered to ensure my graduation and that within a month I'd be made Jonin. Then, they'd make sure my Umbu pay was above normal base pay and that I'd have a squad of my own to lead within a month after that." "Wow, that is a pretty good offer," Hokage admitted. "So, what sort of support did they want in return?" "For me to set up a meeting with a friend of mine," Ino said, forcing herself to stay professional and not blush at that part of the conversation. "I think Naruto-kun." Most likely, Hokage admitted, leaning back in his chair and picking up his Ika book to flip it open. Ino blinked, staring at the man as she stood uncertainly, wondering if the meeting was over. Should I go now? Huh? Oh no, the Hokage said, looking up at her briefly. Naruto's on his way here for his first B-rank mission in a long time and I'm assigning you to his team for this mission. So, it'll be you, Hanabi, and Naruto out there alone. Try not to corrupt the poor girl's mind. What? Ino asked, blinking. What did he mean, corrupt the girl? He should have been saying that to Naruto. After all, outside of her secret copy of Ika, she wasn't perverted. Nothing, the Hokage said evasively, before turning slightly more serious. Ino-san, this is important. Naruto is going to discuss something important with you, I won't say what. But, I want you to keep an eye on him and how he acts. Somebody's brought it to my attention that they think he's repressing his anger. Naruto-kun? Ino asked, startled, wondering what he would want to talk to her about and about what the Hokage had just told her. Repressing his anger? Naruto? It didn't fit. Yes, so I want to know for sure, the Hokage said, before turning back to his book. Oh okay, Ino agreed, uncomfortable with the idea but knowing an order when given one. Hokage-sama, what about Unity's offer? Oh, that, the masked man said absently. Well, I'd like you to discuss the offer with Naruto, and then when you get back, we'll all talk about how to handle it. As for Unity, they're not about to rush ahead within a month after your support means they're planning something long-term. Okay, Ino said dubiously, before the door to his office opened with a loud bang. Ah, Hanabi-chan, Naruto, did you have a good lunch? The Hokage asked, shifting his attention to the two ninja who entered. How could I not with Hokage-sized servings at Ichiraku? Naruto gloated happily, while Hanabi made an indistinct sound of agreement to the Hokage's question, both crossing the room to stand next to Ino. Hey, Ino-chan. Long time no see. Naruto said, face brightening as he spotted her. Naruto-kun, Ino returned fondly, smiling at him while almost blushing from remembering Hitaru's comments. Naruto didn't seem to notice as he moved to stand beside her, Adar Hanabi standing on the other side of him. Good to hear, the Hokage said before picking up a scroll and handing it over to Naruto. The scroll is a map of the territory you'll be patrolling. Normally, this is just a C-rank mission, but there are outside influences. Eh? Naruto managed, blinking. You'll be entering Kawa no Kuni to patrol the east side of the country, up to the west bank of the Isen River. The reason for this goes back several years, shortly after the Second Great Shinobi War. After a very long war, primarily against Suna, Konoha emerged the victor. And we patrol why? Hanabi asked curtly. Because after the war, Kawa was left defenseless and every year Suna sends a patrol. Since we personally don't like the idea of Suna invading a country on our border, again, we send our own patrol, Kakashi said, leaning back in his chair sighing. Normally this is only a C-rank mission, however, Suna is currently engaged in a low-key conflict with Iwa. Wouldn't that make this a rank? Ino asked thoughtfully. She was only vaguely aware of the rumors within Umbu that they were expecting the conflict to turn into outright war any day. Not really, as we don't expect anything to happen. In truth, you're going on this mission mostly to give Suna a subtle chance to let us know if they've seen a certain pair of missing ninja. Kakashi explained, eye closing happily. However, since Iwa fanatically despises Konoha ninja and would attempt to kill you on sight, I'm giving you orders to handle any enemy as you deem appropriate. Hokage-sama, Hanabi said, arching an eyebrow, why does Iwa despise us? That, Kakashi said with a heavy sigh, is something we've never been able to entirely figure out. Normally, Naruto would feel a surge of excitement concerning such a high-rank mission. After all, AB rank was worth 2 points toward Jonin, which was a step closer to Hokage and when he planned to reveal his true nature. That he, Uzumaki Naruto, held the Kyuubi prisoner inside him. On that dark day, some people would undoubtedly reject him, and Naruto worried especially about Ino, suddenly distancing herself from him. One that day, as within Kumo, Suna, and Mizu, he would be called Jinchuriki, or, even worse, Ada. He was lucky to live in Konoha, who would ultimately accept him as more than a mere weapon. They would also help fight against Akatsuki, a group of S-rank criminals after people with demons inside them. Yet these rather large problems were not why he didn't feel his typical surge of excitement. No, the lack of excitement came from the fact that the girl to his left within the V formation the team was currently in. Hanabi, his apprentice, had on their vacation taken it upon her own shoulders to kill a child that Naruto had been responsible for assassinating. It wasn't her fault. It had been an order from the Hokage, orders that Naruto only marginally accepted as justifiable. He should have been the one having trouble sleeping at night, yet, it was Hanabi who suffered. The first night heading back to Konoha had been horrible, her thrashing around in a nightmare that he had caused, leaving Naruto clueless on how to handle it. It had only gotten worse the next morning when Hanabi had become withdrawn, further confusing Naruto. The second night had been a near repeat, and it was only through serious contemplation that Naruto had come up with the only thing he could do. He remembered seeing movies where kids would have nightmares and parents would sit and stroke their temple or hair all night. It seemed to work in the movies, and Naruto decided it was better than doing nothing, hence, Hanabi had woken up to Naruto stroking her temple. Neither had mentioned it, but Hanabi had at least returned to semi-normal around him. Naruto knew normal would not happen for her again. Hanabi had lost a part of herself on that vacation, and Naruto had realized just how ill-equipped he was to be a sensei. Not that he could talk to anyone about it and try to figure out what to do, which meant he was left to his own devices. After several hours of intensive consideration, the only solution he could see would be to make Hanabi forget about Emi. The only way to do that was with one of those memory seals that Ero Sanin had told him about. Now, while Naruto was not quite skilled enough to make one, he knew someone that was. Ero Sanin, for all of his perversion, would help him. Nodding to himself, feeling good about that decision, he briefly glanced at Hanabi, then at Ino, who was at point, eyes lingering on her legs and ass. Feeling better, he shifted his attention away from the girl and his guilt about looking at her, returning to his looming sealing projects. One, and the most pressing, was a seal he had been developing to solve his weakness with Genjutsu and the dispelling of said techniques. It had gained even more importance after his sparring match against Anko, who had taken to destroying his Kage Bunshin and kept him from breaking out of a Genjutsu. Naruto had an idea of how to make it, and he would give it further thought when they set up camp that night. The second seal, and the one he would need to talk to Ero Sanin for help, was something that started out as a project just to piss off the Hyuga. Now though, it seemed a nice way of making up to Hanabi for messing up. Basically, he wanted to unseal her bloodline. Until then, he would teach her the Hakken no Jutsu, which he had only recently learned from Anko. Naruto came out of his thoughts a moment later as Ino raised a fist, signaling them to stop. "Oi, what's up?" Naruto asked, moving to join her on the branch, looking at the odd layout of unnoticeable rocks that she pointed out. "What about M?" "Perimeter," Ino said, gaze turning skyward. "I wa ninja use that formation to mark their boundaries. If we keep going, it'll set off an alarm." "Ah," Naruto said, scowling, "so how are we going to get around that?" "First, keep an eye on my body," Ino muttered, lacing her fingers together before her body went slack. Naruto reacted quickly, catching her with surprise. What the hell did she do? Looking up as Hanabi joined him, he shifted Ino absently so that her face was in the crook of his neck to balance them both better. "Naruto-sensei, what is Yamanaka-san doing?" Hanabi asked, a tiny frown on her face. "Scouting," Naruto said, but unsure about that being the truth. "We're at the boundary of an Iwa group." "I see," Hanabi said, crouching slightly. "I must admit this is one of the few times I rue my temper. If I could still use my Byakugan, I could be of more use." "Aha, don't say stuff like that," Naruto countered with a snort. "Besides, after we get camp set up, I'm going to teach you two jutsu." Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, and a hidden ninjutsu, Hakken no Jutsu. Hakken no Jutsu? I figure even if your bloodline is sealed, your eyesight has to be a lot sharper than normal. So with Hakken, maybe it'd. You know. Further conversation became impossible when Ino made a small nose, stirring in his arms. Naruto couldn't help but blush as her breath washed over his neck, sending a chill down his spine. Ino-chan, you back? Ino mumbled, pulling away slightly while blushing before looking away and completely separating from him. I found them. Right, great. Naruto said, coughing, ignoring Hanabi's fleeting look of amusement. So, how? Shintenshin no Jutsu, one of my family's techniques. There was a bird circling overhead, Ino explained, regaining her professionalism, so I used it to scout the Iwa Nin out. There's 4 of them, 3 Chunin and 1 Jonin, about 2 yards ahead. Shit, Naruto muttered, feeling a moment of annoyance. Okay, I'll take the Jonin and wait. Why do you get the Jonin? Ino asked, looking at him sourly. Why not? I've never fought a Jonin from Iwa. She looked at him skeptically. Oh, come on. Naruto pleaded, grinning. Please, Ino-chan? I'll buy, no cook, you some really nice tomato pudding. You can cook something other than ramen? Ino asked dubiously. Not my fault, Naruto huffed in annoyance. Ero Sanin hired me out as kitchen help while we were in Umi no Kuni. Fine, Ino relented. You can have the Jonin. I can take the 3 Chunin, I guess. What am I to do? Hanabi asked, sounding reluctant. Actually, why don't you take one of the Chunin? Naruto asked brightly, hopefully that this would help her out. After all, when he was fighting he had a tendency to forget about things, and Hanabi definitely needed some peace of mind. Turning back, he grinned at Ino. That okay with you, Ino-chan? I guess so. She has been doing C-rank missions, and she'll be taking the Chunin exam soon, Ino mused before glancing at Hanabi, but only if she feels like she's ready for it. I believe I can handle a Chunin. Hanabi said, tone cold, a sure sign that Ino had struck a nerve by doubting her ability. Great, so we'll all use Shunshin and kick some ass. Grinning, Naruto reached out and patted Hanabi's shoulder. Just be careful and don't get carried away. Of course, Hanabi offered with a small smile, which Naruto returned before the 3 of them disappeared into Shunshin. Sekibutsujiman was 30 years old, from a rather important ninja family within Iwagakure. He had served during the last Shinobi War, though it had not been until 2 years after the war when he was 15 that he became Jonin. He had encountered the Yondaime Hokage, Konoha's Kiroi Hiramiku, and was one of the few survivors from the monster's reign of terror. Hence, he had noticed the swift approach of a 3-man cell a half-second before the Chunin that made up his own team. He had pinpointed the 2 Jonin and 1 Chunin, charging from the east, within a few seconds. He produced his kunai and turned in time to see 1 purple and 2 black blurs dart into the clearing. He spared the purple a glance, but it seemed to be engaging 2 of his Chunin. After his eyes adjusted, he saw a lithe girl wielding her sword expertly. He shifted his gaze to one of the dark blurs, who was a young girl, maybe 10, leading the newest Iwa Chunin on a merry chase, but didn't recognize her. Then he blocked the kunai of the last ninja to enter the clearing, skidded back, and nearly lost control of his bladder. For one wild, incredulously minute, Sekibutsujiman Jonin of Iwa saw the scourge of Iwa Konoha's Yondaime Hokage. The man across from him had the same fierce face and blue eyes, and the wild, yellow hair that had given him the title Kiroi Hiramiku. Then he came to his senses, blocking another strike. This was not the Yondaime. He was too young and, besides, the scourge was dead. Focusing on the fight, his fright forgotten, he exchanged a series of rapid kunai blows with the boy across from him, then dodged back to put space between them. He couldn't get over how eerily similar the Yondaime and this child looked. Then the boy smiled and he felt a chill sweep over him. It reminded him of the scourge on the day he had stormed Iwa. So you're an Iwa Jonin? the boy asked, twirling his kunai absently. Jimin didn't respond. What Iwa ninja would to a Konoha mongrel, especially one that so greatly resembled a man that had committed horrendous atrocities against a Wagakure? Instead, the Iwa ninja threw his kunai, forcing the boy to dodge, and was nearly caught off guard as the boy threw his own kunai, which quickly multiplied into a dozen. Forming the needed hand seals, Jimin spewed mud from his mud and a wall of earth quickly sprouted, absorbing the attack. The Iwa ninja quickly dodged back as the wall shattered from a sphere of chakra that he knew all too well as the Rasengan. A moment later, Jimin found himself in a heated taijutsu fight with the boy. Ducking a round kick, Jimin darted forward, kneeing the boy in the stomach and following it with a kick to the face, only to be surprised as the boy disappeared in a puff of smoke. Turning, the Jonin tried to dodge a punch, managing to make it a glancing blow, then just barely avoided the follow-up kick. Jimin countered with another round kick, but the boy performed a one-handed cartwheel, his left foot blocking the attack and his right foot planting a kick to his stomach. The Iwa ninja stumbled back. Just as he regained his balance, the boy used his momentum to jump into a butterfly kick, knocking Jimin off his feet. Rolling sideways from the blow, the Jonin regained his feet and blocked as Naruto came charging in, then pivoted around the boy as a kunai slipped easily from his holster. The boy disappeared in a way that was not natural, and when he appeared he was inside Jimin's guard, fist smashing into the Jonin's mouth. Staggering away, Jimin shook his head, the attack sequence getting far too familiar for his taste. Darting forward once more, he made a thrust with his kunai, but the unknown Konoha ninja managed a standing flip over him to land behind. Spinning around, Jimin took a sidekick to the ribs, then a round kick to the face. Jimin recovered and lashed out with another thrust, only to have his wrist caught, but that was fine as Jimin yanked him around with his free hand and slammed the boy into a nearby tree. The boy pushed the arm he was holding up and away from him, then spun and slipped under the raised arm, jumped and came down, driving a kunai up to the handle into his shoulder. Stumbling away, blood flowing, Jimin clutched at the wounded arm and spun back around, lashing out with a vicious kick, keeping the boy at bay but swearing for being so sloppy. "Oi, maybe you should surrender. You're wounded. It's only a flesh wound." Jimin snarled, producing a kunai with his other hand. The boy sighed and charged, sweeping his kunai around, but Jimin kicked it out of his hand and then followed up with his own spinning slash, leaving a thin cut along the boy's cheek. Grinning, Jimin charged forward before the boy formed a few hand seals and then extended a hand, causing Jimin to run full force into a wall of wind. Reeling away, he shook his head to clear it, then dodged at the last second as the air around him began slicing into him. Landing in a kneeling position, bleeding from several shallow cuts, he glared up at the boy. Then his mouth went dry as he noticed the cut he had put on the boy's cheek had already healed. When had the bastard done that? He, keep fighting and I'll have to kill you, the boy taunted, a sadistic grin on his face. Snarling, Jimin lunged forward, a right and then a left round kick whistling through the air, but the boy easily dodged both. Jimin swung with his good arm at the kid's head, but his arm was caught in mid-swing before being flipped over the Konoha nin's shoulder. Landing with a pained exhale, Jimin rolled back onto his shoulders, driving both of his feet up into the boy's face and knocking him off his feet. Rolling into a crouch, Jimin threw his kunai, forcing the Konoha bastard to move and then began forming one-handed seals. Placing hand to earth, he applied his chakra, causing the ground to temporarily part and create a hole 10 feet wide and 5 feet deep. Chihakaiha no Jutsu. The boy's eyes widened before he jumped, aided apparently by a gust of wind from beneath his feet. It carried the ninja high overhead, where he twisted a full 360 degrees and came falling back to the earth, elbow aimed right at Jimin. The Iwa ninja reacted just in time to avoid the blow, while forming even more single-handed seals before smacking his hand against the ground, sending out a shockwave to unbalance his enemy. Doton Shugekiha, Jimin gloated, happy to see that the almost forgotten technique was still as effective as ever. The boy recovered soon enough, but the Jonin was already unleashing his next jutsu, Dotanu Wayari, forcing the boy to perform a nimble bit of footwork to avoid the series of rock spikes that exploded from the ground, attempting to impale him. Forming a final set of hand seals, the Jonin soon encased himself within a small enclosure of rock slabs known as a shitoride. Grasping the kunai still in his shoulder, Jimin yanked it free and then tossing it away, administering the herbs needed to slow the bleeding. Thankfully, he could take his time. Even a Rasengan would have difficulty breaking through this barrier. No, to reach him, the boy would have to use either lightning or an unusually strong wind jutsu to break through the regenerating walls of this technique. Still, better safe than sorry. He created a Tsuchi Bunshin to distract the boy. Breathing easier, the Iwa Anin took the moment to recover and try to regain his focus. That proved easier said than done when he felt the Tsuchi Bunshin explode violently and then heard the raised voice shouting, "Oi, either come out and play or go home." At his lack of response, the boy loudly announced an unfamiliar jutsu Kazuryuden no jutsu. Now, being an experienced ninja and having lived through a ninja war, Jimin decided that while he did not know that technique, it would not be smart to remain where he was at. His quick action saved his life, as he lowered the back wall of his fortress and performed kawarimi with a nearby boulder. A second later, the stone fortress was pulverized to sand, a roaring wind dragon twisting through the space to destroy the immediately surrounding area. Holy fuck. Jimin made a quick decision, hatred for Konoha or not, an absolute desire to see this ninja a broken and bleeding mess at his feet or not, it was time to get the hell out of Dodge. A Konoha ninja that looked eerily similar to that bastard the Yondaime, who could use the Rasengan and who could unleash a dragon made of wind. Dying in the field would not help his village survive an eventually encounter with the boy, because Jimin had a sense of inevitable doom filling him. After a quick glance, confirmed the two Chunin facing the sword woman were a lost cause, and he had a feeling the third one facing that other girl would meet a similar fate, he created another Tsuchi Bunshin for distraction. Then Sekibutsu Jimin, Jonin of Iwa, ran like hell. Hanabi dodged the large fist nimbly, weaving back through the Iwa Nin's attacks with a grace that came naturally to her. Her opponent was larger than her, hence heavier and stronger, but Hanabi was faster and equal to his skill level. Still, she was hesitating to go on the offensive. Why, Hanabi wasn't sure. All she knew was that the kunai she clutched trembled, and at the thought of attacking she would hesitate, just enough to make dodging her only option. Ducking under a right hook, Hanabi moved in to strike with a juken to the heart, but paused just a fraction of a second, allowing the man to catch her with a back fist. Tumbling away, pain racing along her jaw, Hanabi felt stupid. What was wrong with her? Why couldn't she bring herself to attack? Regaining her feet sloppily, Hanabi dodged a low kick followed by a punch, but the combo merely set her up for an elbow aimed at her face. Hanabi performed a shunshin to dodge. Coming to a stop on the balls of her feet several meters away, Hanabi studied her frustrated opponent and trembled for no discernible reason. Having been trained for the majority of her early life as a taijutsu specialist allowed her to pick up quickly on other styles. The Iwa Nin style seemed to be based off a low, stable stance and short powerful movements that combined both attack and defense. That knowledge was wasted for as long as she hesitated to attack, but she simply couldn't do so. Using her kunai, she deflected a series of shuriken that proved child's play after facing off against Naruto for so long. Then the Iwa Nin began forming hand seals before the patch of earth between him and her churned into a river of mud, forcing Hanabi to leap up and to the side. Hanabi landed a split second after he completed another series of hand seals and her eyes widened as the mud bubbled up, taking the shape of a dragon's head that began spewing mud projectiles. Shunshin and kawarimi moved her through the attack, then expert use of Bunshin no Jutsu bought her time to apply the Meisai Gakur no Jutsu and disappear into a tree overhead. Crouching on the tree branch, breathing heavy, Hanabi glowered down at her opponent, frustrated with her inability to attack. She did feel a stab of appreciation for the Bunshin no Jutsu, something she would have never imagined before. Still, while she had the time and the man had his hands full trying to remove her Bunshins, she needed to figure out what her problem was. Why did she keep hesitating? She had told Konohamaru that if it was a choice between her and the enemy that she would kill. Looking at the kunai she held, Hanabi frowned, eyes narrowing. A flash of an innocent face caught her off guard, a tiny gasp, and she dropped the weapon out of reflex. Recovering quickly, Hanabi moved just as the enemy focused his attention on the tree she had been in and reduced it to toothpicks. Another bunshin drew his attention away from his search for her and granted Hanabi the chance to recover. Emi haunted her. Because of her actions, Hanabi's mind and heart were at war over her actions. She had become a liability to both Konoha and her sensei. But how could she fix that? Now that she had become aware of her problem, she found it impossible to stop her hands from shaking. Oh, Kami, she couldn't do this. She would die here. Naruto, the man she had promised to never fail, Hanabi could picture his regret and disappointment when he found her body. It chilled her. Her trembling grew worse, emotions in such conflict that her Meisaigakur crumbled, leaving her exposed once the man realized the bunshin no longer existed. She would die here. If I die, then so does my dream, Hanabi thought wildly, wrapping her arms around her midsection, trying to still her trembling. Squeezing her eyes shut, she tried to stop the tears. She didn't want to die, she didn't want to die, she didn't want come out, wherever you are, the enemy said from below. I'm going to find you, and when I do, I'll show you what happens to Konoha bitches. Emuto, you're stronger than this, a voice that sounded like Naruto whispered to her. Stand up and make me proud. An epiphany stole over her at those words, one that made the trembling and tears stop. All this time, it hadn't been just her murder of Emi that haunted her, but an unspoken question. Why did she have to die? Sat poised as a mask for the real question, and the answer came like a bolt of lightning, one that would forever change Hanabi. Because Naruto said so. It was that simple, really. The man that had trained and protected her, who treated her as family, as a sister, had believed the need existed. That was Hanabi's answer, all she needed. No more running or acting like a stupid academy student. She would make Naruto proud, and she would become the best tool a sensei could desire. Selecting a new kunai, she leapt to the ground just as her enemy destroyed the tree she had been cloistered in. Landing in a crouch, Hanabi hurled her kunai. The Iwa ninja deflected it and Hanabi dodged left with a shunshin as the nin launched a ninjutsu that decimated the ground before her. Shifting directions, Hanabi darted in, slipping easily beneath his punch and driving a palm heel into the older nin's stomach. HN. The man grunted before he lunged, swinging down with a great deal of force at Hanabi, who nimbly moved aside. The ground cratered from impact, but the Iwa nin didn't give up. Hanabi swerved and avoided everything neatly as ever. Hold still you, Konoha bitch. The Iwa ninja shouted, his frustration getting the better of him. Hanabi remained silent, but stood motionless as he covered the length of the clearing. Hanabi caught his punch and pivoted, bracing her right leg against his left and yanked, flipping him even as his weight strained her muscles. The man landed in a heap, but quickly regained his feet, an oddly designed kunai lunging for her face. Hanabi repeated the trick, this time disarming him. The man regained his feet and glowered at her, his voice growing more irate. I am not going to be defeated by a genin. Yes, you are. Hanabi said calmly, the decision made. The Iwa ninja closed the distance, quickly, trying to fake her out with a kick. Hanabi placed a hand against his knee as it came up and then jumped, bringing her own foot up and alongside his jaw. The impact was jarring, but Hanabi flipped clear and spun, while the man twisted away with a few stumbling steps. A moment later, Hanabi pivoted and threw the kunai she had taken from the man, catching him in the temple. The Iwa ninja dropped like a puppet with its strings cut. Hanabi let out a deep breath before relaxing. A moment later she felt a hand touch her shoulder and looked up to find Naruto beside her, grinning faintly. Tsuru-chan, that was great, he said, before he approached the body. Thank you, sensei, Hanabi said, pride filling her with a heady flush even as her adrenaline faded. Hanabi waited patiently for him to finish his business with the body, and when he handed her the bloody kunai and the ryu he recovered she smiled up at him. Do you think I could learn the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu now? After we set up camp, Naruto said, ruffling her hair fondly. Come on, Tsuru-chan. Turning, both ninjas started back, walking in companionable silence toward the waiting shinobi. The Iwa ninja lunged, three-bladed kunai gleaming, but Ino spun aside. The blades passed her ribs, and the boy shot past her back. The Iwa ninja tried to stop and turn, but it was too late. Ino neatly ended his life with a stab through the back, blade exiting grotesquely through his chest. With an emotionless grunt, Ino pulled the blade free, slinging blood from it as the body tumbled forward. Tch, Ino muttered, bringing her blade up to wipe it clean with a cloth, casting an annoyed look at the two dead Chunin. It had been too easy. Hell, she wasn't winded or even sweating. Sheathing her sword with a shake of her head, Ino glanced around to see how Naruto was doing, but found only a hint of the battle he had engaged. There was no body, nor Naruto, and she wondered about that for a moment before Naruto came strolling from her left, Hanabi walking beside him, both discussing what appeared to be a jutsu. You okay? Ino asked, moving to meet the two. Well, my Jonin ran away on me, Naruto admitted with a pout. We didn't even get to really fight. He seemed to be distracted about something, but Hanabi here took out that Chunin easy. I merely performed to the best of my abilities, Hanabi said casually with a shrug. He was poorly trained. Obviously, so were the ones Yamanaka-san fought, considering the lack of battle fatigue she is displaying. Yeah, they were pushovers. Ino admitted, unsure of whether she liked the girl or found her annoying. Hanabi's manner of speech was calm, precise, and always polite, but at times laced heavily with acidic sarcasm. Despite that, the girl wasn't too bad, though Ino wondered about the body language she was picking up from the younger girl toward Naruto. Oi, so I guess we better get going and see who those Tsunagais are, huh? Naruto asked, stretching while grinning. I guess, Ino sighed, then grinned at Naruto. Oh, and don't forget, even if that Jonin ran away, you still have to cook me dinner. Huh? Hey, no fair. Naruto protested, scowling at her. Hey, you promised, Ino countered with a shrug. Come on, you take point since I did it I can take point, Hanabi offered and, at Ino's look, explained, I wish to try the jutsu Naruto-sensei taught me on our way back here. Okay, Ino agreed, feeling dubious and wondering why Hanabi had stressed the word sensei. Still, there was no danger in letting the girl take point and all three set out in V formation once more, with Hanabi leading the way. After a few minutes, Ino turned to Naruto, raising an eyebrow. She seemed different to you? Not really, Naruto said, smiling back. I think she just had to work through something. Okay, Ino said before rubbing at her elbow absently. So, what jutsu did you teach her? Haka no jutsu, Naruto said. I learned it from Anko before we left Konoha. It's pretty simple for a hidden technique and it's only C rank. I think she said it comes from the Inuzuka or something like that. Anyway, by concentrating a high amount of chakra to the ear, nose, or eyes, you can increase that sensory organ's ability by 100 times. I can sharpen my hearing pretty good with it, so I figure Hanabi can use it to sharpen her sight, Ino interrupted, eyes widening at the implication. As a Hyuga, her optic nerves are already more developed than normal. Using this would give her a type of basic Byakugan, maybe increase it 1,000-fold depending on the amount of chakra she used. That's what I figured, Naruto admitted. It'll have to do until I talk with Ero Sanin about ways of undoing that stupid sealing of her bloodline. I'm pretty good at seals, but he's a master. Naruto-kun, you can't just unseal her bloodline, Ino said, startled. It was sealed by the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga would have the final say about the control of that bloodline within Konoha. Keyword within, Naruto countered with a sly grin. Outside of Konoha, they can't control shit concerning Hanabi. You know if that'll work, Ino admitted, chewing her lip absently, but it's an interesting loophole. Heh, thanks. They traveled in silence for a while, a leisurely stroll this time, Hanabi saying nothing. Ino mused about what she had learned and realized that, Unlike what Hinata and others might have thought, Naruto actually did seem to be giving his job as a sensei considerable effort. He was working on a way to help Hanabi out while teaching the girl how to be a serious ninja. Obviously, the girl was unbelievably loyal to him now, if that look from earlier was any indication. Most importantly, Ino didn't notice any sign of him repressing his anger. Thinking about that, she glanced at him and decided to break the silence that had settled over the group. Naruto-kun, the Hokage said that you wanted to talk to me about something? Oh, yeah, but later, Naruto said, glancing at her. After we meet the Suna patrol and set up camp, okay? I already talked about it a little with Hanabi on our way back and she agreed, saying she trusted my judgment. Well, I have something to talk to you about too, Ino said seriously. It's about unity. Unity? Naruto asked, a sudden chill sweeping over Ino as she registered his reaction. Looking at her, his eyes were flat and cold, allowing his more murderous side to shine through. What about them? They approached me about joining, Ino said, feeling more than a little unnerved. They offered to make me Jonin, captain, and make sure my pay was far larger than normal. Why? Because they want to talk with you, Ino said, shivering despite her best efforts. I don't know why they wanted to get me to set things up with you, but they do. Anyway, the Hokage told me to tell you about the meeting so that when we get back, we can all figure out how to use it to our advantage. Naruto was silent for several moments before he grinned. Sounds like a plan, Ino-chan. Anything to get you working under me. Raising an eyebrow at his passive display of flirting, Ino snorted. Maybe you'll be under me, though I'm sure I'll be doing all the work in either position. Wha. Naruto managed, blushing brightly, and Ino mentally applauded her victory. I see them, Hanabi said, bringing them to a halt just within the tree line. There are 4 of them, 3 males and 1 female. She is carrying a large fan, one of the males has an unusual gourd, and another is dressed as a jonin, and the last has something mummified on his back. Eh? Naruto asked, squinting through the tree branches, then grinned at Hanabi. I guess that jutsu is really working. I can barely see a group of shadows. I think we should go greet them, Ino said, smiling and patting Hanabi's shoulder as they walked into the clearing, assuming an inverted V formation. Shifting into complete mission mode, Ino's mind started picking out details as they approached the river bank. 2 figures were close to her height, one was about as tall as Asuma, and the last seemed to be about the same size as Naruto. Moving closer, the Umbu and future Jonin started picking up even more details, impressed that Hanabi had been able to see so much from such a distance. That guy in the center looks sorta familiar, Naruto muttered, squinting. Hanabi, what's he look like? The one with the gourd? Hanabi asked. Short reddish hair, green eyes. He has a kanji on his forehead, Gaara? Naruto said, eyes widening in surprise. Ino felt a chill worse than when Naruto had heard about unity, a 3-year-old fear clutching at her heart with ragged claws. Gaara had been the one that transformed into the demon during her first Chunin exam, the one that had put Naruto in the hospital's intensive care. A boy that was cold, ruthless, and wanted to kill everything in a bloody display of violence. Uzumaki-san, I didn't expect you to be on this patrol, the tall man with the half-hidden face said, red markings on his broad face just visible beneath the cloth, as both teams reached their respective banks. Hey, it's my student's first high-rank mission, Naruto said with a shrug. Besides, I wanted to fight an Iwa ninja. I've never gotten to do that before. It was fun. Iwa ninja? The boy in the dark jumpsuit with his face painted up in purple asked. Yeah, back that away, Naruto said, waving a hand behind them before shrugging. I guess they were planning on ambushing you guys, or something. So, how you guys been? Ino tuned out the rest of the conversation, noting the girl in the dark kimono who stood close enough to the emotionless redhead to make Ino wonder about if they were lovers or not. Even that was not the true focus of her attention, Gaara's flat, green eyes were fixated on Naruto. With the danger to Naruto, Ino was surprised at how sharp her senses seemed to become. It was almost unnatural the way she heard the wind as it played through the individual blades of grass. Then she saw the girl put a hand, unnoticed by the others, on Gaara's shoulder. His eyes narrowed, then focused his attention on her, as if marking her. Ino returned it, unwilling to flinch under his gaze, ready for an attack against any of them. Yet none came, and soon enough Ino was pulled back to the conversation as Naruto started waving a hand in front of her face. "Oi, Ino-chan, come on, we're leaving to set up camp." Nodding, Ino remained silent, then slowly backed away even though Naruto and Hanabi had turned their backs. Ino refused to take a chance with the bastard, and it wasn't until she slipped into the trees that she checked both of her teammates' locations. Then turning, Ino found Naruto, giving her a curious look, a tiny grin on her face. "What?" Ino asked, moving next to him. "Nothing." "Good," Ino said, but then noticed Hanabi's own tiny smile and glowered at the younger girl. "You're cooking tonight, princess." "Of course." Hanabi sighed in a tone of long sufferance as they set out for the location Naruto had picked. Camp was not an impressive sight, nothing more than a small fire in the middle of a clearing about half a mile from the river bank. Off to the right, Hanabi slumbered in blissful silence for the first time in a few days, while Ino sat to the left tending to her kodachi. Naruto sat close to the fire, sketching the outline of his counter-genjutsu seal in preparation for applying it. The only sound was the crackling fire and the occasional snore from Hanabi. "So, you said you had something to talk to me about?" Ino asked, and Naruto looked up from his seal, finding the girl settling herself next to him with an expectant look on her face. "Yeah," Naruto said, putting the final touch on the seal before turning to her. It took all of 10 minutes to explain the situation about Unity, Umbu, and what the Hokage wanted. After he finished, they both fell silent, Ino deep in thought, while Naruto rechecked the seal to ensure that it wouldn't suck all of his chakra out or kill him in some other equally painful way. "Do you really think this Nija Shotai needs to be formed?" Ino asked after a moment, glancing at him. "At least, the way he wants to form it? Why not use the Umbu he trusts to form it?" "Well," Naruto said, looking up at her, curiously, considering the point she raised, Umbu are black ops, right? None of you guys actually know what each other look like or your real names. I mean, well, Anko and Ibiki are known, but they're supposed to be. So I guess it has to be this way cause otherwise he'd run the risk of a Unity member impersonating one of the Nija Shotai." Ino finished, shaking her head. "Kami, I need to sleep if I can't even figure that out." "Sock, I had to stop and think too," Naruto admitted with a grin, before turning back to his seal. "Yeah, but you're you, I'm supposed to be smarter than that." Ino muttered, smirking. "Hey, you're a blonde and you're a girl," Naruto countered with a snort of laughter, "whereas I'm both a blonde and a guy. I'm 1% smarter than you." "And yet I'm the one that noticed the psychotic killer glaring at you," Ino countered dryly. "Kami, what are you? Blind?" "Well, he's Gaara, of course he was glaring at me," Naruto said with a shrug. "Yeah, well if it wasn't for his sister, you'd probably be crushed to death or something," Ino said, flicking dirt off her knee. "Though, I gotta say, if I just went by her body language, they seemed more like lovers than brother and sister." "Eh?" Naruto blinked, looking up at her blankly. What was she talking about? Gaara and Temari lovers? He almost made a joke, but then paused, thinking about it. Hadn't he overheard Jiraiya mention something along those lines as well? Naruto-kun? "Well, I'll be damned," Naruto muttered, before shaking his head. "Ino-chan, that's why he was mellower when I met him. I remember Ero Sanin saying something about Suna letting the boy sleep with an expendable female he was close to. Temari would be the only expendable female he'd be close to in Suna, and you said just by body language you'd think they were lovers. Wait, you mean Gaara really is yup, he's banging his sister?" Naruto exclaimed with a chuckle, before all the implications set in. Scowling, he shook his head, wondering if Temari was being forced into the relationship. He couldn't say for sure though, Because the last time they had met the girl had thanked him and told him, "I'm doing what I can to help my brother." Crap, it was complicated. So, there, how could they? Ino muttered, shaking her head, a look of disgust on her face. "I think she might be doing it just to help her brother out," Naruto said, now that the concept was in place, not caring too much beyond if she was being forced or not. Honestly, he had too many more important things going on. A group of S-rank ninja after him, trying to make Jonin while keeping the fact that he was the living prison for a demon secret, dealing with Unity, Hanabi, and, of course, the Ninja Shotai. So, in Naruto's esteemed opinion, what two consenting adults were doing was the last thing he cared about. "Still, it's just weird if you ask me," Ino said, shaking her head. Maybe, but they're both adults and it's not really our business. We have more important things to think about." "Yeah, but he's a psycho. That's what makes it so messed up. I mean, this is Gaara." Yeah, Naruto agreed tiredly, turning back to the subject of the Ninja Shotai. "So, are you willing to join?" "Well, if you and the Hokage think this group needs to be formed, then yeah," Ino agreed, setting aside her protest. "I'm with you and the Hokage. Just no assassinations. I only ever did one, and I realized just how much I'm not suited for it." "Don't worry," Naruto said with a false smile, knowing the sad truth that he, Anko and Hanabi would most likely be handling those missions for the Ninja Shotai. "So, we'll let Masked Perv know you joined up after we get back, along with talking about Unity's offer." "Sounds good, and after that you can cook me that tomato pudding." "Of course," Naruto agreed, smiling, for real this time. "Thanks for joining, Ino-chan. I really appreciate it." "No biggie, Naruto-kun," Ino admitted, before nodding at the seal he had been working on. "So, what is that?" "This?" Naruto asked, turning back to the seal in question. "It's a seal, probably an A-rank one." "Okay, and what does it do?" Ino asked, bumping his shoulder, playfully. "Well, basically, it'll detect genjutsu, 'cause I'm hopeless at it, and counter by flaring my chakra to the appropriate level to disrupt the flow," Naruto explained, before creating a Kage Bunshin to have it start applying said seal to his forehead. "I'm calling it Zokan Fuin Genjutsu Kai." "So, it's going to automatically free you from genjutsu?" Ino asked, sounding impressed as she watched the clone work. "Well, that's the plan. I won't know until I actually apply it and then have a genjutsu cast on me," Naruto said, flashing her a grin, then braced himself as the clone finished and dispersed. Gathering his chakra, a little worried that things were about to blow up in his face, he placed his hand against his forehead and released the chakra, activating the seal. There was an odd tingling sensation, and then it felt like his head was being split open or razor-sharp talons were sinking into his brain. Letting out a muffled scream, he clutched his head and fell over, twitching in pain. His body felt like it was seizing up, the pain kept growing and growing, then suddenly it was over and he laid in the dirt, mouth filled with blood and vision swimming. Slowly, painfully, he rolled over and then sat up with the assistance of Ino. Hacking, he spat the blood clear, 3 times, then realized he couldn't speak. He panicked for a moment, then finally his voice came back and he looked at her. "Okay, not my most brilliant idea. Kami, I thought you were dying." Ino admitted, an extremely worried look on her face and her tone almost shaking. "Are you okay?" "Yeah," Naruto croaked, head throbbing. "I think." "Hey, I don't see it," Ino said, eyes widening. Good," Naruto said, feeling the pain fade slightly as the Kyuubi kicked up the healing. "I designed it to hide when not in use. The rest of the time I can hide it behind my forehead protector." "Oh, well, why the hell did you even create the damn thing?" Ino asked, worry making her snap. "Ero Sanin told me I'd never get countering genjutsu down. I've sorta been working on it for a while, and once I realized that my Kage Bunshin trick wouldn't keep working, as Anko has been so kind to demonstrate repeatedly lately, I started really focusing on it. So, either you kill yourself trying to stop a genjutsu user you haven't met yet, Or you wait until said genjutsu user shows up and kills you. Ino drawled before shaking her head. Well, at least you're thinking ahead. I always think ahead, Naruto countered, glancing at her. It's just that sometimes I don't think quite this far ahead. A very in-the-moment type of guy. Ino confirmed with a nod, grinning. Exactly, why worry about what'll happen tomorrow when you can enjoy today? Naruto quoted, before realizing they were sitting very close together, alone and talking about living in the moment. An expectant silence settled over them and the two near Jonin glanced at each other, Naruto gathering his courage and turned as if to make a move, when the air was filled by the sound of a loud explosion. Ah fuck! Naruto growled, head snapping around as Ino sprang to her feet and Hanabi quickly scrambled out from her sleeping bag.
Thank you for your views, likes, subscriptions, and overall support of my ongoing efforts to bring great content to all of you. Check out my Patreon for more mature fanfiction. The link is in the description and like everywhere on my channel.